The hunter often appeared before you in the guise of prey. Two men slowly tailed a woman through the night, with predatory smirks on their faces. The woman was cornered against a wall, helpless, only able to shield her chest with her hands. Just then, a figure appeared at the alley entrance, still munching on snacks. The boy said calmly, "If you don't want to die, you'd better run now." Seeing he was just a student, the two men scolded him to get lost. The boy ignored them and casually tore off the bandage on his neck. Several ants crawled out from a small hole in his neck. Just as the dark-haired man was about to teach him a lesson, blood suddenly splattered everywhere around him. His companion's upper body had vanished without a trace. He turned toward the chewing sounds behind him, just in time to see his companion's upper half being swallowed by a massive mouth. The woman from before had now transformed into a hideous monster lunging toward him. Thanks to his quick reflexes, he managed to escape, while the boy was now surrounded by some black substance. Soon it covered his entire body. The next day, the area was cordoned off by work crews, led by a long-haired man wearing a hat. They found half a body in the devastated alley, unable to fathom what could deal with such destructive monsters. They could only speculate, from the thug's account, that it was a boy who controlled insects. The man observed the ants on the ground thoughtfully. These workers wore uniforms marked with the Bug Reaper Department logo, a government agency established specifically to combat insectors. These insect creatures first appeared in 2005, and they are known as insector. Most terrifying was their ability to disguise themselves as humans, making them indistinguishable, and most fed on human beings. On the other side, in a classroom, a girl was reading aloud about the Reaper Department and insectors. A boy with a bandage on his neck continuously stuffed snacks into his mouth. After the girl finished reading from the textbook, the teacher on stage discussed last night's alley incident. It was confirmed to be connected to insectors. Two female students below also started discussing. Sejin Bang asked Arajo, "Wasn't that near your house?" Arajo was troubled too, she might not be able to go home today. Meanwhile, two delinquent boys debated whether insectors really existed. The short-haired one mentioned there was a glutton named Ake in their class. Ake paid no attention to their teasing, focusing on his food. After class, the teacher instructed Arajo to collect the assignments and bring them to his office. After the teacher left, the two troublemakers approached Arajo, saying they wouldn't hand in their homework, and claiming no one but her would do assignments for such a class. But Ake stood up and handed over his assignment, making Arajo blush slightly. Ake returned to his seat, watching an ant crawling onto his desk, as if communicating with it. When he tried to touch the ant, someone heavily stomped on the desk. The ant on the desktop was instantly crushed. Ake's gaze immediately radiated a terrifying aura. The short-haired boy found the bandage on his neck annoying, taunting him about whether it was a hickey from his girlfriend. Arajo stood up, telling them not to talk nonsense. Seeing Ake wasn't resisting, the long-haired one reached out to tear it off. Ake let them remove the bandage, but they only saw a tiny black hole on his neck. The short-haired boy called Ake a freak and grabbed his collar to teach him a lesson. Just then, he saw an ant crawling out of the hole, then it crawled under his clothes to hide. He collapsed to the ground screaming in terror. Everyone just thought he was going crazy and continued their conversations. When Sejin Bang asked if Arajo liked Ake, Arajo vehemently denied it, but her mind was filled with images of Ake looking handsome. Sejin Bang then urged her to submit the assignments. Arajo took the only two assignments she had collected to the teacher. The teacher's expression immediately darkened, muttering something under his breath. When Arajo looked puzzled, he smiled again, saying those two who completed their work could go home, asking Arajo to tell the students who didn't finish to stay and clean the incineration plant. Arajo was afraid to go home alone because of yesterday's monster incident. She happened to see Ake preparing to leave. Learning that Ake also lived nearby, she invited him to walk home together after school. But Ake said he had planned tonight and walked away, leaving Arajo behind on the verge of tears. At the incineration plant, two guys kept complaining. Sejin Bang told them to stop whining and get to work, then asked Arajo beside her why she was crouching there instead of going home. Arajo looked expectant, saying she was waiting to go with her. Sejin Bang expressed disbelief. Meanwhile, Ake sat in the classroom, as if talking to himself. He failed to escape. His strength wasn't weak. How could he not break free? Ake played with an ant on his notebook with his pen. After understanding the situation, he let it return to his body. The two delinquents at the incineration plant were planning mischief. They discussed Ake's situation while walking behind the building. The moment they rounded the corner, the short-haired one froze. A massive spherical monster stood before them. Before the short-haired one could react, he was torn apart. The girl with headphones saw the object that rolled to her feet. She screamed in terror. Everyone was startled by her scream. The girl pushed through the crowd with all her might. "Run quickly, there's a monster." The spherical insector then dragged the short-haired boy's body out slowly. Only then did everyone realize what was happening and frantically fled. Arajo and Sejin Bang reacted the slowest. The monster pursued them, soon catching up to the two girls. The glasses-wearing boy behind them, seeing himself falling behind, roughly yanked Sejin Bang. Sejin Bang lost her balance. Her head crashed hard against a rock. Arajo rushed to help Sejin Bang up. She looked despairingly at the enormous creature that had arrived behind her. The monster saw her blocking its path and stopped. Its head split open, revealing the teacher's face. "Didn't I tell you to leave? Why did you stay here with them?" He roared angrily while swinging at her. Just then, a stream of ants flew swiftly toward them. The monster's 2 arms were instantly severed. Arajo looked bewildered, then turned to look behind her. It was someone clad entirely in black armor. Black substance floated around him. He caught Arajo, who had fainted from shock. The spherical monster looked at its arms fall into the ground without showing much surprise, because he had long heard of the hunter Black Ant's existence, who specialized in hunting insect brethren. He just couldn't understand why Black Ant would kill their own kind to protect humans. He roared at Black Ant. We who were once at the bottom of the food chain have evolved and finally risen above humans. Black Ant didn't want to continue listening to his rambling and threw a heavy punch. The spherical monster crashed hard against the wall, spitting blood. Black Ant picked up both girls, gently placing them on the ground. He said he did it not to protect humans but simply for food. The spherical monster couldn't sit still after hearing this. He stood up, eyes gleaming fiercely. In that case, let me avenge my fallen brethren by eating you. Before he finished speaking, he shot toward Black Ant like a bouncing ball. Black Ant intended to catch him head on, but was unexpectedly carried dozens of meters by the impact force. Seeing Black Ant sitting on the ground, the spherical monster said his devouring of his own kind was despicable. While speaking, he bent his legs slightly, then leaped into the air. He aimed at Black Ant and crashed down on him. You should just die like an ant. Black Ant couldn't dodge in time. Taking the hit directly, he spat black blood. But this wasn't over yet. The spherical monster bounced off Black Ant and crashed down several more times, finally bouncing to an even higher position. Black Ant was now trapped in a crater, his limbs twisted and deformed, though his armor showed no damage. He seemed to give orders to something. Prepare to move. The spherical monster felt victory was within reach, once again crashing toward Black Ant, but Black Ant remained motionless as he gave the command. Move. The flesh ball crashed down. As the dust settled, hearing the sound of flesh exploding, the spherical monster thought Black Ant beneath him had been crushed to pulp. He never expected it was his own body that had been pierced. Just as he wondered where Black Ant got the weapon, Black Ant issued another command, move. The armor on his feet slowly dissipated. Then black substance gathered toward his arms. Another massive fist formed. The spherical monster was now terrified. He begged Black Ant to let him go. Black Ant clenched his fist. As you wish. The massive fist pounded down on him. The huge spherical monster was sent flying. Black Ant flashed again, appearing below him, slamming him hard into the ground. The spherical monster, injured internally, still managed to taunt him out of strength already. The next moment, he regretted it. Black Ant lifted him high. He flailed his legs helplessly in the air. No matter how he begged for mercy, Black Ant ignored him, increasing his strength. His palm gradually pressed into the insector's body. The insector's entire body contorted, then exploded, thus ending his life. Black Ant simply walked forward without looking back, devouring him. As the armor dissipated, Ake's figure slowly emerged, and the monster's flesh and blood quickly vanished. Unknown to him, a humanoid insect in the forest behind was secretly observing this battle. Whether friend or foe remained unclear. Soon after, 2 hunters arriving at the scene looked at the devastated battlefield, lamenting that they had prepared for nothing again. From the battle traces, they deduced it was a fight between 2 insectors, but they couldn't understand why, since they almost never attacked their own kind. Just as the 2 hunters were puzzled, a worker came to notify them that the rescued victims had awakened. The 4 eyes at the scene was now bragging to reporters about how brave he was, completely omitting the part where he had pulled Sejin Bang down. When he tried to show off photos on his phone, he found his phone had gone black. The man in the hat said there was no need for such measures, because the incident was too big to cover up. Soon, they reached Arajo. Seeing them approach, Arajo said goodbye to her mother and hung up the phone. Then she told the 2 men how someone in black armor had saved her. She believed he was human because he felt different from the other insector. Based on Arajo's description, the man in the hat thought that person should be someone Sejin Bang and Arajo knew. So he asked Arajo if any students had been absent at the time. Arajo answered truthfully that only AK had left school on time. That evening, as soon as AK got home, Grandma greeted him, gesturing for him to come eat. Ake saw the table full of dishes and felt somewhat helpless, because he had just finished eating an entire insector. He told Grandma he had already eaten. Grandma was startled at first, but immediately understood, then anxiously asked if Ake was injured. Ake just felt he had let Grandma down. As long as you're okay, go rest properly. Ake obediently walked to his room, reminding Grandma to save the food for his breakfast tomorrow. After AK left, Grandma could no longer hold back. Tears streamed down her face. Dear God, why must Ake suffer like this? He's just a child. Meanwhile, ants were crawling through the window in an orderly fashion. AK lay quietly, listening to reports about the major incident at school, letting those ants crawl into the hole in his neck one by one. Elsewhere, 3 police officers were preparing to search a house. They were responsible for looking for missing children. They tiptoed up the stairs. When their captain saw the cocoons hanging in the room, he got goosebumps. Outside the building sat an armored vehicle. Inside were members of the Reaper organization's isolation squad. The buzz-cut man in the driver's seat was complaining impatiently, while the bowl cut beside him advised him to look on the bright side. Since their department was still under review, cases had to be investigated by the police first. The communicator crackled, requesting backup. The buzz-cut man mocked the bowl cut for getting nervous. The man in the hat behind them told them to prepare to go upstairs. Just then, The police upstairs sensed children inside the cocoons. To quickly rescue the children, they lowered the cocoons. The captain then opened one cocoon. Inside was indeed a living child. Another officer followed suit and opened another cocoon. Just as he was puzzled, his head was instantly pierced. A humanoid mosquito monster appeared before everyone. The captain stared at the mosquito monster in shock. His subordinate was first to fire at the mosquito monster. However, the mosquito monster not only easily dodged the bullets, but also pierced his head in one strike. The mosquito monster then immediately lunged at the captain. The next instant it was sent flying. Its prize needle was also broken. On a distant lighthouse, the bowl cut was positioned with a sniper rifle. Due to the mosquito monster's speed, he couldn't hit vital spots. The attacked mosquito monster cursed angrily, then charged at the captain again, but was blocked by a stick. The buzz cut man looked disdainfully at the small creature in front of him, then delivered a crushing blow. The mosquito monster was slammed hard against the wall. To be safe, the man in the hat told the police captain to take the children out first. The mosquito monster became anxious. Those were children he had worked so hard to abduct. The man in the hat suddenly exhaled green smoke. The mosquito monster trying to pursue slowed down. The man in the hat immediately asked why he was capturing these children. The mosquito monster pointed at his broken needle and mentioned something about black ant. The two men were completely confused. The mosquito monster ignored them and spat several darts from his mouth at them. The man in the hat exhaled another puff of smoke, and the darts stopped in the smoke. The buzz cut man also wielded his stick to block the attack. However, this was just the mosquito monster's distraction. He had already flown out the window. Seeing this, the man in the hat quickly warned the bowl cut to snipe, but he had already been hit by a dart and collapsed. The two men inside could only give up and watch the mosquito monster escape. Due to that incident, the school had to suspend classes for a week. Ara Jo was now sitting on a park bench. She looked at the smug four eyes on her phone. Thinking of Sejin Bang in the hospital made her furious. Just then, a little kid wearing a mask tried to startle her, but she just looked at the child calmly and gave him a light tap. The kid could only run off calling for his mother. Ara Jo wondered how she ended up with such a noisy little brother when she was so quiet. Before she could enjoy the peace, she heard her brother making noise again. She turned to scold him, but immediately stopped because she saw her brother staring at the ice cream in Ake's mouth and drooling. Ake also noticed Ara Jo nearby, so the three of them sat in a row eating ice cream. Ara Jo looked at Ake beside her, wondering if she had done wrong by telling those two hunters that Ake wasn't there. She then asked if Ake had been hurt that day. Ake replied with his mouth full, saying he was fine, and unwrapped another ice cream, not forgetting to give the stick to her brother for building. Just then, her brother saw a soccer ball rolling over, and the stick in his hand suddenly lost its appeal. After telling Ara Jo, he ran off to play with the other kids. Ak seemed to be triggered by something. He kept breaking the stick in his hands. Only then did Ara Jo realize that the full bag of ice cream had been finished by him, while she had only eaten one. With nothing to do, she inevitably felt bored. Her brother then said he wanted to go find the ball with the little boy, and followed him through a hole in the fence. Ake quickly stood up, telling Ara Jo to wait there while he went to find her brother, ignoring Ara Jo's protests behind him. Outside the fence, Ake held down the brother who was about to climb out, telling him to go back to his sister. He searched for something in the woods himself. Soon he saw the boy from before. Facing the big brother in front of him, the child felt a sense of familiarity, then asked if Ake was the same species, chattering on about how he had been chased by the isolation squad, wanting Ake to join him. Ake just stared at him blankly as he rambled, but his hand tore off the bandage, immediately giving him a strike. Seeing the ant before him, the child instantly recognized Ake as Black Ant. Ake also openly admitted it. The child easily crushed the ant in his hand, then began condemning Black Ant's crimes. "How dare you attack your own kind? I'll remove your head and become famous." After powering up, he instantly vanished, leaving only a shattered mask. His form had transformed into the mosquito monster, charging fiercely at Ak. Ak was hit directly in the head, his armor cracked, revealing half his face. The mosquito monster looked at the motionless Ake, circling around him, showing off his speed. Ake casually touched his head, then slammed a heavy punch into the ground. The mosquito monster was caught between the fist and the ground, his fate unknown. Soon after, Ake appeared before Ara Jo and her brother. Ake told the boy the ball had been found and the person sent away. Learning this, the boy wanted ice cream again. Ake bought another bag, laughing and talking with the boy. Ara Jo stared mesmerized at Ake's smiling face. She was completely enchanted. Only her brother's tugging brought her back to reality. Meanwhile, in the forest, the mosquito monster was being slowly consumed by ox ants. Due to the major incident in Class 3, students were redistributed to new classes. After the week-long suspension, Ara Jo returned to school. Without her inseparable best friend beside her, she couldn't help feeling somewhat lost. Plus, seeing the class redistribution notice made her even sadder, until she saw that her best friend, AK, and herself were assigned to the same class. Her mood improved considerably. In the new class with no familiar faces, Ara Jo could only lie listlessly on her desk. Her messages to her best friend went unanswered. She watched Four Eyes bragging to new classmates, seemingly having completely forgotten about pulling Sejin Bang down. She wanted to kick him. Just as she was thinking this, the cool girl next to Ara Jo stood up, walked over and kicked the Four Eyes, Everyone was shocked by her action. The Four Eyes sitting on the ground still didn't know why he was beaten. The cool girl glared at him fiercely. "What's all the noise about, Four Eyes?" Seeing this, the little chubby boy nearby didn't know what to do, both trying to calm her down and apologize. From the classmates' discussions, Arajo learned her name was Yojin Lee, and almost no one in class dared to mess with her. Just as Yojin Lee was leaving, she happened to meet Aka entering the classroom. The two looked at each other. They passed by as if nothing happened, but it seemed like something did. Arajo saw the late arriving Ake, gestured for Ake to sit next to her, telling Ake about Yojin Lee's cool behavior just now. Though Ake didn't care much, he still responded, then took out snacks from his bag. Arajo saw them and said the snacks in his hand tasted good. Ake gave an affirmative answer, but this was actually his first time eating the snack. Before long, not long into class, Ake was hungry again. However, these little movements were all noticed by Arajo. She immediately invited Ake to have lunch with her later. Ake suddenly sensed an insector nearby. Thinking of his empty stomach, he decided to go for an extra meal later. So as soon as the bell rang, Ake had already disappeared. Two hunters from the isolation squad were walking toward the school, discussing why they couldn't find any trace of the mosquito monster, and no more child disappearances had occurred. Ake happened to rush out of an alley. The man in the hat watched Ake's departing figure thoughtfully, but didn't investigate further, calling the buzz-cut man to head into the school. Actually, their purpose was to find Ake. But when they found Arajo, they were told Ake had just left. They asked Arajo to pass their business card to Ake, then left to visit the injured at the hospital. Meanwhile, under a highway overpass, a mantis-like insector clung to the wall, seemingly waiting for something. Seeing Ake emerge from the darkness, it slowly descended from the wall. It waved at Ak, then seemed to warm up there. Ak also rushed to attack it without hesitation, but his arm was deflected and deformed by its scythe. The mantis monster then struck Ake's chest hard with its elbow. Ake immediately steadied himself and charged forward again with a heavy punch. The struck mantis monster moved its limbs around. Ake watched its movements somewhat confused until he saw his ant hovering behind it. He discovered the threads controlling this mantis monster. He then dispersed some ants from his body, surging toward the mantis monster. The mantis monster was unconcerned, not knowing these ants weren't meant to attack it. The ants climbed up the threads on its body. The figure in the shadows saw this and actively cut the threads. The mantis monster also fell directly to the ground as the threads were severed. Ake looked puzzledly at the thread in his hand. The mantis monster moved again. Its head suddenly turned toward Ake, then opened its mouth wide, releasing tremendous energy, instantly engulfing Ake. After the explosion, two insectors immediately appeared here. Ake was now battered and bruised. He leant against the wall, looking at the two insectors before him. The two insectors looked at the dying Ake and taunted, "Black Ant, we finally found you." The silk insector stepped on Black Ant's shoulder, mocking him for actually protecting humans. Then the explosive ant also came over. Never expected the mighty Black Ant would be lured by a dead insector. "You who treated us as prey have now become prey yourself." The silk insector said no more. A flying kick directly knocked off Black Ant's head, but found it was just an empty shell. Just as she was puzzled, the explosive ant beside her quickly warned to be careful. Ake, having shed his armor, had jumped above her head to gather strength, delivering a devastating blow to the silk insector. After landing, he immediately attacked the explosive ant, because he knew the main damage dealer was the explosive ant. The explosive ant kept retreating from the beating, finally unable to withstand it. Taking a heavy punch, he used the momentum to immediately fire at Ake. Ake took the hit head on, but the armor on his arm blocked most of the damage. He immediately attacked the explosive ant again, but his arm was bound by blue light, unable to move forward an inch. The silk insector behind him restricted Ake's movement and approached him. She angrily said, "This is the price of protecting humans." Then she leaped into the air, spinning to gather power, finally delivering a spinning kick to Ake's chest. Ake sensed danger and immediately turned to defend, but while his armor cracked, he was also sent flying dozens of meters, finally kneeling on the ground, briefly losing consciousness, letting the explosive ant aim his cannon at him. Suddenly, Ake woke up, shouting, "Move!" The outer shell quickly disintegrated. Rushing to converge on him, the explosive ant's shell had finished charging. "Game over," said the explosive ant. A huge explosion sounded, but the source came from the bridge overhead. A green stick pressed against the explosive ant's cannon muzzle, changing the shell's trajectory. The newcomer was the buzzcut from the isolation squad. He didn't forget to mock the explosive ant, setting off fireworks under the bridge. Fun? Then, with a sweep, the two insectors were gathered together, because behind them came the man in the hat. "I think your opponents are us, aren't they?" The buzzcut man and the man in the hat surrounded the two ant monsters. Battle was about to begin. The explosive ant first pulled out a ball from his cannon. The two men shouted in alarm. He smashed it toward the ground, instantly releasing thick smoke that enveloped everyone. The silk insector took the opportunity to drag the explosive ant away. The buzzcut man could only watch them escape, complaining that these flying insectors were too disgusting, running away when they couldn't win. Just as the two were about to capture Black Ant, they found the place was already empty, making the buzzcut man curse angrily. By nightfall, the severely injured AK supported himself against the wall, slowly walking home. The first thing he did upon returning was eat desperately. Grandma looked at the wounded Ake with concern. "Did you eat nothing today? My poor little Ache." Ache told the truth. He ate nothing today, didn't catch a single one, so he had to fill his stomach with food. Back in his room, Ache locked the door. He growled lowly. The voices of insectors he had devoured appeared in his mind. "Why do you help humans? You've broken the insector rules. You'll face retribution sooner or later." He tore off his shirt. The skin underneath was red as if burned. The ants inside were gnawing at his blood vessels. The mental and physical torment forced Ache to cry out. Meanwhile, in an abandoned factory, a mysterious person in protective gear was dragging 3 body bags forward. She moved the body bags into a freezer. Just as she was putting the last one in, the person in the bag suddenly called for help. She ignored it and put the person in the freezer, completely disregarding the person's cries. She then went to the storage office. Removing her protective gear, it was Yojin Lee, the cool girl from Ache's new class. An old man stood before her, currently complaining about the isolation squad, because their appearance prevented him from capturing Black Ant, causing him to fail in allying with the apex insects. It wasn't hard to guess that these two were the insectors who had ambushed Ache during the day. The old man then said he wanted to increase food reserves, but Yojin Lee refused. "Please don't misunderstand, I don't enjoy doing such things." The old man looked at her, then came over to tug at her clothes. "This school uniform is the same style as Black Ant's, do you know him?" Upon hearing this, Yojin Lee slapped his hand away, saying she didn't know Black Ant. However, the old man said it didn't matter. As long as they were in the same school, there would always be opportunities to eliminate him. But Yojin Lee immediately refused, stating that wasn't her purpose. The old man then grabbed her by the throat. He reminded Yojin Lee that this matter was beyond her control now, and if she wanted to ally with the apex insects, she had to eliminate Black Ant. Just then, the sound of barking dogs came through. The old man looked toward the window. He saw a bald man in only underwear being chased by dogs. He checked the surveillance and discovered the man had escaped from the freezer. Then asked Yojin Lee if she had forgotten to lock the door. Yojin Lee said that was impossible. The old man approached her. His left hand began to glow. "I suggest you tell the truth." Yojin Lee immediately declared she was done and wanted to part ways with the old man. The old man ignored her, simply placing his thumb gently on his index finger. At that moment, the escaping man outside suddenly stopped and screamed in terror. A blinding light flashed from his chest. Then the bald man was consumed by the explosion. The old man raised his thumb again. Yojin Lee's chest also showed that dazzling light. "I'll say it once more, kill the Black Ant." The next day, at the school cafeteria during lunch, students had just come to get their meals. Ache had already eaten several plates, drawing frequent glances from others. Arajo also noticed he was eating more than usual today. Ake, who was frantically stuffing food into his mouth, suddenly spat it out. His pupils contracted violently, because the ants inside his body had started gnawing at his flesh again. Ak began feeling uncomfortable all over, and Arajo beside him became worried. Then Four Eyes walked over. "What's wrong, feeling sick? Everyone else can only take 1 sausage. But you've eaten so many, are you a glutton?" Arajo beside him seriously stated that Ache had reported a 10-person portion every day. The Four Eyes continued his chatter. 10 portions? Normal people couldn't eat that much, unless you're not human at all. At this point, surrounding students also gathered to watch the spectacle. Yojin Lee was among them. But the Four Eyes became increasingly smug. "You think you didn't have to stay behind for cleanup because you were a good student? That's just because you were isolated." At this moment, Ache's physical reaction intensified. The Four Eyes thought his words had frightened Ache. Just then, an ant viciously pierced into Ache's flesh. Ache shuddered. Just as the Four Eyes was about to speak again, he was grabbed by Ache, then lifted into the air like a small chicken. Just as Ache was about to lose control and strike, Arajo behind him called out to him. Ache snapped back to reality and threw the Four Eyes away, then rushed outside. He quickly ran to the rooftop. The ants inside his body were now uncontrollably rushing out. The band-aid fell off. He howled in pain as the ants gathered beside him into another conjoined head. Both heads roared simultaneously. Just then, Yojin Lee appeared behind them. "Are you announcing that you're Black Ant?" She spoke while her body slowly transformed into insect form. "I have no ill will toward you, but I didn't have a choice." Seeing the insect before him, Ache felt his hunger intensify, then lunged at her. Seeing this, Yojin Lee brought her hands together, then condensed them into blue threads. They immediately grappled together. After the battle, Ache slowly opened his weary eyes, only to find his body covered with countless black ants. His limbs were also firmly held by 4 black ants. As Ache howled in pain, an even larger black ant appeared behind him, slowly crawling closer. Ache could only watch helplessly as the giant ant approached. Just as it was about to strike him with its fangs, a red giant ant beside them bit the black ant and quickly eliminated it, along with the surrounding black ants. Soon after, Ache woke up in bed. The pain in his body was gone. He only remembered encountering a silk insector on the rooftop. Ache had just walked out of his room. When Grandma saw Ache hadn't gone to eat, she asked if he had eaten bugs. Ache said he wasn't hungry, then learned from Grandma that Yojin Lee had brought him back, and she was also badly injured. Hearing this, Ache wondered why she was still alive, while the ants inside him had quieted down. At this moment, Ache sensed the presence of an insector and tracked its location. Completely unable to hear what Grandma was saying to him, he immediately chased after it. Meanwhile, Yojin Lee was called out by Explosive Ant. He immediately blamed Yojin Lee for messing things up again. Although Yojin Lee said she had tried her best, Explosive Ant clearly didn't believe her. Hearing this, Yojin Lee couldn't take it anymore. It's easy for you to say, why don't you go yourself? That guy is a complete monster. Just as Explosive Ant was still puzzled, a dark figure slowly emerged from under the bridge. It was AK, who had tracked the scent and transformed into Black Ant. Seeing this, both of them immediately transformed into insect form. I hope you won't disappoint me this time, Explosive Ant said. Yojin Lee charged first, delivering a kick to AK, but AK easily blocked it. The ants quickly gathered on his hand, then delivered a heavy punch to Yojin Lee. The force was so great it shattered large parts of her armor. Yojin Lee struck hard, clearly felt that AK had grown stronger, but AK didn't continue attacking her. Instead, he walked toward the distant Explosive Ant. The next moment, Yojin Lee firmly grabbed his foot. Are you ignoring me? Or pitying me? If I can't even catch you, how can I get revenge on the apex insects? However, Explosive Ant had already raised his thumb. Seeing this, Yojin Lee panicked and shouted for him to stop. Explosive Ant, seeing she had no more use, revealed the truth. It seems you really know nothing. Did you think I would actually avenge you? I simply want to join the apex insects. Learning the truth, Yojin Lee could only roar frantically. For revenge? I did so many dirty things for you. In the end, I still have to die like this, unwillingly? You asshole. Explosive Ant didn't want to hear more of her rambling, and was about to press his thumb down. But Ake suddenly vanished from his position. He had to focus his attention. Then Yojin Lee's side suddenly exploded. A dark figure flashed out from it, rushing straight toward Explosive Ant, but Explosive Ant laughed wildly. You're lucky this time, but you won't get out of my heat wave minefield. Ake was determined to cut off Explosive Ant's hand, but his speed was still too slow. As if the ants heard his thoughts, his speed suddenly increased dramatically. Like a ghost, he quickly appeared before Explosive Ant. Seeing the minefield couldn't stop AK's advance, Explosive Ant hurriedly fired shells at him, but Ake easily dodged them and accelerated toward him. Just as he was getting anxious, Ake's hand had already reached for his arm. At this moment, he tried to press his finger but couldn't control it, because his head had already been removed by Ake. Then Ake slowed his pace, revealing a completely new form. He looked puzzled at the changes in his body, but didn't think much of it, simply saying, "Devour it." The ants began gnawing at Explosive Ant's corpse. The severely injured Yojin Lee watched this scene with terror. Ake walked up to her, staring at her with those indifferent eyes. She closed her eyes, preparing for death's arrival. However, Ake quietly walked past her, but she called out to him. "Hey, wait, you saved me. Don't you have other motives too? Don't you also want to fight the apex insects?" Hearing this, Ake stopped, only demanding that Yojin Lee tell him what happened during the day. Yojin Lee found this strange. You really don't remember anything? It turned out that during the day, the frenzied Ake had quickly defeated Yojin Lee, just as the spawned black ant head wanted to devour Yojin Lee. Ake stopped it. Stop, don't eat her. The black ant, seeing the food at its mouth was uneatable, then turned around and bit toward AK. Fortunately, Yojin Lee intervened in time and controlled the black ant. Just as Yojin Lee was puzzled, another power suddenly surged from within AK. The black ant immediately dissipated. AK also fainted. Just as Yojin Lee was debating whether to finish off AK, she thought, perhaps AK could fight against the apex insects. So she brought AK home. After Yojin Lee explained what happened during the day, she wanted to recruit AK to fight the apex insects together. Black Ant, no, AK, think about it. Now that you've killed Explosive Ant, the apex insects' reserve food supply chain will be cut off. When they investigate, they'll discover you. And not just you. Your friends and family will all be in danger, so let's unite, I can help you, and together we have a better shot. But Ak was dismissive, saying Yojin Lee was just looking for backup because her abilities were insufficient. Ak raised his hand and slowly approached Yojin Lee. Ants also gradually gathered on his hand. I'm not afraid. If those people come, I'll just devour them all. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly grabbed Yojin Lee's throat with his ant-covered hand. Countless ants swarmed up. At this moment, a high-speed train happened to pass by, covering Yojin Lee's miserable screams. The next morning, the Reaper department staff sealed off the accident scene. While the long-haired man and the curly-haired man were chatting, an intern nearby picked up Explosive Ant's remaining prosthetic limb. A yellow capsule fell out of it. Just as the intern wondered what it was, someone walked over from outside the isolation tape. Stop, you can't enter here. The long-haired man also tried to persuade him kindly to leave. The man just glanced at the hand he had placed on his shoulder, then casually waved his hand, and the long-haired man's arm flew through the air. The screams immediately put everyone else on alert. They all drew their weapons. The curly-haired man warned, "Everyone be careful, this might be an insector." However, the man showed no fear. Instead, displaying an excited expression, he raised his hand and instantly shattered the curly-haired man's body. Not even a scream escaped. The intern could only hold his weapon defensively, but still died horribly at the man's hands. Then the man retrieved the yellow capsule from the intern's body and made a phone call, saying the sample had been recovered. Looking closer, that yellow capsule was actually an insect egg. Soon after, to prevent similar incidents, the isolation squad began testing the combat performance of battle mechs. The test subject was a member of the squad. His name is Tai, and he was told that for more accurate mech testing, he couldn't use his preferred weapon. Tai, used to long staffs, looked at the short blade less than 30 centimeters long with obvious disdain before he was ready. The combat opponent had already emerged from the doorway, a scruffy, thin, middle-aged man. But when the middle-aged man was told he could kill his opponent, he immediately became excited, and his body began to change. The next instant, he vanished from his position. Just as Tae was surprised, the transformed long-faced monster swung his fist and appeared beside him. Tae quickly blocked, then was only knocked back several meters without real damage. Experiencing the mech's defensive power, Tae became smug. At this point, the long-faced monster was moving rapidly around Tae at 300 kilometers per hour. He charged up again and threw a punch at Tae. This time Tae could barely defend, and the mech's arm cracked. But he counterattacked and wounded the long-faced monster, and delivered a heavy kick. However, the kinetic tube on his arm had already disconnected. Seeing this, the long-faced monster excitedly charged again. Tae began to panic, calling for help from those outside, but they said they needed to test the mech's limits. The next moment, he was grabbed by the throat where the mech didn't cover by the long-faced monster. He could only struggle desperately. Suddenly, a massive electric current made the long-faced monster roll his eyes. Only then did the professor in the observation area tell him that in mortal danger, the mech would release 100,000 volts of electricity. Then the long-faced monster was dragged away. He didn't forget to mock Tae before leaving. The frustrated Tae could only curse at the people outside the observation area, but they ignored him. The man in the hat, named P.O., simply walked away, heading to the archives to search for information about the apex insects. After a fruitless night, P.O. was about to give up when he saw a dusty old book, Ant Castle Project. It actually contained records of the apex insects leader, Kojima. Meanwhile, at school, Ake was drawing small ants in his notebook. Even when the teacher called Yojin Lee's name with no response, Ake showed no change in expression. Instead, Arajo beside him looked somewhat worried, while the four eyes and the others were more gloating. Just as they were discussing yesterday's bridge explosion incident, a voice interrupted them. "You are still so noisy. You'd better shut up." "Teacher, I'm here." While others focused on class, Yojin Lee used her abilities to play with a slingshot, then threw a yellow paper ball to AK. Right in front of Arajo. Ake obediently opened it to read. After class, they came downstairs, seeing Ake's strange behavior. Yojin Lee teased, "Is this your first time having a conversation like this at school? You seem a bit abnormal." But Ake didn't respond, directly asking why she had called him out. Yojin Lee said she just wanted to thank him for sparing her life yesterday, then invited AK to cooperate again. But AK told her not to misunderstand, saying he only kept her as backup food. Then he tore off the band-aid, startling Yojin Lee. But she still didn't give up. "Did you forget what I told you yesterday? The apex insects will eliminate all obstacles to become the top of the food chain. Don't worry, I'll fight them with you. You're not alone." At this moment, Arajo was watching from upstairs. They were fooling around, and she wasn't sure when they had become so close. She hadn't noticed any contact between them at school before. To cooperate with Ake, Yojin Lee told him her real purpose. "Actually, my real target isn't the apex insects, but their leader, Kojima." Kojima, hearing this name, Ake immediately became agitated. His face showed anger and killing intent, because as a child, he could only watch helplessly as this person killed his mother. At the same time, Kojima was also the murderer who killed Yojin Lee's parents back then. After school, Ake walked out of the school gate alone, but heard someone calling him from behind. It was Yojin Lee, inviting Ake to hang out with her, or go hunting together. Ake predictably refused her directly. "Ah, what a pity, I was going to treat you to delicious meat." Hearing this, Ake's expression changed, thinking she wanted to eat people. This scared Yojin Lee into quickly waving her hand, saying no. She explained she just wanted to treat him to barbecue. Only then did Ake accept her invitation. Then they went to an all-you-can-eat barbecue restaurant. Ake, who was usually alone and only ate bugs and prepared food, looking at the raw meat, asked, "Can I eat this?" Yojin Lee helplessly told him to wait a bit longer. At this moment, the manager and waitress were staring at AK and her. After all, just two students ordering so much meat, they'd be fined if they couldn't finish. While they chatted, AK and Yojin Lee had already started eating. Yojin Lee looked at AK, who only ate meat, somewhat helplessly. "You should eat the lettuce with the meat, don't just eat meat." Watching AK wolf down the food, the manager was also stunned. Then Yojin Lee asked AK how he knew about Kojima, but AK just brushed it off casually. Yojin Lee told AK all about her relatives being killed by Kojima, but AK kept focusing on eating, seeming not to listen at all. The helpless Yojin Lee could only keep calling the waitress to bring more meat. The manager was now breaking out in cold sweat, because these two had eaten up this month's profit. The well-fed pair were obviously in much better spirits. AK even remembered the address of this restaurant before leaving. Then Yojin Lee went to buy ice cream, just as she was asking what flavor AK wanted. AK felt that familiar sensation again. He carefully observed the people around, finally locking his gaze on a laughing young couple. Yojin Lee, who had bought ice cream, also noticed AK's abnormality. From AK's words, she learned that the man in the couple was an insector. Meanwhile, Arajo came to the hospital to visit Sejin Bang, but couldn't even enter the hospital room. Only hearing Sejin Bang inside telling her to leave, she could only leave the gift at the door. When that incident happened, Sejin Bang had just succeeded in her audition. Then the accident occurred, causing her to miss her debut opportunity. Arajo also felt sorry for her situation. After all, she had waited so long for this. Then a nurse passed by Arajo, making Arajo unable to help but take another look. Soon after, Sejin Bang, sitting on the hospital bed, sensed someone entering. Thinking it was Arajo, she immediately shouted angrily, "Didn't I tell you to leave?" but found no movement at the door. The person who entered was indeed that nurse. She walked in while shedding her nurse's uniform, then approached Sejin Bang directly. "Are you angry and furious?" She spat out an insect egg from her mouth. It was the same one that had fallen from explosive ant earlier. She gently pinched Sejin Bang's chin. "Don't you want to get revenge on those hateful people? I'll help you fulfill your wish." Then she put the insect egg into Sejin Bang's mouth. Sejin Bang's body shuddered violently, but the woman watched her transformation with great interest. Sejin Bang felt intense pain surge through her, making her roar loudly. However, the more pain she showed, the more excited the woman became. At night, the man brought the girl to his home's 5-meter-deep swimming pool, then kicked her in while she wasn't paying attention. Fortunately, the girl could swim, but when she surfaced, she couldn't find the man anywhere. "Hey, where are you?" Unknown to her, a pair of eyes underwater were staring straight at her. It was the man who had somehow dived to the bottom, with a sinister smile on his face. Unable to find anyone, the girl began to panic and desperately swam toward shore. The next moment, she suddenly couldn't swim anymore. A large hand grabbed her foot and threw her into the air, then pulled her back underwater. The frightened girl could only hold her breath underwater, letting the man drag her down. Then she was pulled toward deeper water. Her head slammed violently against the pool bottom. The man stood on the water surface looking at the unconscious girl, complaining about the daily trouble of hunting. The next moment, he opened his mouth wide to bite the girl, but he suddenly stopped because he noticed the ant on his cheek. Then the man looked toward the glass window where armored Ake stood, staring at him coldly. After AK completed his transformation, he punched through the glass, just as the man screamed. Ake's feet directly hit his vital points. Then he crashed heavily into the wall. But the next moment he charged at AK as if nothing had happened. AK also took this punch solidly, taking advantage of AK being knocked away. Yojin Lee also completed her thread wrapping preparation. Countless blue threads appeared around the man, instantly wrapping him up. At the same time, Yojin Lee didn't forget to pull the girl out of the water. Seeing the girl was still alive, Yojin Lee breathed a sigh of relief. After placing the girl outside, she returned to the bound man. The tied-up man was still arrogant, questioning why AK and Yojin Lee were stopping him from feeding. He also threatened, "Do you know who I am? How dare you touch me?" However, AK appeared completely unconcerned. Just as AK wanted to step forward and devour him, Yojin Lee stopped him. She hoped to extract some clues from this person. But the man became even more arrogant. "You must be Black Ant, and you even have an accomplice. But hunting me, are you qualified?" He spoke while his body began to change. Just as Yojin Lee thought he couldn't break free, the man had completed his insect transformation, and immediately, the threads binding him split open with bright light. Seeing this, AK quickly warned Yojin Lee to dodge, but it was too late. Countless blades burst from those cracks. Yojin Lee was unfortunately hit, and AK could only block part of the attack. Even the floor was melted by the high temperature of the blades. The room was left with deep grooves everywhere. You might be fine against ordinary insectors, but how dare you reach out to Apex Insects members? At this moment, the transformed man stood on the water surface, speaking disdainfully to the two. "I am Zigna. If you have the ability, try again." Hearing this, both AK and Yojin Lee used their signature moves and attacked him, but Zigna easily deflected them both. His blade tip lightly skimmed the water surface, leaving trails of afterimages. He instantly appeared behind AK and Yojin Lee. Countless blades burst from his original position toward them. Both were pierced by the blades and severely injured. After being pierced by blades in midair, Ake could only let his body fall, and Zigna was ready to deliver the killing blow. Fortunately, Yojin Lee flew over in time to carry Ake away. Yojin Lee still couldn't understand how Zigna had broken free, and this swimming pool was Zigna's home field, disadvantageous to them. Just getting close to Zigna would result in being attacked. This gave Yojin Lee new understanding of the Apex Insects' power. At this moment, Ake suddenly rushed out. He quickly reminded Yojin Lee, "Spread your threads throughout the swimming pool." Although she didn't understand, Yojin Lee did as told. Ak used the threads as leverage points. Charging toward Zigna across the water, he had to use the red ant's power again to defeat him. Soon he reached Zigna, but was suddenly kicked. Ake immediately retaliated, though his opponent easily dodged. After countless attacks and defenses, AK's body gradually changed color. Then he punched Zigna in the face. AK swung his fist at Zigna's left arm and right hand. Zigna's two sharp blades fell from his hands. Ake wanted to press his advantage, but blade light came from the side, startling Ake. Before he could react, the armor on his head was sliced off. Then Ake became visibly annoyed. At this moment, Zigna's feet were fusing with the blades that had just been knocked away, his hands also busy, slowly drawing two more blades from his back. "This is my true form." As soon as he finished speaking, he had already flashed behind AK. AK couldn't dodge in time, and was hit head-on by his cross slash. Zigna thought victory was assured and was about to act, but discovered threads wrapped around his blade. Yojin Lee had appeared behind him. Her knee struck hard at the back of Zigna's head. her hands pulling forcefully on the threads. Even Zigna's facial armor began to crack from the pressure. Suddenly, a long light blade pierced through Yojin Lee. Yojin Lee still continued manipulating the threads, wresting one blade from Zigna's hands. And AK also took the opportunity to grab the blade, directly piercing Zigna's chest. Zigna couldn't believe it, then used another blade to strike at AK. AK had no choice but to use his hand to block. The blade sank into half his arm, the two were locked in struggle. Then countless ants crawled along the blade towards Zigna's wound. Zigna could only roar in pain as he was bitten. This is quite lively. Hearing this, Ake looked up. His pupils contracted sharply. Suddenly, a man's fist struck his face directly. Ake crashed heavily into the wall. He had lost his fighting ability. Yojin Lee also fell into the swimming pool. The man carried Zigna, examining AK, but had no intention of killing him. Truly an interesting fellow. Then he threw a card at AK. You're welcome anytime. The card landed beside Ake Reading Club's 6-shot. At the same time, in a deserted alley, a fat man was waiting for someone. A girl in a hoodie walked toward him. It was Sejin Bang. The man looked at Sejin Bang, asking if she was his online date. Because he saw Sejin Bang hadn't worn a school uniform, he wasn't sure if she was a student. Then the man suggested changing locations. Sejin Bang paid no attention. She walked directly up to the man, then removed her mask in front of him, making the man's heart race. Sejin Bang suddenly stood on her tiptoes and kissed the man directly, but the man, who had been enjoying the kiss with closed eyes, suddenly opened them wide the next second. Sejin Bang remained expressionless. Then the man's face rapidly withered until he was lifeless. Only then did Sejin Bang release him. The man collapsed to the ground, no longer breathing. In contrast, Sejin Bang had a strange tentacle protruding from her mouth, with fangs at the end. At this moment, someone slowly walked over. It was the woman who had fed Sejin Bang the insect egg that day. She embraced Sejin Bang like her treasure. Sweetie, how did your first hunt feel? Very delicious, Sejin Bang said. On the other side, on a train, there was a pale-faced man. His muttering to himself on the train made him stand out. Drawing strange looks from other passengers, he ignored them. Instead, suddenly opened his large mouth, which contained another smaller mouth inside. The people in front of him were instantly pierced by his projectile tongue. Others screamed when they saw this, but still couldn't escape the ruthless killing of this long tongue. Before long, the entire car had no survivors, only the strange man writhing there. Meanwhile, Ara Jo was happily walking toward school. Her eyes suddenly lit up. Wasn't the person in front of her the Ake she had been thinking about? She gently patted his shoulder. AK, good morning. Ake turned around, hearing the voice, and saw it was Ara Jo. Good morning. But when seeing Ake's face clearly, Ara Jo was immediately shocked. Afterward, Ara Jo learned from AK that his injuries were from fighting. Ara Jo simply advised him not to get into fights anymore, but she suddenly stopped mid-sentence, because at that moment, Sejin Bang was in the classroom, staring out the window in a daze. Sejin, you're finally here. Ara Jo happily rushed toward her. Seeing her best friend finally recovered, she was moved to tears with excitement. I didn't get to see you when I visited the hospital last time, and I was really worried. Thank goodness you're fine. Sejin Bang explained that she just didn't want Ara Jo to see her with her hair cut short. Ara Jo complimented her, saying any hairstyle looked good on her, and seeing her wearing the bracelet she had given her made her even happier. At this moment, Sejin Bang also noticed AK with his bruised and swollen face. She was puzzled but didn't ask much. Sejin Bang said she wanted to sit next to them, which made Ara Jo feel a bit awkward since it was Yojin Lee's seat. Yojin Lee, lying in bed at that moment, sneezed and complained about who was speaking ill of her. Then her phone buzzed with a message. Ake replied that he had already arrived at school, which made Yojin Lee marvel at his amazing recovery ability. He had been injured more severely at the time. She then picked up the card the man had left yesterday, looking thoughtful. Back at school, an unwelcome visitor disrupted the atmosphere of their long-awaited reunion. It was none other than the Four Eyes, who had caused Sejin Bang to be hospitalized. He showed no remorse. He didn't think he had done anything wrong at all. Upon seeing Sejin Bang's return, he became even more sarcastic. This disgusting attitude made Sejin Bang want to tear him apart. At this moment, the usually gentle Ara Jo suddenly threw a punch at the Four Eyes. This action shocked everyone. Even Sejin Bang didn't know what to do for a moment. You bastard, you shameless thing, quickly apologized to Sejin Bang. The Four Eyes was stunned for a while before reluctantly apologizing, but he was clearly unwilling. He silently picked up his glasses, then walked away without looking back, muttering, you crazy people, just wait and see. Nearby, Ake sensed something unusual when Sejin Bang got angry earlier. It felt similar to his usual sensations, yet different. Night fell, and the morning train had come to a stop. Everyone on the train was dead, with only a giant worm writhing there. At this moment, a person slowly walked into the car. His clothes bore the symbol of the Reaper department. Looking at the carnage in the car, his face showed no emotion. Then another person entered. What is this thing, a larva? They surrounded the giant worm from front and back. Then they casually analyzed the worm's origins, clearly not taking it seriously. We'll send it back to headquarters later and let the doctor study it. The giant worm felt insulted and opened its massive mouth toward the green-haired man, but the brown-haired man stabbed it in the neck with his weapon, then unleashed a barrage of gunfire. The green-haired man wanted to remind him not to damage the giant worm too severely, but was swept away by a tail strike. His fate unknown. The brown-haired man became anxious upon seeing this. but was also pinned down firmly by the worm's tail. The brown-haired man remained calm. That little bit of strength isn't nearly enough. He hurled the entire giant worm into the air. The green-haired man instantly sliced the giant worm in half. The brown-haired man, splattered with blood, looked disgusted. "Stop talking nonsense, let's hurry up and pack it away." Suddenly, the green-haired man noticed a small golden worm crawling out from the giant worm's body. The small worm seemed to sense something too. It suddenly shot toward the green-haired man's forehead. The brown-haired man saw the green-haired man suddenly start trembling and asked what was wrong, but the green-haired man acted as if nothing had happened. Back at school, after classes, Ara-jo invited Sejin Bang to eat spicy hot pot. Sejin Bang didn't expect AK to come along too. She even suspected the two had secretly started dating behind her back. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward, but through Ara-jo's efforts, it finally eased up. After dinner, the group strolled around the streets. Sejin Bang and Ara-jo were chatting and laughing. Then Sejin Bang's phone received a text message. Upon reading the message, Sejin Bang's eyes suddenly became sharp. She told Ara-jo she had to go to tutoring and couldn't continue hanging out. Ek was seriously drinking his milk tea nearby. But when Sejin Bang left, he watched her retreating figure thoughtfully. On their way home, Ara-jo told Ek how happy she was to see Sejin Bang recovering, but suddenly remembered that Sejin Bang's homework for tomorrow was in her backpack. She said goodbye to AK and was about to deliver it to Sejin Bang, but AK grabbed her arm. Ara-jo didn't understand why, then blushed slightly. AK said the teacher would understand and told her to just go home. Meanwhile, someone in a white car greeted Sejin Bang. Sejin Bang licked her tongue, then got into the car without hesitation. This scene was witnessed by the Four Eyes and his classmate from a distance. His classmate thought it was just Sejin Bang's father with a nice car. However, the Four Eyes knew that man wasn't her father, and a playful smile crossed his face. On the other side, the brown-haired man and the green-haired man finally returned to headquarters. They happened to run into Tae and Sam. The brown-haired man and Tae immediately started bickering, but Tae, who had eliminated the giant worm first, had the upper hand. Unexpectedly, the green-haired man ignored him and walked past, brushing his shoulder. Tae asked the brown-haired man what was going on, but the brown-haired man was also puzzled since the green-haired man hadn't said a word to him the entire way back. At this time, in the research lab, the giant worm had already been dissected. The doctor extracted a small golden worm from inside the giant worm, then placed it in a glass bottle filled with green liquid. That night, Yojin Lee walked alone through the neon-lit night market. Her cool outfit drew curious glances from passers-by. She stopped in front of a club. Looking at the long queue in front of her, she felt somewhat helpless. She contacted Ake asking him to come quickly, but Ake had no intention of coming. Just as she was getting anxious, someone approached from behind. "Beautiful lady, is this your first time here? Your voice sounds familiar to me." Yojin Lee turned around to see who it was and got a shock. It was Zigna, the member of the apex insects that she and Ake had almost eliminated the other day. But it seemed he hadn't recognized her as the worm woman from that night. Looking at Yojin Lee's pretty face, Zigna invited her into the club without hesitation. She was momentarily blinded by the lights inside upon entering. When she opened her eyes, she saw a sea of people inside. Everyone was having a wild time. Yojin Lee was also experiencing this kind of place for the first time, so she was naturally somewhat shocked. The light orb in front of her deeply attracted her. Zigna was about to speak to her when he noticed her reaching toward the light orb. He asked Yojin Lee what she was doing. Upon hearing this, Yojin Lee suppressed her inner excitement. She turned to Zigna and said the atmosphere here was nice. But she also knew this place definitely wasn't as simple as it appeared on the surface. She took out the card that another Apex Insects member had left before from her pocket. "Actually, I was invited here." Zigna wasn't surprised to see the card. He simply said Yojin Lee was a guest from the other side, then led her to a large elevator door. The card was used to activate this elevator, but Zigna suddenly asked Yojin Lee what kind of insect she was. Yojin Lee certainly wouldn't tell him the truth. She said she was a cockroach, brushing off his question. Finally, the elevator doors slowly opened. Yojin Lee was even more shocked at the scene before her. Humans and insectors were mixed together. There was a wide arena in the center. People and insectors were fighting to the death in the arena, while the spectators outside were cheering wildly. This place was also called the Lawless Land. Before long, several humans inside worked together to kill an insector. They even brutally stabbed the insector's corpse after its death. But before they could celebrate for long, a massive figure loomed over them, another insector. That insector suddenly let out a roar. With only 1 foot, she stomped those people into bloody pulp. The audience outside became excited by this. At this moment, Yojin Lee voiced her confusion. She didn't understand why humans and insectors would be mixed together. Zigna was a bit surprised by her reaction, but he explained anyway. Those greedy humans would do anything for power and wealth. He then introduced her to the starfighter in the arena, Zack. Although he was large and powerful, he also had opponents who could restrain him. As soon as Zigna finished speaking, Zack's stomach was torn open. A red figure burst through his back, then transformed into a red insector standing upright, while Zack knelt motionless on the ground. Zigna complained about that red insector upon seeing this. It seemed the red insector did this often. Yojin Lee said she didn't see the point of any of this. Zigna said it could bring people excitement and thrills. It also gave insectors a chance to become Apex Insects members. Of course, strength alone wasn't enough to join Apex Insects. What mattered more was fitting Apex Insects' ideals. Appearance was also one of Apex Insects' selection criteria. but there was a way to become a Apex Insects member faster. As Zigna spoke, he pulled out a golden worm egg and asked Yojin Lee if she was interested. Yojin Lee accepted it without hesitation. Just as she was asking about how to use it, someone came to find them. "Boss, someone's looking for you over there." The newcomer was an insector dressed as a server, speaking respectfully to Zigna. Zigna wanted Yojin Lee to wait for him there, but he saw the elevator doors slowly closing behind them. Yojin Lee had somehow gotten into the elevator. She said she was going to the restroom, only after the elevator doors completely closed did she let out a sigh of relief, thinking she definitely needed to bring Ake next time. Meanwhile, the black insect reminded Zigna again that he needed to go, but Zigna chopped off its head with one hand. Then he shook his hand in disgust. The next morning, Yojin Lee came to school. She loudly called Ak's name, but Ak just ate his chocolate bar with an indifferent expression. He easily dodged her sudden attack too. Yojin Lee pursued Ak relentlessly. "Do you know what I went through last night?" Only after Yojin Lee tired herself out did she start talking business. "Regardless, I still managed to get some useful information." Ake gave her a thumbs up, while the classmates in the class were gossiping. The voices got louder after Arajo and Sejin Bang arrived. All kinds of disgusted looks were directed toward Sejin Bang. Arajo didn't understand what was happening, but their words were hurting Sejin Bang. Arajo immediately stood up to defend Sejin Bang. At this moment, Ak and the others also noticed the situation. Yojin Lee, who had never seen Sejin Bang before, asked AK, "Who's that cute boy at the door?" Ake said, "She is Arajo's best friend Sejin Bang." He then bit off the chocolate bar in his mouth, because he was certain Sejin Bang was no longer a normal human. At this moment, the Four Eyes jumped out, claiming he already knew about Sejin Bang's affairs. Then he and his classmate worked together to reveal what happened yesterday when Sejin Bang got into a rich man's luxury car. Later, they even took a taxi to follow them. The Four Eyes then showed his phone to Arajo and Sejin Bang. Inside were clearly photos of Sejin Bang entering a hotel with an old man. At this moment, the Four Eyes wore a punchable expression. He said Sejin Bang had chosen to degrade herself after failing to become an idol trainee. His words were full of mockery, completely forgetting why Sejin Bang couldn't debut in the first place. Yojin Lee wanted to go teach him a lesson again. Aki sensed Sejin Bang's emotions becoming increasingly unstable. At this moment, Arajo couldn't contain herself anymore. "Hey, you bastard!" Arajo raised her fist angrily and swung at the Four Eyes, but was stopped by Sejin Bang. Sejin Bang pushed Arajo toward the door, telling her not to worry, that she had a way to handle this. Then she closed the door. The Four Eyes was still complaining, saying if Sejin Bang dared hit him, he'd report it to the teacher. But Sejin Bang suddenly burst into maniacal laughter. "I was planning to hide for a while longer." Her confused the Four Eyes, who thought Sejin Bang was just embarrassed and angry. The buzzcut boy even approached to ask Sejin Bang, "How much do you charge? I've made some money recently and have some spare cash." However, Sejin Bang kept her back to him and thick veins appeared on her neck. After the buzzcut boy saw her face, his voice stopped abruptly. Sejin Bang now had 5 eyes staring at him. At this moment, Yojin Lee finally realized that Sejin Bang was also an insector. The buzzcut boy was already too frightened to speak. Then Sejin Bang casually waved her hand and sent him flying. He lost consciousness after that. Others seeing this panicked and ran toward the door. Sejin Bang unhurriedly raised her hand, then her arm suddenly extended toward them. 2 chair legs protruded outside the door, making Arajo outside feel puzzled. At this moment, the interior of the room was completely blocked by desks and chairs. Yojin Lee wanted Ake to quietly slip away since transforming here would be too obvious. At this moment, Sejin Bang called out to the Four Eyes, who was holding his phone. He didn't dare move. The others around him wisely backed away. Before he could react, Sejin Bang's long hand grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. "You're the one who caused all of this today!" Sejin Bang roared and opened her massive mouth, revealing a fanged tentacle inside. The next instant, it was already in front of the Four Eyes, about to bite him. "Stop!" Ake shouted loudly. "Stop the attack!" Ake stepped out from the crowd, urging Sejin Bang to stop. "If you do this, what will Arajo think when she sees it?" Constant knocking sounds came from the door. "Sejin, are you okay? What happened? Open the door quickly." The Four Eyes seized the opportunity to tell others to report to the Reaper department, but no one wanted to be the one to stick their neck out. This angered the Four Eyes, who cursed at others. Even AK standing nearby wasn't spared. But AK just watched coldly, with no intention of taking action. At this moment, Sejin Bang also called out to AK. She begged Ake not to report her yet. Then she slammed the Four Eyes hard against the wall. "Listen, you bastard. You brought this onto yourself, so I don't have to feel too bad for killing you, right?" The Four Eyes kept begging Sejin Bang to spare him, and surprisingly, Sejin Bang actually agreed. But the next moment, she stuck her hand into her bag. "You should also experience the pain I went through." She pulled out a handful of golden worm eggs from her bag, then forcefully pried open his mouth. "After you get through the most painful moment, I'll kill you then." The Four Eyes didn't know what Sejin Bang was holding, but he knew it couldn't be good for him. No matter how much he struggled and kicked, he couldn't close his mouth. In the end, he could only watch helplessly as those worm eggs fell into his mouth, and he swallowed them down. The next moment, the Four Eyes immediately had a reaction. His limbs began twisting at strange angles, his clothes gradually burst open, and his skin turned turned golden yellow. Then he transformed into an ugly, grotesque insector. He screamed desperately but could only make strange sounds. In contrast, Sejin Bang had returned to human form, sitting casually on the windowsill. Becoming so ugly suits your punchable face perfectly. At this moment, the teacher's voice came from outside the door. He loudly asked what was happening inside, and Arajo's voice was full of anxiety. Then Sejin Bang spoke to AK, "Give my regards to Arajo. Actually, never mind. It's better if we don't meet again in the future." After saying this, she fell backward and escaped from the scene. Ak obviously didn't expect this either. At this moment, the chairs blocking the door were knocked down. The chair happened to fall next to the buzzcut boy, who finally came to his senses. Just then, the teacher walked in cursing, but was so shocked by the scene before him that he couldn't say a word, and the buzzcut boy also remembered what happened. He immediately shouted Sejin Bang's name, and quickly pulled out her phone to call the Reaper department, hoping to be rewarded like the Four Eyes. Arajo thought the insector was Sejin Bang and immediately grabbed his phone to stop him. During their struggle, the phone fell out, landing right in front of the Four Eyes. "This is the Reaper department, how can we help you?" The Four Eyes wanted to call for help but couldn't speak. After realizing this, he looked at the glass window beside him. Only then did he discover what he looked like now, neither human nor ghost. He immediately crashed through the glass window, then frantically swung his two tails. The girl standing closest was about to be in danger. Fortunately, Yojin Lee rescued her in time. The Four Eyes' other tail also came toward Arajo. Aik quickly tackled her to the ground to save her. At this moment, the Four Eyes let out a roar, then burst through the window and out. After landing, he immediately crawled away in a strange posture. At this time, Arajo still thought that was Sejin Bang. Aik glanced over, then looked at Yojin Lee. Yojin Lee also nodded to show she understood. Before long, both of them followed. At this time, Yojin Lee also told Aik that Sejin Bang was connected to the apex insects, because the drug she gave the Four Eyes was the same as what she got from Club 6 Shot last night. Then both of them mentioned they had placed tracking marks on Sejin Bang. They immediately quickened their pace and pursued at full speed. Soon after, they arrived under a bridge. Through sensing, they quickly spotted Sejin Bang. She was standing there wiping away tears. Sejin Bang. She turned around upon hearing the voice. Aik and Yojin Lee had already walked up behind her. Yojin Lee said she wanted to talk with her. "Who are you two?" A voice suddenly rang out from nowhere. Sejin Bang wanted to explain, but was stopped by a slowly materializing figure. "I hate it most when people touch my children, no matter who it is. I'll make sure you never return." Even though Yojin Lee again stated they weren't here to cause trouble, Hannah didn't want to hear their explanations. The next instant, she vanished from where she stood. Aik sensed danger. He quickly pulled Yojin Lee away, but couldn't dodge in time himself, taking a solid kick. Hannah clenched her fist again, turning to strike Yojin Lee nearby, but she only grabbed Yojin Lee's chin before Yojin Lee could react. Hannah had already flashed behind her. "It would be such a waste to kill you like this." She bit Yojin Lee's ear. Purple blood flowed from her mouth. Only then did Yojin Lee react, swinging her hand to knock Hannah back. "You pervert!" Hannah casually wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. "So you're one of us too." Yojin Lee simply stopped pretending. She directly transformed into an insector and attacked Hannah. However, her attacks were far too slow in Hannah's eyes. That boy should be one of us too, right? As she thought. Aik had also transformed into a black ant and was approaching her, but was still dodged by her ghost-like movement. Just as Aik's fist hit the ground, she had already circled behind him. "You can't touch me with such slow attacks. Go back and practice more." At this moment, Sejin Bang looked at Aik in great surprise, because she had just learned that Aik and Yojin Lee were insectors. At this time, Yojin Lee came to AK's side to discuss strategy. Aik indicated they should try again, then charged at Hannah again. Hannah looked disdainful in response. However, the next moment, the back of her neck was cut. It turned out Yojin Lee had already surrounded her with silk threads to restrict her movement. At this moment, Hannah was furious beyond measure. "How dare you!" Aik ignored her threat. His massive fist struck directly at her face. Although Hannah spat out blood, her eyes became even more fierce. A long golden needle appeared in her hand at some point. "You dare to make me bleed!" She forcefully broke through the silk thread restraints and stabbed the needle into Aik's chest. Aik's blood actually flowed through the needle tube into the protruding blood vessels on her arm, but she also noticed something was wrong. "Why is your blood red?" At this moment, Yojin Lee anxiously rushed over. Hannah glanced over calmly, raising her other arm to aim at her too. The golden needle pierced in. When the needle was withdrawn, Yojin Lee said it didn't hurt at all. She continued charging toward Hannah. Hannah calmly licked the blood on the needle. Suddenly, the spots where Ake and Yojin Lee had just been stabbed began glowing and swelling. Then they exploded. Both were badly injured by the blast, and Ake's armor completely shattered. "Is that all? You're too weak. I haven't even started getting serious yet." The next moment, Sejin Bang suddenly stepped in front of Ake and Yojin Lee. "They're not our enemies, they're our customers. I just brought them here to demonstrate the effects of the golden worm eggs." "Is that really true?" Hannah's eyes were terrifyingly fierce at this moment. But the next second, her expression changed faster than flipping a book. "You should have said so earlier, I almost finished them off." Then she quickly ran toward Ake and Yojin Lee. She pulled out a worm egg from somewhere, saying this was the last one. Before Yojin Lee could speak, Ake asked her to explain the worm egg's effects first. Upon hearing this, Hannah patiently introduced it to him. "For insectors like us, eating this directly will give us great power. If ordinary people eat it, they'll become golden larvae, and when we eat the larvae, we'll get double the power. Yojin Lee was appalled upon hearing this. Isn't that just eating people indirectly? At this moment, two humans walked toward them. Hannah said witnessing it firsthand would help them understand faster. The two people called over looked confused. The man with headphones didn't react before a worm egg was stuffed into his mouth. Before he could process what was happening, his body began changing. The next moment, he had completely transformed into a golden worm. Yojin Lee was shocked to see this, while Aik watched with an indifferent expression. Hannah said this was her apology gift for what just happened. Aik also asked if eating it would really make them stronger. Hannah smiled upon hearing this. You'll know once you eat it. Then she said if they were interested, they could find her at 6 Shot. Before leaving, Sejin Bang looked back with concern. At this moment, the golden larva was eyeing its former companion, but was sent flying by Aik's punch. Yojin Lee told AK to stop, but AK acted as if he couldn't hear her. Yojin Lee directly intervened to stop him. You madman, do you know what you're doing? You're not really planning to eat him, are you? But AK remained coldly indifferent. Eat him, at his command. The ants on his body all flew toward the golden larva's corpse. Seeing Aik's ants had already reached the golden worm's body, Yojin Lee was extremely anxious, trying hard to dissuade AK. How is this any different from eating people? How is it any different from those villains in the apex insects? Is power gained this way really yours? Upon hearing this, Aik gave her a cold glance. Shut up and watch. With these words, even the man nearby didn't dare make a sound. Although Yojin Lee didn't understand, she also closed her mouth. The golden worm slowly became thinner. Its original human form gradually became visible again. Yojin Lee asked Aik what was happening. Ake explained that ever since he noticed something was wrong with Sejin Bang, he had been thinking about it. Now he could only experiment to see if it would work. At this moment, the parasitized man opened his mouth wide. A small golden worm was dragged out of his mouth by the ants. Clearly, this was the culprit that had caused the man to become like this. Yojin Lee also marveled that Ake's ants were truly capable of anything. Not only could they dismantle bombs inside human bodies, but they could also help expel parasites. But she was also puzzled. Was it really okay to have the ants eat the small golden worm? Aik said he didn't know, and they'd find out once they returned to his body. Before long, the little worm was completely devoured by the ants. Then they crawled up Aik's neck and into his body. Aik froze, then began trembling violently. Yojin Lee became worried about him. At this moment, Ake's blood vessels bulged all over his body as he shouted to Yojin Lee, "Get back quickly!" The skin around the hole in his neck swelled terrifyingly. The black ant shell flickered on his body. Meanwhile, at 6 Shot, a man was leisurely drinking wine. Hannah walked in with Sejin Bang still complaining, "I can't believe I need to be announced before entering." Daejun Gong said this was normal since he was the owner of this establishment. But Hannah helped herself to a drink nearby, and drank it without ceremony. At this moment, Daejun noticed her arm, asking her what had happened. Hannah said she had encountered 2 impulsive customers today and fought with them. Daejun wanted to promote the lawless land and asked Hannah and the others to help, but Hannah didn't want to participate, saying she'd leave if there was nothing else. At this moment, Daejun changed the subject. 50 pills went missing yesterday. Hannah just thought it was their poor security, while Sejin Bang remained silent. At this moment, Daejun slowly stood up. "I feel very sad, because the culprit is this girl." Daejun instantly appeared in front of Sejin Bang and grabbed her head, pressing it against the wall. The tremendous force left Sejin Bang unable to move. Daejun looked extremely angry at this moment, saying he would eat Sejin Bang on the spot. The next instant, a golden needle was pressed against his neck. Daejun's subordinates immediately transformed and rushed forward, directly holding a knife to Hannah's neck. But Hannah continued threatening Daejun, "Touch my person and you'll die a very ugly death." Daejun calmly asked about the whereabouts of the pills, while applying more pressure with his hand. Hannah's golden needle also pierced his neck without hesitation. However, he seemed to feel nothing, loudly demanding Sejin Bang tell him where the worm eggs were. Hannah also shouted for him to stop, while Sejin Bang became increasingly anguished. "I took them for revenge. I poured all the drugs into the Four Eyes' mouth." Upon hearing this, Daejun began laughing. "Wouldn't it have been better to say so earlier? Why did you make me resort to violence?" After saying that, he released Sejin Bang. Hannah also hurriedly came over to inquire about her injuries, but Daejun suddenly burst into laughter. "Actually, I knew you stole the pills, I just didn't want to stop you." Sejin Bang looked incredulous upon hearing this. Daejun continued, "I was just wondering who I could find to conduct such an experiment. That guy who took 50 pills, I wonder what kind of changes will occur when he absorbs it." Meanwhile, the guy they mentioned, who had consumed 50 pills, was frantically fleeing. Several combat personnel from the Reaper department were hot on his heels. At this moment, he was suffering in silence. He could only watch helplessly as the combat personnel's weapons pierced his body. He roared helplessly, but this only earned him a fatal blow from PYO. Then he could only collapse, powerlessly to the ground. Perhaps this was the consequence of his loose tongue. Seeing that he had gone silent, Pio ordered his subordinates to retrieve the corpse. Just as a few subordinates had taken several steps, their feet sank into the ground. Pio turned around at the sound. He saw 2 figures standing not far in front of them. He inquired about their identities, but they didn't bother to respond. The man among them simply told the child beside him to take the corpse away first, but the child was unwilling. He wanted to eliminate these bug reapers right here. The man among these 2 was none other than Zigna. The child was crouching with both hands on the ground, clearly having turned the surface into a muddy trap, watching his subordinates. slowly sinking down. Pio actually sheathed the sword in his hand. The two opponents sneered, "Are you giving up resistance?" Pio turned a deaf ear to their words. Even his subordinates began to panic, but he calmly asked why that corpse was different from usual. At this moment, the symbol on his sword sheath changed into green. The opposing child didn't answer him, but blood vessels had already appeared on his face, clearly having lost patience. By now, some of Pio's subordinates had only half their heads above ground. Pio finally raised his sword, but still didn't draw it from its sheath. The opposing child expressed confusion at this sight. At such a distance, he didn't think Pio could attack him. Zigna warned him to be careful. The next moment, the child had already been struck by green lightning. Seeing his companion knocked down, Zigna immediately became furious. At this moment, Pio launched his second strike. Zigna was attacked. Meanwhile, his subordinates felt the underground suction stop and quickly climbed up. Pio had already charged alone towards Zigna. At the same time, he didn't forget to order his subordinates to retrieve that insector's corpse at all costs. Their interference must have a reason. He drew his sword. It clashed with Zigna's blade. Pio immediately realized he was a dangerous individual. Zigna pulled out another knife from behind his back. "This feels a bit like cheating," Zigna said. Pio was caught off guard by his move. Zigna continued his aggressive pursuit, forcing Pio to retreat step by step. Seeing the situation turning dire, Pio immediately spat a mouthful of green mist towards Zigna. Zigna felt his own movements slow down. He swung his blade to disperse the mist. However, Pio had vanished, without a trace. The sound of electricity behind him caught his attention. Zigna barely dodged the attack, just as Pio was about to continue his pursuit. Tremors came from underground. He leaped backward, but the attack followed him. A subordinate blocked it just in time. But then a red object burst from the ground, directly piercing through the person in front of him. Only then did Zigna realize the child had been playing dead. The boy had now transformed into a monster, with the person he had just killed floating in front of him. They decided not to continue fighting. Afterward, the child sank the Four Eyes corpse into the muddy swamp. Zigna leisurely sheathed his blades. "Let's go back to the club." Two people wanted to stop, that couldn't cross the muddy swamp in front of them. Pio also raised his sword to aim at them, only to discover his sword was out of power. At this moment, the surrounding buildings rapidly crumbled. Two companions covered their heads and urged Pio retreat. Pio stepped on the falling stones and wanted to stop them from taking the insector corpse away. However, looking at the sinking insector corpse, he was helpless. He could only carry the wounded and flee this area of falling rocks. After everything returned to calm, Pio gave his orders. "Thoroughly investigate all clubs in this area. Now it's our turn to hunt." Meanwhile, Ache was hunting. The yellow insector took off running at the sight of Ache, just as it turned to look back at Ache. Several ants floated past in front of it. Another Ache stood before it. The Ache behind also slowly approached, with both Aches surrounding it. In just a few moments, the yellow insector became food in Ache's belly. The next morning, students were all talking about Seijin Bang being a monster. Arajo immediately stepped forward, saying Seijin Bang was her friend and telling them not to spread rumors. Seeing her mental state, Yojin Lee couldn't help but worry. Then Arajo walked up to Yojin Lee. She asked Yojin Lee if she had really seen Seijin Bang transform into a monster. Yojin Lee didn't tell her the truth, only saying that when she entered, the monster she saw was the Four Eyes who had transformed. Hearing this, Arjo felt a glimmer of hope, but tears still flowed uncontrollably. After all, Seijin Bang is her best friend. She only regretted being too short to see what happened inside. Seijin Bang had left without her even getting to see her one last time. Yojin Lee looked toward Ache's seat, thinking to herself that Ache would surely have a solution. At this moment, inside an abandoned building, black ant were crawling over a large insector, tearing and biting at the large insector voraciously. Ache stood nearby, silently watching. After eating that insect egg, he discovered the ants in his body had decreased. It had also split off this strange black ant individual. He tried to merge with this black ant but failed. He could only place an important ant inside it to control the black ant, giving it autonomous hunting abilities. At this moment, the black ant had also finished eating the large insector and stood up, but it was still hungry. It even opened its mouth wide toward Ache. The next moment, it was punched through by Ache. A bead containing a sealed ant was held in Ache's hand. The surrounding ants soon merged into it as well. Suddenly, Ache was startled. He sensed the presence of insectors nearby, and there were 3 of them. However, he wasn't panicked. This was a perfect opportunity to test his current strength. He jumped directly from the building, while summoning the black ant. Just as he was heading toward where the insectors were located, he felt one insector's presence disappear. Looking at the bridge tunnel ahead, he realized this enemy was unusual. He then came to the cave entrance and observed inside first. Inside, a bladehorn insector was questioning its companion about what he was doing. The red insector looked completely at ease, saying he just wanted to practice a bit. Then he assumed a fighting stance. The opposing bladehorn insector looked confident. It lunged toward the red insector in one swift movement, but the red insector dodged with a quick sidestep. The next attack immediately followed, but the red insector remained calm. "You think being big gives you an advantage? Ignorant pest." It immediately clenched its fist and gathered power. The next moment, the Bladehorn insector's attack came to an abrupt halt. Its abdomen had already been punched through by the red insector. Until its death, it never understood why the power gap between itself and the red insector was so vast. The red insector shook the blood off its hand. "Come out!" Someone who was hiding outside and watching. Eke no longer concealed himself and stepped forward directly. His armor at this moment was even more imposing than usual. The red insector kindly advised Eke, "It's better to leave your name before dying." Ake didn't answer. Seeing this, the red insector didn't waste time and charged forward with a clenched fist. Ake neither dodged nor moved. The next moment, the red insector froze. His arm had been bitten by a suddenly appearing head, forcing him to immediately pull back his hand, frantically shaking his arm. He didn't know what to do for a moment. Only then did Ake speak. "Black Ant, that's the last name you'll hear before dying." Hearing this, the red insector became excited. Because he had heard that Black Ant had once defeated Zigna, he immediately charged toward Ake again. Ake watched the fist approaching, completely unconcerned. No matter how fiercely the red insector attacked, he couldn't touch Ake at all. Ake didn't counterattack either. This made the red insector increasingly furious. He threw another heavy punch. Ake dodged it again, and as Ake evaded, he had already clenched his fist in preparation. The red insector tried to block with his hands, but was still hit directly in the face. The force was so great that his entire body was sent flying. The red insector was somewhat dazed. It had clearly been just a straight punch, yet it had bypassed his arms, and the power was so great it had shattered his facial armor. Ake now stood before him quietly watching. "Name." The red insector didn't react immediately. Ake continued, "Shouldn't you leave your name before dying?" The red insector immediately became enraged. He crashed his fists together. Ake's attack came simultaneously, but it struck a red barrier. The barrier suddenly flashed with red light. The red color spread outward continuously, then forcibly sent Ake flying. At this moment, a bus was driving over the bridge above. The bridge surface began to collapse. Ake and the red insector had already fought their way out of the cave. Just as they were fighting intensely, the bus's front end crashed through the guardrail. Ake heard the sound and looked up. Then he summoned the Black Ant substitute to pounce on the red insector while he rushed toward the bus. The bus was teetering precariously. The people inside were in complete chaos. Just as the bus was about to hit the ground, Ake caught it, but as the entire vehicle pressed down, Ake also appeared somewhat strained. Then a voice came from behind. "Hey, strong guy, do you think I would stop you?" The Black Ant substitute was already being held in the red insector's hand. Then he also walked to the front of the bus. With both their combined efforts, the bus was able to land safely. The people emerging from inside ran away in panic at the sight of the monsters before them. After everyone had fled from the vehicle, the red insector was already impatient. He charged fiercely toward Ake. Now, round 2 begins. Facing the incoming attack, Ake remained expressionless. The moment the attack reached his eyes, he also raised his right hand. Then he slapped toward the red insector's forehead. The red insector's facial armor was already broken, and his face was swollen beyond recognition. Then Ake lifted him up with one hand, while the Black Ant nearby eyed him menacingly. But just as the Black Ant was about to bite down, it suddenly stopped. Ake thought seriously for a moment, suddenly threw him aside, then walked away without looking back. The red insector struggled to open his eyes, staring blankly at Ake's departing figure. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Arajo walked along the bustling street. Every day after school, she would search everywhere for Seijin Bang. Little did she know, during her phone call, someone behind her heard her mention Seijin Bang's name. Arajo had just hung up the phone when the person behind her called out to her. It was the child who had previously fought with the Reaper Department, Matthew. "Are you looking for Seijin Bang? Are you her friend?" Not long after, Arajo was seen following Matthew. Arajo asked Matthew what his relationship with Seijin Bang was. Matthew said he was her senior. This made Arajo even more curious. She also learned from Matthew that Seijin Bang had made new friends and was doing well. She immediately felt her worries were unnecessary, so she wanted to say goodbye to Matthew and leave. But suddenly Matthew said he was hungry. "I brought you here just to eat you." At this moment, several larvae crawled out from the trees behind them. Matthew continued, "I don't like that bitch called Seijin Bang at all. If she knew you were eaten by me, she would definitely be furious." Back then, they were chasing Seijin Bang, who had just transformed into a larva, but she found Hannah as her backing. Ordinary people simply wouldn't dare touch her. Before he finished speaking, Arajo had already fled. Matthew wasn't in a hurry. "Thinking of leaving now? It's too late." As he said, her body began sinking into the ground. Matthew said calmly, "Let's eat." In the next moment, several larvae pounced toward her. Arajo could only scream for help. The next moment, the charging larvae were all severed by a beam of light. Arajo felt like she had narrowly escaped death. The one flying from the sky was Yojin Lee. Matthew was still staring in bewilderment. Then Yojin Lee dove down from the air, kicking Matthew in the head. Although he wasn't seriously injured, he was extremely angry inside. At this moment, Yojin Lee took the opportunity to pull Arajo out. Seeing this, Matthew became furious. "Who exactly are you?" Yojin Lee was floating on silk threads, having pulled Arajo out of the muddy swamp. The silk thread holding her loosened. Arajo closed her eyes tightly, afraid of being crippled by the fall. Hearing Yojin Lee in front of her tell her to run quickly, she looked confused. She tremblingly thanked her, and then obediently ran away. Several larvae wanted to chase after her, but without exception, they were all bound by Yojin Lee. The next moment, they became pieces of corpses. Yojin Lee at this moment was covered in purple blood, like an insect killer. Seeing all his subordinates dead, Matthew wasn't anxious. Instead, he said killing these small fries was nothing impressive. He was a different existence from them. Hearing this, Yojin Lee asked if he was a member of apex insects. Sure enough, Matthew openly admitted it. Then he laughed maniacally. Now that you know, just surrender obediently. You alone are no match for me. The next moment, Yojin Lee had a golden insect egg in her hand. She was well aware that even with AK's help, they might not be certain of victory against an Apex Insects member, let alone herself alone. Matthew was quite surprised to see the insect egg in Yojin Lee's hand. Where did you get this thing? Yojin Lee ignored him. Instead, she removed the protection from her face. To defeat him, she could only rely on this kind of power. Then she put it directly into her mouth. Seeing this, Matthew immediately transformed 4 long spikes and thrust them toward Yojin Lee. Yojin Lee's location was immediately shrouded in dust and smoke. Matthew was quite pleased with himself. Eating 1 pill is basically the same as eating nothing. However, the next moment, his spikes broke apart inch by inch. Matthew looked shocked. After all, Yojin Lee had only eaten 1 pill. Yojin Lee's hair gradually grew longer. You'll never know what true power is. Seeing her improvement was so dramatic, Matthew was still questioning whether what he had eaten before was fake. Yojin Lee's kick had already struck his face directly. Everything happened too fast. Before he could react, his arm had already been severed. Yojin Lee, on the other hand, remained composed. Matthew didn't believe what he had eaten was fake, because the Apex Insects organization had already accepted him. He then spat out a tentacle. It directly bit Yojin Lee's neck. Seeing that he had bitten her, he was excited. Yojin Lee said calmly, "What are you happy about?" The tentacle's teeth couldn't even pierce Yojin Lee's skin. No matter how hard he tried, he could only see some sparks. Then Yojin Lee grabbed the tentacle. She controlled several silk threads to wrap around the tentacle. The silk threads quickly spread along the tentacle. Matthew could only bite his tongue in self-defense. Then he raged impotently, "I don't believe this is real!" The next moment, he burrowed into the ground. Yojin Lee remained composed and calm. Matthew was shouting underground that when he became stronger, he would definitely return for revenge, but he suddenly widened his eyes, because the area in front of him had been sealed off by a grid of silk threads. In the blink of an eye, he had been turned into pieces. Then he was ruthlessly hauled up by Yojin Lee. Only now did Yojin Lee have time to marvel at her body's changes. Just as she was lost in thought, a voice came from nearby. Zigna had completed his transformation and appeared in her field of vision. Seeing him, Yojin Lee recalled the bitter battle with AK, but she believed that with her current self, she alone could defeat Zigna. Zigna also asked her where Black Ant was. After all, ever since his chest was bitten by his ant, he had nightmares every day. Only by eliminating him could this problem be solved. Hearing this, Yojin Lee offered to help him solve it. More than a dozen spikes suddenly shot out from behind her. Zigna wasn't in a hurry upon seeing this. He crossed 2 blades in front of him to block. However, cracks immediately appeared in the blades, and he realized he had somewhat underestimated the drug's effects. The blades then shattered completely. Yojin Lee had also reached above his head. He calmly drew the blade from his back, knowing Yojin Lee's drug effects were about to end. After several attacks, Yojin Lee's assault came to an abrupt halt. She then collapsed to her knees, her long hair receded, and her body returned to normal. Having taken the drug for the first time, she clearly hadn't expected it to have a time limit. The next moment, Zigna's blade was already at her neck. "You'd better come with me obediently." At this moment, Ake was leisurely sitting on the sofa with his grandmother. The TV was currently showing an interview with a boxing champion. When the champion was asked about the injury on his face, he said it was from an ant bite. Ake immediately recognized him as the Red Insector from that day, but his expression remained unchanged. At this moment, his phone's vibration caught his attention. It was a message from Ara Joe. There were also several unreplied messages above. Ake then switched to the chat page labeled emergency food. He replied to her message. Meanwhile, at the lawless land, the fight was in full swing. Yojin Lee was inside, getting beaten continuously. Zigna watched the live stream, wondering where her pills came from. At this moment, the bag beside him vibrated. Zigna calmly took out the phone inside. He discovered something interesting. The message on the phone was from Black Ant. After sending the message, Ake told his grandmother he wouldn't go to school tomorrow either. His grandmother told him to do as he pleased. Since he hadn't gone for a week already, one more day wouldn't matter. At this moment, Ake's phone received a message. It was a picture. After seeing it, Ake's face was filled with killing intent. The picture clearly showed Yojin Lee's shattered helmet, along with a business card from the 6th shot. Just a few minutes earlier, Zigna had come to the prison cell. Yojin Lee was already on the verge of death. Zigna immediately asked Yojin Lee about her true purpose. He also advised her to be sensible and surrender obediently. Finally, he informed her that the next battle was about to begin. Soon after, the arena was packed with people. They had heard there was a special program today and were even more frenzied. A stick insect in the arena was reading the competition rules. 10 contestants would challenge challenge the guilty party in sequence. If the guilty party failed to eliminate their opponent within 60 seconds, the next contestant would also enter the battle. This would continue until the guilty party was killed in battle or defeated all contestants. As he announced the start of the competition, Yojin Lee also walked into the arena. The blue beetle opposite was already impatient. Without hesitation, it charged toward Yojin Lee. Meanwhile, in the waiting room, the red insector was swinging his fists. Zigna stood beside him, wanting the red insector to participate in the 10th battle, but the red insector refused. "I don't want to fight such weaklings, I'd rather have a bout with you or Daijin." Hearing the red insector provoke him, Zigna's anger immediately flared. Just as he was about to properly teach the red insector a lesson, a phone call came in. "Boss, the elevator connecting to the lawless land has disappeared." There was now a large hole in the ground. Zigna silently hung up the phone. Then he reminded the red insector that the opponent he wanted was about to appear. At this moment, Yojin Lee had fought her way through, having eliminated 4 opponents by now. However, already severely injured, she was about to collapse. Her 5th opponent had appeared, the massive Zack. She let out a loud roar, then stomped forcefully on the ground. Yojin Lee was immediately bounced up more than 10 meters. Just this alone made Yojin Lee spit out blood. While she was caught off guard, she was swept aside by another punch. Yojin Lee, who had fallen to the ground, now found it difficult even to stand up, let alone eliminate the giant Zack before her. At this moment, several more insectors emerged. They surrounded Yojin Lee. The lawless land had no rules to begin with, so their appearance wasn't stopped by the stick insect. Just then, the timer reached 0, then reset to 60 seconds. The stick insect was also confused. He knew someone else was coming in. An insector head appeared at the entrance, then dropped toward the ground. A black foot stepped out. Seeing this, the stick insect exclaimed, "You, who are you?" At this moment, Ake appeared in everyone's sight with a face full of killing intent, while the black ant nearby was gnawing on the body of the insector from earlier. Zigna in the audience also noticed this. "You are finally here? My wait wasn't in vain." The several insector contestants on the field were also drawn to AK. Yojin Lee was still anxiously urging Ake to leave quickly. The stick insect roared first, then swung his fist down toward Ake. Ake remained calm upon seeing this. "Combine." The black ant's body gathered toward his hand, light rapidly concentrated in his hand. Then he fired a cannon shot at the stick insect, instantly blowing away half of his body. While Ake held the cannon with one hand, he said calmly, "You all deserve to die." Taking advantage of the enemy's lack of reaction, he fired another cannon shot. The stick insect let out a scream and died on the spot. Yojin Lee looked at the stick insect, now only half a body remaining less than a meter from her. She shouted at Ake, "You idiot, what if you had hit me?" Suddenly, Ake froze, because a sharp blade was now at Yojin Lee's neck. The suddenly appeared Zigna grinned menacingly. "Go ahead and fire if you dare." Seeing this, Ake immediately began charging energy. Although his face was filled with rage, he hesitated to fire. At this moment, Zigna ordered his subordinates to charge at him. Seeing the enemies getting closer, Ake also covered his helmet, then fired a shot, directly hitting one of them. He then charged energy again, aiming the cannon at Zack. He fired another shot. Seeing this, Zack grabbed another small insector and immediately hurled it at the incoming cannonball. As the small insector was hit, Zack had already reached Ake and raised both hands. Ake couldn't dodge in time. Taking the punch, Zack even threw her entire body forward. Zigna was delighted to see this and immediately told Zack to bring the person over. However, Zack lay motionless, making no response. His face was rapidly melting. Suddenly, his upper body exploded, while Ak emerged unharmed from beneath him. The previously noisy audience was now dead silent. They didn't know who this person who had suddenly appeared was. Seeing Ak's strength, Zigna asked if he had also eaten larvae. Ak still radiated killing intent. "Release her immediately. She's my backup food." With that, Ake slowly walked toward them. Seeing this, Zigna pressed the knife closer to Yojin Lee's neck. The people in the stands, seeing their favored star contestant eliminated, were all clamoring for refunds. Zigna, already holding back his anger, looked toward them. "First, as the manager here, I apologize to you all. Don't worry, we'll refund your money. So could you please shut up?" Seeing this, Ake didn't dare advance rashly. Zigna turned to him and said, "Your opponent is behind you." Hearing this, Ake looked back and was also shocked to see who had come. The newcomer was the red insector that Ake had defeated recently. Seeing this, Ake asked, "Are you here for revenge?" "Yes." As soon as he finished speaking, the red insector charged forward. Ake immediately prepared to defend against the enemy. But the next moment, the red insector actually passed right by him, delivering a fierce punch to Zigna's face. Zigna was sent flying, barely managing to steady himself. He was both furious and shocked. Even Ake and Yojin Lee looked bewildered. The red insector slowly said, "I saw it from above just now. The friendship between you two is really touching. Go ahead, my friend. I'll hold them off here." Yojin Lee and the black ant head both laughed heartily, leaving only Ake looking confused. Then he directly hoisted Yojin Lee onto his shoulder. Before Yojin Lee could react, he ran outside. Only then did Yojin Lee shout, "Could you change the position?" She was also puzzled about how Ake had come down without a key. Little did she know he had blasted through the entire elevator shaft. Yojin Lee was speechless, but she was also relieved by this. Then let's hurry up. I feel like I'm about to die. However, just as Aik stepped forward, some debris fell from above. Aik looked up. He saw a man swinging his fist down from above. Just one punch in normal state was enough to shatter Aik's armor. Daejun appeared extremely angry at this moment. Do you know that interrupting someone's meal is very rude? At the same time, Zigna had also completed his insect transformation. Since the red insector had always suppressed his subordinates when he was here, he already found the red insector displeasing. Now he could use this opportunity to eliminate the red insector. The great battle between the two insectors was about to begin. It turned out that the Apex Insects organization retrieved the Four Eyes corpse to feed it to Daejun, the boss of the lawless land. Daejun was also looking forward to it, wanting to see just how effective this thing would be. Even the black woman nearby couldn't help but drool. She was also puzzled. Didn't this matter need to be reported to the higher-ups? But Daejun told her not to worry, he said while grabbing the corpse. Those guys above have already reached their peak and don't need this kind of thing to enhance their strength. After I absorb this, I'll also reach that level, and then I can stand on equal footing with them. After saying this, he opened his mouth to bite, but the room suddenly began shaking. At the same time, a small black insect burst in. Boss, we're under attack. The elevator connecting to the arena has been destroyed and they're currently escaping. Hearing this, Daejun put down the food in his hand. He pressed his finger against the small black insect's head. So you want me to take action personally? Can't you handle such a small matter? The black insector has more to say, but the next moment, his skull was pierced through. He could only collapse helplessly to the ground. In contrast, Daejun looked completely indifferent. It seemed he needed to work up an appetite before eating. Soon after, he appeared in the elevator. With one punch, he severely injured AK. Then he effortlessly lifted AK up. Yojin Lee, who had been thrown to the ground, was trembling all over. The moment Daejun appeared, she felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from him. Daejun's expression became playful. Don't be too scared, just try to keep me entertained. With that, he delivered a heavy punch straight to Aik's abdomen. The wall was smashed into a deep crater by Aik's impact. In the next instant, Daejun moved at inhuman speed past Yojin Lee. His foot pressed down on Aik's body, then he stomped on him repeatedly, leaving Aik's face covered in blood. Is this all the strength you have? Aik struggled to shout combine, but was punched in the face again. Daejun grabbed Aik's head and roared, "This isn't enough! Hurry up and show me your real power!" At this moment, Black Ant had formed behind him. It punched his face, but it was like hitting a rock. The Black Ant then grabbed his arm and opened its massive jaws toward him. Seeing this, Daejun threw a punch. However, his other arm was also entangled by Yojin Lee's silk threads. Hurry up, I can't hold on much longer. Yojin Lee felt like she was restraining a wild beast who hadn't even transformed yet. In contrast, Daejun remained utterly calm. So this is all the power you have? Then he let out a mighty roar. Yojin Lee and Black Ant were flung away like kites with broken strings. Inside the arena at this time, the red insector was already covered in wounds from being slashed. Zigna had also fallen to his knees. His face was twisted with rage as he tried to get up, but the red insector just gave him the middle finger, followed by a thunderous crash. The wall behind them was smashed open with a huge hole. Aik and Yojin Lee came flying out from inside. So you're here, Zigna. The voice drew Zigna's attention. Daejun slowly emerged from the hole, his tone somewhat displeased. Why do you look so battered? Hearing this, Zigna began explaining the situation, but was cut off by Daejun. Don't speak so loudly, you're just my dog. Zigna lowered his voice accordingly, while the red insector was curious about this boss they'd never seen before. Not just him, few people present had ever laid eyes on him. In contrast, Daejun waved cheerfully at the audience, then turned to ask AK and the others, I'm getting a bit hungry now, have you eaten? I was just about to have dinner, when I got called down here. Zigna, go drop the stuff down. Zigna looked incredulous and was about to ask again, but was silenced by one look from Daejun. He then left the arena. Before long, the ceiling slowly opened. Aik and the others had no idea what they were planning. A figure fell from above. Both Aik and Yojin Lee were startled. What fell from above was a human, who hit the ground directly. Then his form and features began to distort. Soon he transformed into an adult insect. Daejun walked up behind him. Don't let his appearance fool you, this thing is surprisingly delicious. After that, the ceiling kept dropping people, some even completing their transformation mid-air. Soon the entire arena was filled with them. Daejun had already begun his feast. Now let's begin the meal. AK and the others looked at the adult insects around them, unable to bring themselves to take a bite. At this moment, Ak spoke first. This is our chance. You stop him from feeding first, then leave the rest to me. Clearly, Ak now considered the red insector as one of his own. At this point, Daejun across from them was getting impatient watching them chatter. What are you doing? The food is already laid out before yo. There's no need for mercy anymore. They can hardly be called human now. You can't even buy this kind of thing outside. As he spoke, he spotted larvae inside the adult insects. Without hesitation, he pulled one out. The red insector reacted first. Just as Daejun was about to eat the insect, he had already charged to his front. Yojin Lee cursed him for being reckless and impulsive, but AK suddenly called out to her. Yojin Lee, you should leave first. I came here specifically to rescue you, just leave this to me. Yojin Lee was stunned by his words. Then she smiled faintly. What's gotten into you? You're not the type to say such sentimental things. I may not be very strong, but I'll do my best to hold him back. With that, she joined the battle too. Seeing this, Aik didn't say much more. He simply said Blobby, and the black ant burst out from his body. Go devour everything. Hearing this, Blobby obediently charged forward, taking a big bite out of an adult insect. AK continued commanding the ants on his body. All of you go too. He only kept the shell of one hand for protection. Meanwhile, the red insector's fist had already reached Daejun's face. Unexpectedly, Daejun bit down with a crunch. Seeing this, the red insector swung with his other hand, but Daejun easily caught it, then directly flung him away. But he was caught in midair by Yojin Lee's silk. The red insector's momentum stretched the silk like a rubber band. Then, like a slingshot, it launched him back. Just as Daejun put the insect in his mouth, the red insector attacked at super high speed, with just a normal punch. The red insector struck Daejun's face directly, then consecutive punches, super powerful punches. Daejun was sent flying backward, but he quickly stabilized himself. Such attacks couldn't cause him significant damage. Then he turned back with a smile, the insect already in his mouth. His aura intensified once again. This is the feeling, this is the taste. Then he threw a punch forward. Seeing this, the red insector sensed danger. He quickly raised his shield. A powerful punch wave swept forward, scattering the audience. The wall behind the red insector collapsed entirely. Yojin Lee couldn't believe that Daejun could achieve this with just the force of his punch. More importantly, he hadn't even transformed yet. Even though the red insector had raised his shield, he was still badly injured. Daejun had no intention of getting entangled with them. He walked toward the adult insects again, but the red insector's fist was already attacking once more. Without even turning around, Daejun's fist had already slammed into his abdomen, then a kick to his face. The red insector was sent flying at supersonic speed. The shell on his upper body had been shattered, revealing his original appearance. It was Red, the boxing champion who had been interviewed on TV before. Now he just sat there collapsed on the ground, his fate unknown. Seeing this, Yojin Lee also fell powerlessly to her knees. She had lost all courage, and could only watch as Daejun fed frantically before her. Another larva was consumed by Daejun. Then he turned his attention to the adult insect lying before him. This is the fifth one now, my body is reaching its limit. Suddenly, he noticed something was wrong. This adult insect's face was degenerating back to its original form. A larva appeared in its mouth. Aik said calmly, "Come back." The larva was then transported back to his hand through black matter. Daejun looked at this scene in shock. Aik raised his hand provocatively. "The last one is mine, that makes 10 now." Then he swallowed the larva directly. Seeing this, Daejun's face contorted with rage. He was sure Aik was bluffing. Then a group of people appeared in his vision, the very food that had just been dropped down. Now Daejun believed it. "I don't know what method you use, but I just need to kill you before you digest them." With that, he charged fiercely at AK, but his body stopped dead in front of AK. 10 shadows burst from Aik's body. Black ant figures took shape one by one. It was a black ant army. "Tear him apart," Aik commanded. The black ant clones quickly rushed toward Daejun. Daejun seemed unusually excited. "That's right, all of you come at once." In the next moment, the black ant clones reached him, but he punched one of them to pieces. However, that clone quickly reformed. 2 clones directly restrained his arms while a third attacked. He stomped it to pieces. At the same time, the 2 clones behind him dissolved, flowing toward another clone's arm. The arm soon transformed into a massive claw. The black ant clone raised it high, delivering a devastating blow to Daejun's head, but Daejun only bent slightly at the waist. The next moment, he became even more excited. The clones gripping his arms couldn't hold him back. He then slapped away the clone that had just struck him. However, he was startled. 2 more black ant clones had somehow positioned themselves in front of him with cannons ready. The shells were already charged. At AK's command, both cannons fired simultaneously. Watching the shells approach closer and closer, Daejun realized his feet were firmly held by 2 clones, but he showed a playful smile instead. In the next moment, the shells hit directly. The cannons charged and fired again. With several shells fired, Daejun was completely engulfed in explosions. Smoke and dust filled the battlefield. However, Ak showed no signs of relaxation. Clearly, he didn't think such attacks could finish Daejun, but even he couldn't have imagined that Daejun would emerge completely unharmed and had completed his transformation. "To force me into insect form, you really are impressive. As a reward, I'll personally finish you off." Seeing this, Aik quickly commanded his clones to fire shells. 2 clones responded, launching shells at Daejun again. Daejun charged straight at them. With one punch, he scattered both the shells and the clones. Even the wall behind Aik was smashed into a deep crater. Aik sensed trouble and quickly shouted, "Assemble." Just as he finished speaking, Daejun slammed into him, driving him straight into the wall. Daejun didn't forget to taunt. "After absorbing 10 larvae, this is all the strength you have?" As soon as he finished speaking, the wall was smashed right through. Daejun slammed Aik hard into the ground, then lifted his body up again. "Is this how it ends? How boring. I'll take those 10 larvae from your body then." At this moment, Aik shouted, "Devour." Daejun was confused. In the next moment, all the clones flew toward them. They snatched Aik right out of Daejun's hands. They all rushed toward Aik's body. Daejun thought Aik was just giving up in despair. However, Aik was still shouting, "More!" A clone behind him also aimed at the back of Aik's head, then opened its massive jaws wide. Thus, a brand new form of black ant was born. He slowly changed form but seemed to have lost all reason. It roared toward the sky. Daejun wasn't in a hurry. "Look what you've become now, but I like opponents like this." Soon, the fusion was complete. They charged at each other. Even so, Daejun didn't fall behind. Aik naturally wasn't willing to be outdone. For a while, they fought back and forth. Even the ground couldn't withstand their powerful impact and began to crack. After a round of brutal combat, Aik was punched away. Before Daejun could pursue, a beam of light grazed past his face. At this moment, Aik was crouched on all fours, his tail gathering energy. Although the cannon's diameter had shrunk considerably, its power was incomparable to before, yet it was still blocked by Daejun's armor. Daejun scoffed. "Your attack is so weak." In the next moment, he actually charged toward Aik while withstanding the shells, his speed completely unaffected. Then he crashed hard into AK. The shell veered off course and shot toward the ceiling. It punched through several meters of thick earth and burst out of the ground. The entire club instantly erupted in flames and sparks. This intense commotion also woke up Red, but clearly, neither he nor Yojin Lee could interfere in this level of battle. At this moment, AK and Daejun began another round of close combat. AK's claws scraped across Daejun's shoulder, sending sparks flying. At the same time, Daejun caught his opening. With one punch, he shattered one of Aik's arms. Unexpectedly, Aik bit directly onto Daejun's arm. His other hand also clawed forward, but he still couldn't break through Daejun's outer armor. Daejun felt pain and became even more enraged. With one punch, he scattered Aik's upper body, but he still didn't let his guard down, because these ants could reassemble. However, Daejun didn't lose heart either. He continued punching at AK, but in the next moment, his arm vanished without a trace. When he looked back, the shell from his arm had fallen to the ground. His arm wound was crawling with countless ants. Daejun had no idea when these ants had infiltrated his body. He roared in fury, then punched apart Aik's torso, but it was all futile. No matter how many times Aik was scattered, he could reassemble. Seeing his attacks were useless, Daejun was terrified. He actually felt like he was being treated as food. He roared loudly, trying to regain confidence. "I'm at the top of the food chain, I only get to enjoy food." But in the next moment, only one arm remained of his limbs. At this point, he could only rage helplessly. He refused to accept being defeated by such a lowly creature. But there was nothing he could do anymore. Aik had appeared before him in his new form. Daejun could no longer make a sound. This feeling of fear and oppression he had only experienced from Kojima, the leader of the apex insects. Only now did he begin to beg for mercy. But Aik only felt intense hunger. In the next instant, Daejun perished. Aik fed like a wild beast, until all the food before him was completely devoured. Then he roared toward the sky. The ground kept trembling. Yojin Lee and Red didn't dare approach him for a moment. Aik slowly returned to human form. Only then did Yojin Lee call out to him with concern. Hearing the voice, Aik slowly turned his head. His face emanated an evil aura as he said in a low voice, "I'm so hungry." Not long before, Zigna and a small insector were also watching the battle from the stands. While marveling at AK's strength, they worried that the commotion here would attract the real executives of the apex insects, the 6 pillars. Zigna was just thinking of leaving early, when a black leather shoe appeared before his eyes. The newcomer wore a black suit, complaining that this damned place was hard to find. Then he looked at Zigna with a sinister expression and said coldly, "Tell me about the situation here." On the other side, Red was just about to warn Yojin Lee to stay alert, but found that Aik had already reached Yojin Lee's side. Red warned her to be careful, but it was too late. AK grabbed Yojin Lee's throat tightly. At the same time, he released clones to attack Red. He wasn't in a hurry, staring at Yojin Lee for a while. Yojin Lee struggled to call AK's name, trying to wake him up. Suddenly, Red's fist struck. Aik was hit directly and released Yojin Lee. Then Yojin Lee called AK's name even more desperately. Red also tried to wake AK. They fought while calling his name to try to wake him. However, their fists couldn't even touch Aik. AK's body surface was covered with a layer of tiny ants. Instead, the parts they used to attack were slowly being eaten by the ants, and the ants quickly spread to both of their entire bodies. AK stared at them like a demon. Many small circles appeared in his eyes. In AK's consciousness, he was drawn into an illusion. Countless large black ants and clones surrounded him. They accused Aik of being incompetent and said they no longer wanted to follow his commands. With that, they approached AK, intending to devour him. The ants Aik was proud of had now become his shackles, just when he was at a loss. A red claw crushed the large black ant. This wasn't the first time the red ant had appeared before Aik. Every time Aik lost control, it would appear. Aik asked why it wanted to save him. The other's answer was, "Live." Suddenly, the carapace on the red ant's head cracked open. Intense red light shot out. A humanoid phantom slowly took shape on the red ant's head. Aik looked at it in extreme shock. Waves of invisible energy spread from the humanoid phantom. The surrounding black ants suddenly spat blood. The shackles on Aik's hands were also shattered. The intense energy wave forced him to raise his hand to block. Suddenly, a voice came through, "You must live." With that, the light from the humanoid phantom became even more intense. Aik struggled desperately, not wanting to leave like this. He asked the humanoid phantom, "Are you?" But his body was constantly pushed outward by the energy. In reality, Aik let out a long howl. The ants around him slowly dispersed. Even the ants on Yojin Lee and Red scattered. But Yojin Lee was still worried about AK. After all, his cries were so heart-wrenching. After some time, Aik finally broke free from that damned ant shell. Yojin Lee caught Ake just as he was about to fall. She felt water droplets fall on her shoulder. Those were tears flowing down from Ake's face. He was still sobbing and calling out, "Mom!" This made Yojin Lee afraid to move or speak. This was the first time she had seen Ake like this. After AK came to his senses, he asked about Daejun's situation. Yojin Lee truthfully told him it was all over. Red on the side smugly wiped his nose. He remarked that the friendship between AK and Yojin Lee looked like there was no room for him to join. Without a word, Yojin Lee threw AK to him. At this moment, the surroundings suddenly began to shake. They realized this place was about to collapse, so they quickly left. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. "Ah! What a hassle." This startled them. They immediately turned around. The man in the suit was kneeling on the ground examining the situation. Several of Daejun's subordinates had also arrived at the battlefield. Before long, the man in the suit slowly stood up and asked, "Did you do this?" Red said this person was very strong and told Yojin Lee to take AK and leave first. At this moment, the man in the suit looked somewhat impatient. "I want to get off work early. Do you have anything else to say?" At this point, Zigna nearby suddenly shouted, "You killed the boss, I'll make you pay with your lives." With that, he and two other subordinates charged at AK's group. Instantly, the two insector died. Zigna was also pinned firmly to the ground by the man in the suit, who calmly straightened his clothes. "Don't interrupt me when I'm speaking." Red and Yojin Lee also shocked by his actions. After witnessing his strength, they didn't dare make any moves. The man in the suit said calmly, "Listen carefully, I have something to tell you." He first conveyed a message from the leader, "Kojima, I have been watching you, expect to see me soon, but until then survive." Number 1. Yojin Lee and Red were completely confused. Yojin Lee didn't think much about it, just curious about the man's identity. At this point, Red couldn't help but break out in cold sweat, because he knew how powerful the person before them was. He explained to Yojin Lee the man in the suit before them was one of the true executives of the current Apex insects, one of the 6 pillars called Gunil Do. The 6 pillars were undoubtedly the 6 strongest people besides the leader. After hearing this, Yojin Lee's eyes widened. "So there are 6 more people stronger than this guy?" Gunil indicated that there wouldn't be so many soon, as more than half of the executives were about to be executed. Because they didn't need this kind of combat power built up with drugs, it would actually hinder insectors from standing at the top of the food chain. So someone like Daejun was nothing more than a test subject. In the war between insectors at the top of the food chain and humans, only the insector side would win. Although I want to kill you troublemakers, but I have a better suggestion. I invite you to join the Apex Insects. Hearing this, Yojin Lee and Red were stunned. Then Yojin Lee shouted at Gunil, "Join you! Do you think I don't know why I'm fighting like this? It's all to get revenge on you guys." "Shut up!" Gunil suddenly roared. "I hope you'll think seriously before answering. You can answer yes or no. So, will you join the Apex Insects?" Hearing this, Yojin Lee and Red sneered. Then in perfect sync, they both gave Gunil the middle finger. Gunil instantly flew into a rage. Then Red calmly walked out of the hole. "I don't know why you and Yojin Lee are fighting, but I want to defeat you one by one. Just thinking about fighting someone stronger than Daejun makes me excited." Yojin Lee shows a serious expression. "Are you brain damaged recruiting enemies into the organization? Even if I die, I'll never join you." After hearing both of them speak, Gunil actually laughed until he shook. "You two really succeeded in making me laugh. I can't believe you could say such funny things. Without the black ant, what use could you possibly have? But I still have to thank you for making me so happy." With that, he threw Zigna in front of them. Yojin Lee didn't understand what he was doing. Before they knew it, an insect had appeared beside Gunil. "I know that black-haired brat among you can't survive without eating insects. Consider that waste a thank you gift for you." As he spoke, the insect created a light trail around him. "Well then, see you again soon." With that, he vanished into thin air. Yojin Lee and Red had no time to think about what trick he had used. They also needed to leave this place quickly. Fortunately, both of them could fly. Getting through the large hole in the elevator shaft wasn't difficult. It was just eerily quiet above. Only then did Yojin Lee notice that Red had brought Zigna up too. Red said, "It seemed pitiful to leave him behind. At worst, we can use him as a punching bag when we get back." Suddenly, footsteps came from not far away. It was people from the Reaper department, who immediately blocked their path and launched attacks. Yojin Lee frantically covered her face and helped Akin Red do the same. After preparing, they launched their breakout. A human aimed a gun at them and fired. As expected, Red blocked all the shots. Then he punched away the people blocking the door with one blow. Soon after, Sam, who was stationed outside, received notification. Before he could react, Yojin Lee had already broken out with AK. Sam could only shoot at them, but clearly the range of the handgun couldn't reach them. He could only watch helplessly as they flew away. Fortunately, Zigna was still successfully captured by the Reaper department. The large insect that Daejun had prepared to enjoy was nowhere to be found. There were obvious drag marks on the ground. Meanwhile, Pio also learned about the situation here. "Sorry to keep you waiting. Now the Reaper department squad leader meeting can begin." Only the branch leaders from A to G and PYO himself attended the meeting. However, the relationships between the branch leaders weren't harmonious. Before they even started discussing, they began exchanging verbal barbs. Organizing this meeting had already caused dissatisfaction among the branch leaders. Plus, Branch B had suffered the heaviest losses in previous battles against insectors, so they inevitably faced condemnation from others. Branch Leader 1 from Branch A was particularly cutting in his attacks on Jin's sore spots. It turned out that one of Jin's students had voluntarily become a test subject and been injected with insect genes to protect him. Although that student had risen through the ranks since then, Jin had never been able to let go of this incident. After hearing Won's provocation, he didn't let anger cloud his judgment. He simply said calmly, "Our department was formed to eliminate insects. Now there's an insect buzzing in my ear, and I think it needs to be dealt with." With that, he glanced at Won with murderous intent. Hearing this, Won was about to retort. Yun, the leader of Branch G, who had been silent, seemed somewhat impatient. "When are we actually going to start? I'm about to fall asleep." Seeing this, PYO announced the meeting had begun. "As you can all see, we've indeed been suffering consecutive defeats against insectors recently, but we've also discovered that recent insector activities are organized. After investigation, we learned they have a group centered around high-intelligence individuals. They've formed a collective called the Apex Insects. In the near future, they might launch a total assault on humanity." After hearing PYO's statement, some believed it while others didn't. Among them, the Branch D leader said he had fought Sky Insect members before, and their combat power and intelligence were incomparable to ordinary insectors. Seeing that most people still had only a vague understanding, PYO pulled out a book called Ant Castle Project from his coat. However, they still couldn't understand the book's contents, only being extremely curious about several pictures in the book. Are the two people in this photo mother and son? Number 1. Number 2. What do these numbers mean? Just as Jin was asking PYO questions, Dr. Man walked in from the door. "Let me explain that to you." He said PYO shouldn't have shown them this book. Hearing this, PYO asked curiously, "Did you write this book, doctor?" "No, it was my student. At the time, I was just an observer watching. I didn't directly participate in the project. The Ant Castle project was always conducted in secret. Its purpose was to use insector genes to create a countermeasure against the insectors. The project was incredibly successful, ultimately creating 3 different versions of insector countermeasures. But unfortunately, a fire destroyed most of the project's results. Only one of the 3 countermeasures was eventually found." Hearing these unheard of things, PO was secretly shocked. "So where is that countermeasure now? Why isn't it being shared?" But Dr. Man said he only knew this much, others, only those above, would know clearly. Hearing this, PO just muttered the word countermeasure under his breath. Dr. Man suddenly said again, "If you just want combat power to fight insectors, there might be another way." As he spoke, Dr. Man showed a greedy expression. "Just inject insect gene serum, because you and Jin have always opposed this. So this matter still hasn't been widely implemented, but now it seems the results are quite outstanding." Hearing this, PO didn't know how to respond. Dr. Man became more and more frenzied as he spoke. In fact, some personnel who successfully fused genes have now formed special squads. And look at Jin's disciple, already excellent. He's now even more powerful. He might even compete for the next branch leader position. Thanks to him, the gene serum is now more refined. Don't you think that's amazing? Suddenly, Jin's hand slammed the table. The table instantly collapsed, and Dr. Man's voice stopped abruptly. "Hey old man, that's enough." Seeing this, Dr. Man didn't dare say more, because he felt the terrifying killing intent emanating from Jin. But one wasn't afraid. Mocking his sense of justice would only get his subordinates killed needlessly. With that, he walked over to Dr. Man. "Doctor, I strongly support your research, so when will we do the enhancement experiments on our side?" After this commotion, the meeting could only end hastily. Pyle walked over to Jin to comfort him. "Don't overthink it, let's go back." At the same time, in the branch building, the green-haired man was carrying a large machete, approaching his younger brother step by step. The younger brother still didn't know that his older brother was parasitized by the golden larva during their last mission. He was still asking what happened to his big brother. But in the end, he could only be taken out with a single strike. After dealing with the younger brother, the green-haired man walked directly to an iron door. Then he pressed the switch. The iron door slowly opened. A blue-black monster with horns emerged from within. "Welcome, Mr. Kojima. I have been waiting for you." He immediately knelt down. "Please bestow us with evolution." Upon hearing this, Kojima extended his palm with an expressionless face. The green-haired man's head was only as big as his palm. A mere mutant dares to ask for evolution. The next moment, Kojima eliminated the green-haired man. Shortly after, the Reaper Department's combat forces arrived. They assumed the brothers were all killed by the monster before them. Without hesitation, they opened fire on him. However, the bullets couldn't even penetrate Kojima's skin. Kojima suddenly spoke up, asking, "You inferior humans, do you know where that thing is?" Without waiting for their answer, Kojima flashed forward and took out several people. The others stared in disbelief with wide eyes. The next moment, they were all eliminated by Kojima in one move. Before long, the base was engulfed in flames. Pio and Jin rushed back after receiving the notification. They raced along, soon returning to the base. However, the base before their eyes had become a sea of fire. Just as they were looking, worried, Kojima emerged from the flames. Jin's anger instantly flared up. It was that guy who had destroyed the base. Pio immediately grabbed his weapon and got out of the car. He told Tae to leave for headquarters, but Tae said he wanted to fight too, to avenge everyone. At this moment, Jin had already positioned himself at the front, ready for battle. Pio had also lost his usual carefree attitude. His veins were bulging as he vowed to kill the monster before them. Then both men roared in unison and charged toward Kojima. Meanwhile, inside a villa, Yojin Lee was casually wandering around inside. "Your house is really big. Among all the insectors, it seems I'm the only one living so poorly." The next second, she spotted a gleaming trophy. Red World Featherweight Boxing Champion, undefeated since debut. At this moment, Red emerged from the bathroom. "You should go wash up too, you stink." Yojin Lee didn't rush to go. Instead, she approached AK. Yojin Lee marveled at Ake's amazing recovery ability. At this moment, Red said he shouldn't have brought them here. Yojin Lee slapped his thigh, making him cry out in pain, while the floor became covered with ants throughout the entire room. Then Yojin Lee explained while wiping Ake's wounds, "Try to understand, world champion. Ake lives with his grandmother, and going back like this would worry her." Red suggested she could take him to her home. Yojin Lee looked innocent. "Sorry, I don't have a home." So they discussed what Gunil left behind, feeling that Gunil was only trying to tell Ake something, but neither could figure out what it meant. However, Yojin Lee had an idea. When she mentioned Kijima earlier, Ake had shown that kind of angry expression. It was clear he wanted to eliminate Kijima more than anyone. On the other side, the attacks launched by Pyo and Jin were blocked by the black substance in front of Kijima. Kijima was quite confident in his defense, staying completely still. Then he raised his arm to charge up, successfully forcing Pyo and Jin back. They retreated several meters before steadying themselves. Kijima swung another attack into the void, but Pyo and Jin nimbly dodged his strike. Only then did they see the floating ants clearly. At this moment, Jin spun the machete in his right hand. The next moment, the high-speed spinning blade was thrown by him. At the same time, Pyo seamlessly added electric current to the machete. Soon, the blade flew in front of Kijima. Kijima didn't dodge or evade, letting the blade strike his body. At this point, Jin had already leaped above Kijima. Two blades became one. Only then did it successfully cut into Kijima's body. Jin asked with burning eyes, "Who are you? Are you a member of Apex Insects or a countermeasure?" Kijima didn't directly answer Jin's question, only saying calmly, "Do you know what this blood means?" Upon hearing this, Jin sneered coldly, "What a disgusting color. I will paint you with it." With that, Jin leaped upward. One strike, two strikes, three strikes, plus a cross slash. Yet Kijima still didn't dodge or evade. He suddenly spoke, "I'm the king of insects, the apex of all species." As his words fell, he appeared behind Jin. Jin's left arm and right leg had already been severed. Seeing this, Jin didn't make a sound. He directly delivered a reverse strike, cutting off one of Kijima's arms. Then he crashed heavily to the ground with the arm. However, Kijima just looked at him expressionlessly. "That's all you can do. This is humanity's limit." As he spoke, he strode forward. Jin urgently told Pyo to run quickly, but Pyo just stared as Kijima walked right up to him. Kijima suddenly asked, "Do you know where the case is?" Though Pyo didn't know what case he was referring to. He still wanted to buy more time and gather clues. "Case? That's classified information. And what do you want with that thing?" However, Kijima saw right through his lie, but still explained. "The case is Pandora's box that contains everything. As long as it exists, the insectors will never perish." Pyo didn't understand what he meant. Suddenly, a car crashed violently toward Kijima. Tae inside the car shouted, "Go die, you damn bug!" However, the wheels just spun in place. Then the car was instantly split in half and immediately exploded. Tae had already jumped out of the car, standing in front of Pyo. "Captain, you take Jin and leave. I'll hold him off." However, Pyo interrupted him. "How long can you hold out against this kind of monster?" At this moment, Kijima was slowly walking toward them. Just then, a missile flew rapidly toward them. Kijima caught it directly with his hand, and the explosion instantly engulfed him. From a helicopter high above in the distance came a shout from Sam. "Pyo, Tae, are you alright? Sorry I'm late. Get out of there quickly, I'll provide cover." He then fired several more missiles at the same spot. At this moment, in the middle of the gunfire, Kijima kept roaring continuously. In the morning, in the grade 10, class 5 classroom at Naimun High School, only AK and Yojin Lee sat at their desks. Yojin Lee complained, while Ake looked at his phone thoughtfully. The phone displayed the chat interface with Ara Jo. At this moment, Yojin Lee suddenly shouted nearby, "Damn it, I also want to join the school trip too. In that case, let's go too." AK then shouldered his bag. "Do you have a way to get to Pohang?" Hearing this, Yojin Lee showed a mischievous smile. "I have my methods. First, give me your phone." Soon after, they waited at the school gate. Yojin Lee looked smug. "I know you're dying to ask how we'll get to Pohang. Don't worry, we'll arrive there before everyone else." As soon as she finished speaking, a horn sounded in the distance. Soon, a bright red SUV stopped in front of them. Red got out from the driver's seat. "I told you, you can't live without me. Come on, get in, I'll take you for a ride." Yojin Lee's eyes lit up. "I want to sit in front." So AK stared blankly at the two troublemakers in front, with Red looking pleased with himself. At this moment, Ake suddenly picked up his phone. He sent a message to his grandmother saying the matter had been resolved. A rare smile appeared on Ake's face. What they didn't know was, above the car, a dragonfly was closely following. It was a scorching summer day. Many dragonflies were flying among the trees. Suddenly, one dragonfly was caught between the veteran's two fingers. Everyone else started flattering him except for a man wearing glasses who just kept his head down. At this moment, the veteran said this type of dragonfly was a local specialty. It was delicious, juicy with protein. While others cheered enthusiastically, the man with glasses remained silent. So the veteran approached him with the dragonfly. Your name is Sehui, right? Why didn't you react just now? Do you think I'm wrong? Sehui was about to speak, but the veteran didn't give him a chance. The veteran directly grabbed his mouth. It looks like you need to taste its deliciousness personally. With that, he shoved the dragonfly into Sehui's mouth. Afterward, he threatened, swallow it. If you spit it out, next time it'll be 2. After delivering this harsh warning, he left laughing with his 2 flatterers. Sehui slumped to the ground, trembling and shedding tears. Soon on the soccer field, Sehui found his body shaking uncontrollably, which caused him to lose focus and miss catching a ball. So the veteran came over and punched him again, then continued to beat and kick him. The others were used to this by now. Sehui just became a little more disappointed in this world. During evening assembly, the captain noticed he had been shaking constantly, and his face was swollen, so he asked what happened. The veteran was beside him, warning him not to talk nonsense. Intimidated by the threat, Sehui just said he fell. The captain took it in stride, just telling him to take care of his health. At night, on a watchtower, Sehui was assigned to stand guard with the veteran. The veteran apologized for what he did during the day, but his attitude wasn't sincere. Sehui remained silent. He just felt like something inside him was about to awaken. Seeing this, the veteran asked him again, still getting no response, so he became furious on the spot. Don't be ungrateful. Sehui continued his silence. Meanwhile, the little dragonfly inside him released certain elements. The veteran kept cursing. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. He saw Sehui's glasses fall off. He was no longer Sehui, but had transformed into a dragonfly man with large eyes. Soon after, screams began echoing throughout the camp. The next day, a bus full of passengers traveled on the highway. The radio broadcast news. Last night, a fire broke out at a B Division camp. According to investigations, it was caused by a new recruit. Tracking indicates that the deserter has infiltrated Pohang and is carrying various weapons. Pohang residents are advised to stay home and avoid unnecessary outings. These passengers were AK's classmates coming to Pohang for their school trip. Ara Jo gazed out the window, lost in thought. Suddenly, she saw a figure rapidly flying by in the distance, shaped somewhat like a dragonfly. At this moment, a buzz-cut boy in front of her got rejected by a female classmate nearby, so he turned his attention to Ara Jo. Are you alone too? I have candy. Want some? If you eat it, how about you go with me on the school trip? Ara Jo raised her fist toward him, obviously just stopping in front of him to scare him. The boy dropped his candy. Dream on, no one will ever play with you again. Seeing this, the boy complained quietly, while Ara Jo looked at the candy on the floor. It's such a waste not to take it. Thinking this, she bent down to pick it up, but a figure flashed by the window behind her. Then she heard a series of rapid gunshots. When the gunfire stopped, the bus fell silent. Before Ara Jo could think much, there was a thud on the roof. It was a dragonfly man with dual guns standing on top. At this moment, the unaware Ake and his 2 companions were on their way to Pohang, with still some distance to their destination. Red asked Ake and Yojin Lee when they awakened. Ake ignored him, but Yojin Lee seriously considered the question. Then she asked Red why he was asking. Feeling that neither planned to answer, Red shared his own story first. It turned out he had been athletically gifted since childhood, and with a sense of justice, he always taught lessons to thugs. Eventually, he provoked organized crime, and in the end, he was surrounded by more than 10 people. At that time, he was barely alive, but he was very unwilling to be eliminated like that, instead determined to kill all these people without leaving a single one. In his immense unwillingness and rage, he awakened as a ladybug insector. After that, he was hunted by the Reaper department. By chance, he entered the 6th shot and met Dr. Hannah there. Those golden bug eggs were also developed by Dr. Hannah, and she told Red the reason why people awakened as insectors. After Red finished his story, he also praised that Dr. Hannah was truly beautiful. They said she disappeared the day before the 6th shot incident, along with a girl by her side. After listening, Yojin Lee also carefully recalled her past. After a long while, she said that once when she was out driving with her father, because she stuck her mouth out the car window to feel the wind, a bug flew into her mouth. Just a few months later, her parents were killed by the apex insects leader, and that day, she awakened. Red apologized to Yojin Lee after hearing her story, then turned to ask Aki sitting in the back seat. Yojin Lee also put on a curious expression. However, Aki's face showed no emotion. Then he said flatly, I don't remember things from when I was little. Red and Yojin Lee certainly didn't believe him, so they kept asking persistently. In the end, of course, Red got punched. At this moment, they also saw the road sign for Pohang, but there was a long line ahead, and cars were turning around and coming back. As their car slowly moved forward, several soldiers with weapons came into view. Red explained his purpose to the soldiers. At this moment, Ake had a familiar feeling. The soldier told them there was a deserter ahead. It was dangerous. Just then, gunshots rang out in the distance. While Yojin Lee and Red were still discussing what was happening, Ake suddenly spoke seriously. Drive through, there's an insector ahead. Hearing this, Red told the soldier he was going ahead to turn around. Then, just as the car passed through the checkpoint, he floored the gas pedal. At the same time, on the battlefield ahead, the dragonfly man moved effortlessly through the bullets. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of everyone and sent them to heaven. Then he leisurely picked up magazines from the ground. A surviving soldier was still reporting the situation there. Suddenly, a grenade landed in front of him. With a loud bang, many steel balls flew from the explosion site. The soldier discovered he was completely unharmed. Several white-clad figures stood before him, Nan, the captain of F Division, knelt down to comfort him. "Leave this to our Reaper department now." The dragonfly man across from them pointed his gun at Nan. Seeing his cruelty, Nan and her subordinates didn't delay any longer and started fighting directly. Facing the arriving Reaper department reinforcements, he still raised his gun, but the lethal bullets only made clanging sounds when hitting the cloaks of the two masked figures. Seeing this, the dragonfly man jumped to the side. He tried to find their weakness, but it was all in vain. The two masked figures each extended an arrow from their hands. The next moment, the two arrows separately severed one of the dragonfly man's arms and pierced his wing. This was followed by a tingling electric current. Nan, who hadn't moved before, also lunged forward. "I didn't expect you could still use firearms after becoming an insector, but that's all." With that, she swung her electrically charged iron fist. The iron fist directly smashed into the dragonfly man's face. The dragonfly man flew backward while sparking with electricity, then sat on the ground in humiliation. Suddenly he screamed wildly, but Nan punched him in the abdomen again. Nan's merciless iron fist pounded the dragonfly man repeatedly, as if venting fury for the deceased. The dragonfly man had no power to fight back at all, but looking at the woman swinging her fists at him, he thought of the veteran who similarly swung fists at him before. After this punch, the dragonfly man spoke up, "Please stop hitting me, I'm border guard Sehui." Seeing this, Nan actually stopped. She didn't speak to the dragonfly man but turned to the masked figures behind her. "That guy still retains his humanity, so capture him alive." However, at this moment, the dragonfly man's severed arm was fusing with another arm on the side. The dragonfly man recalled his previous painful memories. "So what if I retain humanity? Isn't humanity just a twisted thing? Being human is worse than being a beast. You all forced me to become like this," he roared loudly. At the same time, his arms merged into a strange-looking device. "Try this move of mine." With that, several dragonflies shot from his arm. The two masked figures reacted first, shielding Nan, but their defense was utterly inadequate against these weapon dragonflies. In just an instant, only their lower halves remained, falling to the ground. Nan stared blankly at her subordinates who sacrificed themselves for her, unable to snap out of it for a long time. The dragonfly man across from her became increasingly smug. "How's that? Weren't you so arrogant just now?" Only then did Nan react, roaring angrily at the dragonfly man, "You damn bug." However, the dragonfly man had already flown into the air. She commanded the weapon dragonflies around her to attack. Seeing this, Nan gathered energy in her palm, then raised it and shot electricity from within, directly hitting those weapon dragonflies. The dragonfly man had already turned to fly away. Seeing this, Nan held nothing back. She quickly gathered a lightning ball in front of her. Raising both hands, the lightning ball shot out, then precisely hit the dragonfly man's back. The dragonfly man's entire body emitted black smoke. Such an attack wasn't fatal, but his speed was significantly affected. Seeing this, Nan pursued him relentlessly on the ground. Meanwhile, on a certain highway, several buses were cordoned off there, and a figure dropped down from above. Yojin Lee infiltrated within the cordon. She found the bus from grade 10, class 5, but it was already empty inside except for bloodstains covering the cabin. Nothing else remained. Red was also gathering information outside. "We don't know either." When we arrived at the scene, the bus was already empty. There isn't even a record of casualties at the hospital. It's really strange. On the other side, Aik was racing through the forest. Yojin Lee was on the phone telling him the students were all missing. From this, it seems that Insector is hiding them as food, so we must find them before it feeds. We'll continue searching too. Hearing this, Aik's face showed a grave expression. He tore off the bandage on his neck. Then tiny ants covered his entire body. Going back to when the dragonfly man attacked the bus, after the assault ended, the dragonfly man calmly walked onto the bus. Arajo hid behind a seat, extremely terrified at this moment. After a moment, she realized it had gone quiet. She wondered if the insector had left, but she didn't dare move around. She could only call the police for help first. She hadn't even entered the number. A drop of liquid fell onto her phone. Arajo looked up. She saw the dragonfly man hanging from the ceiling, staring at her. His two eyes narrowed into crescents, and saliva dripped from his mouth. The next moment, the dragonfly man pounced toward her. After an unknown amount of time, Arajo slowly opened her eyes. Unexpectedly, the first thing she saw was the buzz-cut boy's unblinking dead eyes, making her scream. Looking around, there were corpses everywhere. Everything around was sealed off, only a gap in the wall nearby. Before she could think more, sounds came from outside. Arajo lay down and played dead before the dragonfly man appeared. The dragonfly man muttered to himself outside, "So wait, let's go in." Then he flew inside, muttering, "Ase. Soon he came to behind a soldier's corpse. "Dinner is served, please enjoy." Arajo was terrified hearing this. The dragonfly man ate while screaming wildly. His body trembled constantly, changing color from blue to red. Then he said, "I'm full," and kept repeating "Ase." Arajo was too scared to breathe, knowing she had to escape, or she would be next sooner or later. Suddenly, a familiar phone ringtone sounded. It was coming from Arajo's pocket. The dragonfly man seemed to have noticed. Without caring about anything else, Arajo quickly pressed the volume button to reduce the sound. Then she looked at who was calling. It was Aik calling. She mustered the courage to answer. An anxious voice came from the other end. "Arajo, are you okay? Just wait there, I'm coming to save you." Arajo didn't speak throughout the call. When she looked at her phone again, the dragonfly man was already behind her, repeating "Ase" in his mouth. Then he grabbed Arajo. Arajo tearfully begged him to let her go, but the dragonfly man seemed unable to hear. He recalled being bullied by the veteran before. He himself had pleaded the same way, his face filled with anger as he asked, "Are you giving me orders?" Arajo suddenly felt intense pain in her neck. "Ache, please save me. Didn't you say you'd come save me?" Suddenly, the dragonfly man opened his mouth wide toward Arajo. The next moment, a fist crashed into the dragonfly man's face. The dragonfly man flew backward. The black ants, to prevent Arajo from flying away too, grabbed that arm. Arajo slowly turned to look at the black ant, but she didn't know the black ant was AK. She only knew this insector once saved her life. Looking at the dragonfly man, despite losing an arm, he remained calm. He muttered, "Intruder detected." Seeing this, Ake took out the crystal orb that sealed the black ant. Then he tossed it aside and the crystal orb transformed into the black ant's body. The dragonfly man's severed arm was growing frantically. Soon, an arm with a cannon barrel took shape. Ake didn't hesitate either. He commanded the black ant to protect Arajo, while he himself charged toward the dragonfly man. The dragonfly man immediately fired several red cannonballs from the barrel. 4 flew straight toward the black ant, and ants had already surrounded Arajo completely. Arajo screamed in terror inside. Ake didn't look back, still charging forward. The remaining dragonfly cannonballs curved around chasing Ake, but these cannonballs couldn't stop Ake. Ake punched and shattered 1 or 2 cannonballs. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the dragonfly man. He threw a punch toward the dragonfly man's face. The dragonfly man also engaged him in close combat. The two seemed evenly matched for the moment. The dragonfly man seized the opportunity to aim his cannon at AK. At such close range, Ake had no time to react. Several cannonballs blasted into his abdomen. Then blood spilled from his mouth. The dragonfly man had already flown into the air. Ake sensed trouble. The dragonfly man surrounded Ake with dragonfly cannonballs. Soon they formed a circle, completely blocking Ake. They simultaneously rammed toward Ake's waist. Ake's waist was instantly pierced through. At this moment, some small ants flew out from the watching black ant's body, while the dragonfly man was still looking at the half-body lying on the ground. By the time he noticed, Ake was already behind him. At this moment, one of Ake's hands had transformed into a giant claw. He swiped the dragonfly man out of the building with one claw, then immediately followed out. Seeing this, the dragonfly man retreated while firing cannonballs, but they were all caught by Ake's giant claw. Ake said in a deep voice, "Assemble." Massive numbers of ants flew out from behind the dragonfly man. When the dragonfly man turned around, the black ants had already formed an impenetrable giant wall. Then individual black ant faces took shape, slamming the dragonfly man to the ground. Only then did Ake slowly walk over, but only small remnants of the dragonfly man remained on the ground. He suddenly turned around. The dragonfly man flew out from the building, still holding Arajo. Arajo desperately shouted, "Let me go, you stinking bug!" Seeing this, Ake immediately gave chase. The black ant also flew toward Ake. "Look what you've done, you fool!" Hearing Ake's words, the black ant felt wronged, but immediately attached to Ake's back. Soon, a pair of black translucent wings formed on Ake's back. His speed was actually faster than the one-winged dragonfly man. At this moment, Arajo faced backward. Seeing the flying Ake refreshed her worldview again. She was also unclear why Ake persisted in pursuing. "Is he trying to save you?" The dragonfly man beside spoke up. "Why didn't anyone come to save me? I hate all of you." At this point, the dragonfly man seemed to shed tears. Suddenly, he caught Arajo off guard and threw Arajo toward the ground. Ake caught Arajo just in time. At this moment, the dragonfly man aimed his cannon at them, with one barrel bending to an extreme degree. A cannonball 10 times larger than before shot from the barrel. Soon it caught up to Ake and the others. "Found you!" a voice rang out from above. Ake curiously looked back. A thick green lightning bolt descended from the sky, striking the dragonfly man directly, and controlling this lightning was Nan. In just an instant, the dragonfly man was charred black, but Nan still looked serious. "Hey, while I'm being nice about it, put that girl down because you're interfering with me eliminating you." Her fists still emitted dazzling lightning, clearly treating Ake as the dragonfly man's accomplice. "Are you planning to use that girl as a hostage?" Hearing this, Ake was about to speak, but Nan didn't listen to his explanation. The next moment, she was in front of Ake. She punched Ake away with one strike, while simultaneously snatching Arajo from his hands. Before Ake hit the ground, she was already on the ground. She covered Arajo with her coat, then faced the falling Ake again, the green lightning on her body growing stronger. The next instant, she appeared before Ake again. Without a word, she began attacking Ake again. Arajo woke up shortly after and saw this scene. Her eyes showed a complex expression. Nan was also puzzled at this moment. "What's this guy doing? He only knows how to defend. Is he looking down on me?" Thinking this, she struck, knocking Ake to the ground. Only then did she speak. "Who are you? Are you really trying to save that child?" Ake didn't avoid this question. "Yes, is that not allowed?" 387. Just yesterday alone, that guy killed that many people. And you, as his kind, say you're protecting humans? Do you think I'd believe such nonsense? With that, she swung at Ake again. "Wait!" The sudden voice made her fist pause. Nan turned around at the sound. Arajo had come up behind them. "That person didn't hurt me just now." "Person?" Hearing this term, Nan was stunned. Arajo continued explaining, "You should be from the Reaper department, right? You specialize in eliminating insectors and saving humans, right? But the person before you is also eliminating insectors, and he saved me. This isn't the first time." As she spoke, Arajo stepped forward, then directly stood in front of Ake. "So, I hope you won't attack him anymore." Seeing this, Nan became nervous. She quickly grabbed Arajo. Listen carefully, that's not a person, it's an insector, the kind that harms humans. Although he seems to have saved you, who knows what scheme he's plotting. What if he hurts your family and friends? Could you bear that then? Hearing this, Arajo also recalled what happened before. Whether in the classroom or on the bus, the scenes of her classmates being victimized, and that room full of countless corpses. She herself felt somewhat afraid thinking about it. Nan continued persuading her, do you know, my colleagues and friends were killed by this kind of thing. Just recently, people at one of our bases were slaughtered by insectors just like him, so no matter what, they cannot be spared. Hearing about this incident, AK had a suspect in mind, and he found it strange that this woman attacked him without a second thought. Normally, she wouldn't act directly before clarifying the facts. Could it be that guy? At this moment, Nan pushed Arajo aside. If you understand, stay away. You'll get hurt standing here. Suddenly, a large hand grabbed Arajo's shoulder. Arajo felt herself falling backward. Arajo. Hearing this voice, Arajo curiously turned around. The armor on Ake's face was slowly decomposing. Didn't I tell you I'd come save you? Seeing this, Nan was also stunned. Ake spoke again, leave it to me. That case you mentioned earlier, the mastermind should be Kijima. Hearing this, Nan didn't understand. You know that guy? Ake answered in a calm yet cold tone. I know him, so where is he now? At the same time, Yojin Lee and Red came to the forest looking for AK. Suddenly, Yojin Lee raised her hand to stop Red. Red was about to say something when they saw Ake being arrested in the distance. Seeing that Ake was about to be taken away, they couldn't afford to delay any longer. I'll handle the purple-haired one, you take care of the rest. Suddenly, a black object hit Red in the face. Why did you suddenly hit me? Yojin Lee denied it, saying she didn't do it. That's when they noticed a tiny figure in front of them. It was an adorable little black ant. At this moment, black liquid sprayed from its rear. They watched this scene in confusion. Then it arranged themselves into a line of text, don't do anything. Yojin Lee was still somewhat skeptical. Is this what Ake wants to tell us? Then several words rearranged themselves again. Follow. So they had no choice but to obediently go start the car. In the vehicle, everyone remained silent. Arajo seemed to be thinking about something. After a moment, Nan called headquarters to report the situation. They successfully eliminated the Dragonfly Man, lost 2 team members in this operation, and they also captured the insector hunter Black Ant, who claims to have intelligence about Kijima. Soon after, the car arrived at headquarters, while Yojin Lee and Red parked not far away. As expected, Ak was brought into headquarters. Several medical personnel were already waiting there. Please settle this survivor. So one of the medical staff took Arajo away. Arajo was still worried about Ake. Ake just gave her a reassuring look. At this moment, Nan said, come with me to the interrogation room. Ake had no objections. Meanwhile, Arajo was curiously examining her surroundings. Suddenly, a voice caught her attention. Are you really decided not to install that thing on your body? Cut the nonsense! These 2 speakers were PYO and Jin. Arajo also recognized PYO, who had questioned her before, but the medical personnel ahead were already urging her forward. What PYO and Jin were arguing about was the arm. You should know me, my apprentice was the same way back then. Master, to protect everyone, I'm willing to take the insect gene injection, so I strongly oppose injecting insect genes into human bodies. Even now, that won't change. Pio was eventually persuaded. That's just like you. Even with only 1 leg and 1 arm left, you still insist. Jin smiled confidently. Don't worry, I'll always be stronger than you. Just then, Pio's phone rang. After taking the call, he hurriedly left the hospital room. He then went straight to find Ake. Seeing AK, he was also stunned for a moment. Nan beside him asked with concern, You're here, how are you feeling? So this is the student? That's right, he says he knows Kojima's whereabouts, and about the Ant Castle project, he himself is the first test subject of the project Black Ant. Pio's eyes widened. He had originally thought the test subject would be the mother, never expecting it to be the child. Pio continued asking, Kojima, the king of insectors, he's also a test subject, so you two are the same kind of existence. Don't compare me to him. Though I don't remember much from childhood, I remember this guy very clearly. Test subject number 2, a hybrid of the strongest insect and black ant, now leader of the apex insects. It's an existence that can tolerate everything. Pio wasn't sure if the intelligence was accurate, since even the higher-ups knew little about these things. Then he asked about Kojima's whereabouts. Ake said he had already called someone who knew the detailed location and who was in charge here. They were puzzled. What did he mean by the person in charge here? At the same time, a figure appeared in the building. The guards all looked shocked when they saw him. Hello, why have you come? The middle-aged man slowly spoke. Of course I came to find Ake. One of them immediately reported this to the higher-ups. The order to stop the interrogation was issued immediately. Pio still didn't know what was happening. In contrast, Ake looked completely calm. All rise, everyone in the building stood up. The director is here. The middle-aged man stood respectfully to the side. Director, please come in. A small familiar figure appeared at the main entrance. Thank you, Mr. Kim. What are you little ones all gathered here for? Watching the excitement? What's there to see? Everyone dared not make a sound. Then a jeweled hand was raised. Hello, everyone. This person was none other than Ake's grandmother, also the director of the Reaper department. So, has my sweetie eaten yet? As the director Okshiam Jin rarely appeared at the base, the affairs here were all handled by Mr. Kim. So few people knew what she looked like. Today she rarely came because of her grandson's matter, and she came first was to ask the higher-ups. How is Ake? He's my precious grandson. Everyone was dumbfounded upon hearing this. At this time in the interrogation room, because the interrogation was interrupted midway, Pio and Nan were curious about the noisy sounds outside. Vaguely hearing the word director, Pio finally realized, could the person you called be the director? Suddenly, the shackles restraining Ake were bitten through by ants. This scene shocked them greatly. Just as he stood up, Ake apologized first. Sorry, I opened it myself. Seeing this, Nan immediately gathered energy in her hands. Don't do anything rash. AK calmly replied, don't worry, I just don't want my grandma to feel sad when seeing me locked up. Just as they were in standoff, the door was opened. Grandma walked in with a hearty laugh. Oh my dear grandson. Seeing this, Ake immediately smiled. He thoughtfully bent down to greet his grandmother. Grandma asked if he had eaten, saying she brought braised pork ribs. Pio watched this scene and pondered silently. He really is the director's grandson. So does the director also know about that project? So he greeted the grandmother. Director, long time no see. I know you have many questions. Let's eat first, then talk. So everyone went to the dining room. Ake drooled looking at the pork ribs Grandma had braised. Grandma generously invited everyone to eat together. Everyone was completely unrestrained. After all, the braised pork ribs were too delicious. Before long, all the food on the table was finished. After Grandma put down her chopsticks, her tone immediately changed. Now let's talk business. These are matters from before the Reaper Department was established. 18 years ago, Grandma was still the chairman of the country's first corporation, and at that time, Mr. Kim was already Mr. Kim. Grandma had a son named Shang Tae, who was a police officer. Every day, Grandma would call to ask if her son had eaten. Today, her son brought good news. Mom, I think this time I should be able to get promoted. Hearing this news, Grandma was overjoyed. Kim, did you hear? My son is about to get promoted. But usually when good news comes first, bad news follows. Seong Tae, who had received a case, hurriedly hung up the phone. Mom, I'll call you again after the operation is over. Little did she know, this was the last conversation between she and her son. Mr. Kim was still congratulating Grandma on the side. Though Grandma was also pleased, she kept complaining. I originally wanted him to inherit my family business, but he became a police officer like his father. Mr. Kim comforted her. This shows he admires his father very much and hopes to become a hero like his father. Seeing this, Grandma patted her cheeks to calm herself down, then continued handling the corporation's business. What Grandma didn't know was, Song Tae had arrived at the crime scene and witnessed an inhuman sight. He fired several shots at the monster before him, but the bullets couldn't even penetrate the monster's skin. Just like that, the monster pounced on Seong Tae. At the funeral, Grandma cried heartbrokenly. The autopsy results showed this wasn't damage caused by humans, but more like an attack by wild beasts. Grandma could hardly believe these words. No matter what, she had to find the killer who murdered her son. Not long after, a mysterious person approached Grandma. The visitor was a white-haired, crew-cut elderly man. You said they killed my son? That's right, we call them insectors. Grandma was somewhat skeptical. The doctor said it was wild beasts. You say it was insects. Also, who exactly are you? I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Dr. Sishol, preparing to organize resistance against the insectors. I came here hoping the chairman could invest in our organization. This would also help us more conveniently search for the killer's whereabouts. Grandma was very doubtful listening to these far-fetched words. If you can't provide concrete proof, I won't invest blindly. At this moment, Dr. Sishol said calmly, come in. The door was opened from outside. A red ant in armored form walked in from the entrance. Grandma and Mr. Kim were startled at this sight. Then the red ant's shell slowly dissipated, and a young woman's form gradually appeared. What you see before is humanity's beacon of hope. She is my daughter and the prototype of the Ant Castle Project, Test Subject 0 Mijin. This was also Grandma's first time seeing this kind of inhuman creature. Dr. Sishel, seeing he had aroused Grandma's curiosity, didn't explain much more. More detailed content can only be demonstrated at my research facility. I look forward to your coming. A few days later, Grandma came to the research facility according to the location. Mr. Kim, are you sure we came to the right place? This rundown place is the research facility Dr. Sishel introduced to you? Without waiting for Mr. Kim's answer, Dr. Sishel came out to greet them. They didn't delay and followed him straight in. When they came to a corridor filled with insect specimens, they were startled. It turned out Dr. Sishol was originally a famous expert in entomology. He was most skilled at studying ants, having discovered dozens of ant species alone. At this time, Grandma curiously asked, "Where is that girl who appeared with you before? Are you the only one here?" The doctor answered, "Mijin is preparing to demonstrate combat for you to see." This left Grandma completely puzzled. At this moment, the doctor indicated they had arrived. "We will show you the battle process with insectors for your observation." Grandma and Secretary Kim were invited to come to the glass window. At this time, Mijin was already prepared inside. Seeing this, Dr. Sishol pressed the switch beside him. The iron cage in front of Mijin slowly opened. A thin, yellow-haired man with a severed arm walked out. Grandma couldn't help asking, "That's a person. Didn't you say insector?" Dr. Sishol remained expressionless. "Please continue watching. Begin." Upon hearing this, blood-red ants emerged from Mijin's neck. The ants circled around her. Soon they transformed into an outer armor. This was Test Subject 0 of the Ant Castle Project, Red Ant. At this time, the yellow-haired man across from her also completed his transformation, still roaring unwillingly. "You guys, stop tormenting me anymore." Dr. Seashell explained to Grandma, "This is an insector, the same kind of guy your son faced before." At this time, the battle inside had already begun. After one strike, Mijin jumped into the air. She turned and kicked down. Strangely, she was covering her stomach when she landed. Just need to hold on a little longer. At this moment, the yellow-haired man launched a ranged attack. Mijin used her agility to dodge the light blades one by one and reached the yellow-haired man. She punched him into the wall, then easily tore off his limbs. Grandma broke out in cold sweat seeing this scene. "Is your method to create monsters to fight monsters?" Dr. Sichel turned back to explain. "Mijin is different. She won't harm humans. She sees insectors as enemies and will prey on them. She's still human, just with an ant residing in her body, and these ants must receive timely nutritional supplements, otherwise they will attack the host." While they were talking, the battle inside had already ended. Mijin turned around gracefully, and with a word, "Devour it," all the ants on her body flew toward the beetle. However, she had only taken a few steps when she felt a sharp pain, then knelt down holding her stomach with both hands. Grandma anxiously asked what was wrong with her. "She's pregnant." These few words came out flatly from Dr. Sichel's mouth. Grandma's expression immediately turned cold. She immediately grabbed Dr. Sichel's clothes and scolded angrily. "What are you saying? Are you crazy? Using a pregnant woman as a test subject? No matter how much I want revenge, I would never let a woman and the child in her belly suffer. How could you do such a thing?" Suddenly, Mijin's voice came from behind Grandma. "Please don't blame my father. My husband was also killed by insectors. At that time, I was blinded by hatred and made a hasty decision. I underwent the experiment without checking my body, so neither father nor I knew about the pregnancy at the time. But even so, I still don't regret it. This isn't because of revenge, but because of the child's future. I don't want the child to see a world where insectors run rampant in the future. So please help us." Hearing this, Grandma felt choked up. How could I ignore a parent who think of their children? I agreed to invest, but the child must absolutely not be involved. Dr. Sichel nodded in agreement. Thus, the cooperation between both parties was established. After that, Grandma took care of Mijin like her own daughter, with braised pork ribs at every meal. They also secretly investigated the situation with the insectors. Dr. Sichel continued researching ants. Days passed, and Mijin's belly grew bigger and bigger. Finally, the child was born. Grandma carefully cared for him. Mijin told her the child was called Aik. This was the origin of Aik. At this time, they all looked toward the window. Dr. Sichel was there singing a lullaby. In his arms was also a white-haired little child. He was Aik's younger brother, Mishan. These two brothers were quite mischievous. Although they didn't have a father, they lived happily, because they also had a lively grandma. One afternoon, the two brothers were playing ball. They directly hit the ball into Grandma's face. Grandma immediately showed a fierce expression. "You two little brats, watch me teach you a proper lesson." Then Grandma chased them around for the whole day, until everyone collapsed on the ground exhausted. Grandma was getting on in years. Gosh, it's tough looking after kids at my age. At this time, Michin asked Grandma, "When will Mom come back?" Aik on the other side also looked at her pitifully. Grandma just told him she would return after midnight. She will definitely always be safe and sound. The next day, a subordinate reported to Grandma in the morning, "We found the killer who murdered your son," and also collected related photos. Although no one witnessed the killer at the time, the killer's methods were identical to those from years ago, and the DNA comparison was a perfect match. This must be the insector that killed your son back then. At this time, Mijin walked in and directly asked for the location. The subordinate told her he was still on Chungchao Island, with personnel still in pursuit. Mijin immediately decided to personally go capture him, but Grandma didn't want her to take risks. "Mijin, that killer isn't ordinary. If you go, what about the children?" Mijin told Grandma not to worry, and this was also the agreement made with Grandma at the time. Moreover, with Grandma's support, the technology was now very mature. "I will definitely return safely." After hearing this, Grandma was still worried. At this time, Mijin came closer, indicating she had other things to say. They went to a place with no one around. Grandma was very shocked to hear the result. "Is what you're saying true? When did the child become like this?" Mijin then recounted what had happened. At that time, Aik and Mishan were watching TV. The TV was showing heroes fighting monsters. Seeing the hero defeat the monster with one strike, Mikan cheered happily for him. Then he turned to look at Mijin. "Mom, I want to become a hero too. Is that so? Then how does Mikan want to change?" After thinking, Mishan answered, "I want the hero's sword." But Mijin said it was too late now, they'd buy it on the weekend. So Mishan cried and demanded it now. Aik beside him turned around after watching, with some black dots floating around him. Soon after, he called his brother's name. Mom saw this and looked shocked. At this time, Aik was already holding a black sword, with many black ants floating in the air. "Mishan, you got the sword. You can't make Mom sad anymore." Young Mishan took the sword and ran to the side, waving it continuously. But suddenly he noticed Mom was hugging his brother. Mijin was crying non-stop at this time, constantly apologizing to AK. This had happened half a year ago. Fortunately, Mishan showed no abnormalities. Only father, and now you know about this secret. But Grandma was very concerned about the doctor's reaction. Mijin said she only saw him embrace Aik at the time. "I'm afraid Aik might scare you when I'm not home." Hearing this, Grandma smiled kindly. "How could a grandma be scared seeing her grandson? You must also return safely. I don't want to lose you as a daughter either." This day, Aik and Mishan saw Grandma sleeping. While their mom was out on a mission, they were extremely bored. Mishan suggested going to see that uncle who always fails, so they came to the experimental base. Inside, a yellow-haired man was desperately roaring. What he was undergoing was the Ant Castle project. Dr. Sishal watched the experiment seriously, not knowing what he was thinking. At this time, the yellow-haired man's body was already covered with more than half armor. The assistant beside Dr. Sishal excitedly shouted, "Synchronization rate, 70%, 80%. Seeing this, Aik couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Will I have to undergo such experiments in the future? Michin said it was possible. Hearing this, Aik became even more worried. Just then, sudden changes occurred. The synchronization rate rapidly declined. The assistant reminded the yellow-haired man to calm down and imagine scenes of getting along with ants, but it was still useless. Dr. Sishiel seemed used to this. The yellow-haired man had already released his transformation and returned to being an ordinary person. From his expression, you could see he was extremely angry at this moment. The assistant reminded him that his control over the ants wasn't mature yet. He needed more time for training. Otherwise, he couldn't become the test subject number 1. But the yellow-haired man thought it was a problem with their incomplete experiment. After all, he was a former UFT champion who came to participate in the experiment to become a hero. The assistant explained they could only make ants reside in the body. As for transformation, it could only depend on the host himself. The yellow-haired man disagreed. He also didn't understand why Senior Mijin could do it, but he couldn't. Just as he walked out the door, sighs came from nearby. This time, I couldn't become a hero again. The speakers were Aik and Mishan, who had come to play with the yellow-haired man. Seeing the yellow-haired man had no mood, Mishan teased, "Is it because you failed again? Mr. Failure, you are not as good as my brother. My brother can control ants. He can use ants to become a sword." Aik wanted to stop him but was too late. So they then came to a small alley. Mr. Failure looked completely incredulous. This 5-year-old child in front of him could really control ants so precisely, while he himself couldn't even achieve basic formation. At this time, Michin still didn't know he had caused trouble. He kept showing off the sword in his hand. Mr. Failure grabbed AK. His expression was so excited it was somewhat twisted. "How did you do it? Is it inherited from your mother?" AK was a bit scared seeing him like this and couldn't speak. Mr. Failure immediately got anxious. "Tell me quickly, how did you do it?" Mishan saw this and frantically slashed at his thighs. "Let go of my brother quickly." At this time, staff members outside quickly ran over shouting, "Miss Mijin is back, she's seriously injured, hurry for treatment." Hearing this, Aik and Mishan's heart skipped a beat. They hurriedly ran over. Grandma was crying heartbrokenly, constantly blaming herself, while Mijin at this time was covered in wounds, but her eyes remained determined. Even though she had fallen to the ground, she immediately looked toward Grandma. "Mrs. Jin, I caught the killer who murdered your son." At the same time, in a certain prison, Dr. Sishol and his assistant were observing the imprisoned insector. "Is this the strongest insector, the stag beetle?" Mijin was seriously injured, but fortunately there was no danger to her life. However, the doctor told them, Mijin was too severely injured and might not be able to transform in the future. Grandma felt that as long as she was alive, it was enough. But seeing the two brothers crying their hearts out, she still felt very guilty, because Mijin became like this to avenge her own son. Just then, Dr. Sishol entered from the doorway. Grandma felt somewhat uneasy seeing him, because at this time, Dr. Sishol looked somewhat gloomy. He walked to Mijin's side and touched the glass cover above. Grandma apologized to him from the side. "I'm sorry, doctor, for helping my son get revenge. Your daughter became like this." However, the doctor's next words made Grandma's face change color. "Thank you, Mrs. Jin. The target was the strongest insector in history. It's all thanks to your request Mijin successfully completed the mission." Grandma was very shocked. "Did you smile? How can you smile in this situation? Don't you worry about your daughter at all." Dr. Sisheo said he had already done enough. "Let's go, AK. Come with Grandpa." Aik asked where they were going, but Grandma grabbed Aik firmly. At this time, "Where do you want to take the child?" The doctor replied indifferently, "Aik is a special existence naturally chosen by ants. After examining his body, he can make up for Mijin's vacancy." Grandma was very angry hearing this. "You madman, do you know what you're saying? He's still a child and also your grandson." "But Aik isn't ordinary, is he? He will become the hero who saves the world." Michan listened from the side with complex feelings. At this time, Dr. Sishel disregarded Grandma's obstruction and took Aik away. He lifted Aik high, saying proudly, "You're my grandson. I'll take Aik to the laboratory later. You can come see him anytime." After speaking, the doctor left with Aik. Grandma now regretted it deeply. It was because of her own selfish desires that she made Aik's family like this. Suddenly, Mishin's voice came from beside her. "I heard what Grandpa said while holding brother earlier. He said brother is test subject number 1. Grandma, I also want to become number 1. Grandma loudly scolded Michin, "How can you have such greedy thoughts? It will be very painful." But becoming number 1 means getting many hugs, whether protecting or fighting for, smiling or crying, not like this with only me alone. After saying this, Mishan ran out despite Grandma's attempts to stop him. Grandma looked at Mijin beside her and didn't chase after him, because Mijin's condition seemed somewhat bad now. On the other side, Mishin found Mr. Failure. "That's why I came to find you. Don't you want to get many hugs too, Mr. Failure?" "Little kid, I just want to become a hero, to have many people admire me. But why can't I succeed no matter how many times I try?" "Mr. Failure, you failed again." Hearing this, Mr. Failure roared, then punched a tree trunk. Why can a 5-year-old child do it but I can't? At this time, Mishan looks serious. Mr. Failure, look over there. Mr. Failure followed his gaze and realized they had disturbed a wasp nest. He quickly pushed Mishan away. With a wave of his hand, he released his own ants. Some wasps were blocked by the ants in midair, but more wasps broke through his defense line. The wasps headed straight from Michan's direction. Michan immediately panicked, but a strange scene occurred. The wasps entered Michan's body one by one. Mr. Failure anxiously asked about his injuries. The wasp just entered your body. Suddenly, Mr. Failure's eyes widened again, because at this time, the wasps emerged from his body again. Then Michan, covering his chest, walked to Mr. Failure. I feel something strange in my body. At this time, Ake was doing experiments in the laboratory. His first test with the black ants showed a 90% synchronization rate. After condensing the sword, it shot up to 99%. Seeing this scene, both Dr. Sishol and his assistant were very excited. After all, AK's mother only had a 98% synchronization rate. But AK said that every time he played with the ants, he would get hungry, always feeling like they were tormenting him inside his body. Just then, a non-human arm emerged from the ground. The black ants in Ake's hand began to stir restlessly. Dr. Sishol asked Ake, "Can you command the ants to eat this?" Ake softly said, "Eat." The ants swarmed toward the arm. Dr. Sishol was secretly pleased. The black ants are mutants naturally formed in Ake's body. Unlike the red and blue ants I researched, they have stronger cohesion and combat power. But at the same time, they're very violent. Although their current numbers are small and don't yet threaten AK. But if their numbers reach the level of forming armor, by then, the ants will probably start attacking the host himself. We absolutely can't let them run wild like this. At the same time, Mishan excitedly came to the laboratory. Great, I also have superpowers to become a hero. Mom is number 0, brother Ake is number 1, then I'll be number 2. Our whole family can become heroes. Mishan directly opened the research lab door. Grandpa, I have powers too. However, the research lab was empty, just as Michan was wondering where Grandpa and the others might be. Michan heard the sound of chains falling. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw a terrifying monster clinging to the glass staring at him. At this time, the alarm sounded. Dr. Sishel realized that Insector had broken free from its shackles, but glass obviously couldn't hold back the Insector for long. Mishan backed away in fear. He knew it was the monster that had hurt his mother before he could escape. The Insector had already broken through. Without a word, it pounced toward Mishan. At the critical moment, a fist smashed into the Insector's face. Mishan immediately recognized the newcomer as Mr. Failure, but the ants on his body surface were very unstable. The armor could only cover half his torso. Mr. Failure charged at the Insector while telling Mishan to run quickly. I can't maintain this form for long. The Insector immediately slashed his cheek. But Mr. Failure, as a fighting athlete, wasn't ordinary either. He punched the Insector in the face again. The next moment, his pupils suddenly contracted. The Insector's 2 feet suddenly attacked downward. Mr. Failure barely dodged, but his abdomen was still injured. Before he could react, a massive fist sent him crashing to the ground. The Insector continued punching downward. Seeing this, Mishan became extremely anxious, then turned to anger. Stop it, he roared, and at the same time strange energy spread out. The Insector stopped its actions and turned to look at Mishan. It slowly walked to Mishan's front. Before it could act, a voice spoke from the side again. Don't be ridiculous. The battle isn't over yet. Mr. Failure had stood up again, and his appearance was completely different from before. Form 2. Battle continues. With that, he slashed across the Insector's cheek, then delivered continuous damage at super high speed. Go die! Mr. Failure pierced through the Insector's chest, then forcefully threw it out. The Insector hit the wall and spat blood. At the same time, Mr. Failure was already exhausted, but the Insector immediately stood up again, just as it was about to pounce on Mr. Failure. Mishan immediately stood in front of him. The Insector looked puzzled. Mishan raised his right hand. Disappear! Instantly, his palm unleashed powerful suction. The Insector's body was continuously stretched and distorted. The pain made Mishan roar toward the sky. Before long, only shackles remained on the ground. Soon after, the doctor finally arrived. At this time, Mishan was holding Mr. Failure's hand, healing his wounds. After that, a blue ant hero appeared in various places. Those ordinary insectors were no match for him at all. This blue ant was Mr. Failure, who had successfully controlled the blue ants in his body and became test subject number 2. It's just that the power in his body would occasionally go berserk. Just last time when going abroad on a mission, the ants in his body went berserk and harmed many people. However, all this couldn't escape the notice of Dr. Sishol. Mr. Failure showed no remorse, saying that to save the majority, sacrificing a small number was unavoidable. He became like this after Mishan transferred energy to him. So this isn't just my fault, this is also inevitable. After listening, Dr. Sishol said they didn't need uncontrollable heroes. Mr. Failure still smiled, but the world needs me. Senior Mijin can no longer participate in battles. Or do you want that 5-year-old number 1 to fight the Insectors? After hearing this, Dr. Sishol remained expressionless, but he indeed had no one else available besides number 2 now. Looking at AK's side, after Mijin stopped going on missions, she could accompany them every day. Today there were also braised pork ribs sent by Grandma. Ake happily approached seeing the braised pork ribs. At the same time, he wondered why Grandma hadn't come to play recently. Mijin Mijin didn't know how to answer either, because Grandma had told her to take good care of the children. She could only say Grandma was too busy recently. How about next time the three of us go play Grandma's company together? Aik happily agreed, then went out to call Michan back for dinner. When he reached the doorway, he found little Michan and Grandpa standing across the street. Grandpa, look, I can now control insects at will, and I can also transfer insect power to other people. Mr. Failure got the stag beetle's energy from me, so I can become a hero too, right? Michan asked expectantly, but Dr. Seashell remembered what the assistant had said. Your grandson can absorb the abilities of insects, including insectors, and then transfer them to anyone, including ordinary people, which means he might produce massive numbers of insectors. At this thought, Dr. Sishiol crouched down and embraced Mikan. Mishan was filled with anticipation, but he only heard his grandpa sobbing. Mishan, you are a failure. Hearing these words, Michan was thunderstruck. Aik nearby also lost his smile. That night, the two brothers were lying in their respective beds, but Michan suddenly sat up. He quietly crept to Aik's bedside. No! Suddenly, Aik's scream reached Mijin's room. She immediately rushed over, only to witness a shocking scene. Mishan was using his ability to extract the ants from Aik's body, muttering, I'm also a hero. I'm also a hero. As long as I can obtain the ants, I can become a hero too. Mijin stepped forward and slapped him. Seeing AK in such agony, Mijin demanded loudly, Mishan, what are you doing? Mishan sat on the ground, neither crying nor making a fuss, his eyes growing increasingly cold. What exactly are you envious of? Do you know how terrifying it is to have ants living inside your body? Hearing that your body is normal makes me happy, so Mishan, just live an ordinary life. Michan walked right past Mijin, saying flatly, I am not ordinary, so no one would be happy that I have abilities, is that right? It seems I really am a failure. Mijin wanted to chase after him. She hurriedly opened the door, only to see Dr. Sishol arriving with his men. Take Mishan away, he's threatening AK. Mijin tried to protect Mishan, explaining it was just children playing, but unable to transform, she couldn't resist the two bodyguards at all. In the end, she could only watch helplessly as Mishan was taken away. Afterward, Mishan was brought to a small dark room. He possesses the ability to transform insectors and is considered a dangerous existence. Isolation measures are immediately activated until a treatment plan is determined. At this moment, Michan was still muttering, I am a failure, I am not a failure, I will be the only successful creation. Come out, my little pets. Mijin was extremely anxious. She asked her father, it's been 2 weeks already, how long are you going to keep him locked up? Dr. Sishol remained stone-faced, as if the one imprisoned was a complete stranger. He continued to emphasize that the child would destroy humanity sooner or later, and once his cursed ability was removed, he could return to being an ordinary person. Mijin shouted, what if it can't be removed? What then? At this moment, Mr. Failure outside the door couldn't help but complain. Dr. Sishol is really ruthless, there's nothing he can't do. Just then, he felt a sharp pain in his body. The ants were constantly ravaging his body. Suddenly, everyone felt the ground shake. Both Mijin and Mr. Failure realized something. Dr. Sishol merely asked calmly, what's happening? Mijin told him to stay put. She would go observe. Mr. Failure was struggling to run toward the source of the tremor. Mijin overtook him in an instant. Meanwhile, in the detention room, the shackles holding Mishin had been broken open. Guards were firing continuously at an insector inside, but the bullets couldn't penetrate its exterior. Upon seeing Mishin, the two stopped shooting. Then Mishin raised his hand and the insector was quickly absorbed into his palm. He said expressionlessly, release. A yellow light shot into the two guards' bodies. Far away at home, Aik suddenly felt his heart tremble. He quietly called for his mother. By the time Mijin reached the detention room, those two guards had already transformed into insectors. She still didn't know what had happened, shouting for Mishan to hide. But because of her injuries, she couldn't control the ants in her body. Then Mishan suddenly spoke, Mother, you're wrong, I did all of this, this is my ability, why won't you acknowledge me? With that, the two insectors charged at Mijin. Mijin was violently slammed into the wall when the smoke cleared. Mijin firmly grasped the incoming spike. Of course I'll acknowledge you are my child. As she spoke, Mijin kicked one insector down, then punched it to pieces. She took the opportunity to embrace Mishan. I've always believed in you, Mishan. Mom, you are wrong, I shouldn't have hit you that day. So let's end this here, okay? Before she could finish, a spike pierced through Mijin's chest. An insector had successfully ambushed her. Mishan questioned what the insector was doing, but it only squeaked twice, as if it had lost its humanity. Mishan threw a punch. The insector was sent crashing into the wall. Mr. Failure had arrived just in time. However, that insector still looked ferocious. It fired spikes from its tail. Mr. Failure remained calm under pressure, crossing his hands. A cross slash dissolved the insector's attack and cut it in half, but he also felt somewhat weakened. However, Mishin couldn't care about any of that. He came to Mijin's side and wailed. At this moment, Dr. Sisho finally arrived. Mishin was about to ask his grandpa to save Mother. Suddenly, a bullet grazed his cheek. Mishan looked stunned. Dr. Sisho's face was full of hatred, his gun aimed at Mishan. Stay away from my daughter. disappear from our world. After saying this, he fired another shot without hesitation, but Mr. Failure blocked it in time. You crazy old man, do you know what you're doing? Dr. Sichel was also startled. Number 2, get out of the way quickly, he's dangerous, I order you to leave. If you keep blocking, I'll deal with you too. Hearing this, Mr. Failure sneered. Deal with me? Fine, I'd like to see how you plan to deal with me. Dr. Sichel questioned whether Mr. Failure no longer wanted to be a hero. Mr. Failure scoffed, don't be ridiculous, I now think our side is more like what heroes should do. Hearing this, Dr. Sichel lowered his weapon. In that case, I'll have to deal with you first. A remote control emerged from his pocket. Mr. Failure sensed danger. The next moment he vanished from his spot. His hand gripped Dr. Sichel's throat. What is that thing in your hand for? Although Mr. Failure didn't know what it was, he had a premonition that this device was very dangerous to him. I've been prepared since that incident, you've all become corrupted. Hearing this, Mr. Failure's eyes blazed with fury. Damn it, so you installed a bomb in my body? Of course, and there are even more powerful devices. As he spoke, Dr. Sichel's hand was already on the remote. Mr. Failure's body shuddered. Without a word, he flung Dr. Sichel away, but his armor was rapidly disintegrating. You stinking old man, what did you do to the ants? I simply gave them attack orders and their target is yourself. At least now you can die as a human. Mr. Failure desperately tore at his armor. Michan also rushed anxiously to his side. He immediately activated his ability. Mr. Failure, don't die. You're also my hero. Come back to life. It turned out that when Michan first activated the ants in Mr. Failure's body, he felt very guilty, because he knew that made the ants sometimes go out of control. But Mr. Failure comforted him. Thanks to you, I was able to awaken and become a hero, so don't feel sorry to me, you are my hero. Michan didn't want Mr. Failure to die. After the smoke cleared, Dr. Sichel thought everything was settled, but the scene before him left him shocked. Did he become a monster after all? Not a monster, but a true awakening. Mr. Failure, isn't that right? Hearing this, Mr. Failure released an intimidating aura. Then he threw a punch directly at Dr. Sichel. Dr. Sichel was frantic. He had to detonate the bomb in his body. At this moment, Mijin suddenly blocked Mr. Failure, but her severely injured body was clearly no match. Wake up, and Michan, you too. However, Mr. Failure threw another punch. Mijin was slammed hard into the wall, clearly losing her fighting ability. Mr. Failure continued to advance menacingly. Mijin, I have a way here, you go up and take a K to escape. But Michan is still here, don't get confused about the situation. Michan has already lost control. Mom? A voice suddenly came from behind them. Aik looked on in bewilderment. Mijin urgently shouted, Aik, run away. But Aik's gaze had already shifted away from her. What is that? Michan, what are you doing there? At this moment, Michan also looked over. It's all because of you. Disappear from my sight. Mr. Failure immediately walked toward AK. Mijin crawled with difficulty to get in front of AK, telling him to run. At this moment, bullets were firing at Mr. Failure. I absolutely won't let you harm him. He is humanity's hope. What about me? Michan looked at Dr. Sichel, his eyes completely lifeless. Then I'll be humanity's death. With that, Mr. Failure struck at Dr. Sichel with one hand. Mijin and AK's faces turned deathly pale. Dr. Sichel struggled to give his final words, don't get close. After saying this, he used all his strength to press the button. A small bomb flew out from his body. The explosion instantly engulfed everyone. Mijin gently caressed Aik's cheek. Then came a tremendous roar. A deep crater appeared in the ground. Mijin held Aik, who was surrounded and protected by red ants. When grandmother arrived, only Aik's cries remained, and his younger brother Michan curled up on the other side, with some blue ants crawling on his body. In an unknown corner, there was an imprint made of blue ants on the ground. No one saw them crawling toward the bottom of the pit. Fortunately, Aik wasn't seriously injured. The matter of the insectors was also covered up. Only Mijin couldn't be saved in the end. Hearing this, grandmother burst into tears. Then grandmother asked about Michan's whereabouts. The assistant told her Michan was confined in a certain prison. Grandmother wanted to argue that he was just a 5-year-old child, but thinking about what he had done, she felt guilty. She tearfully told the assistant, I want to abandon the experimental subject research. You all shouldn't create monsters to eliminate monsters anymore. I'm sorry for making you lose your job. The assistant said he was also responsible and would go take care of Michan. At the gravestone, Aik asked grandmother, will I be alone from now on? How could our Aik be alone? You still have grandmother. From now on, live with grandmother. After returning to the company, grandmother sold it. As for the Reaper department, she let Mr. Kim take over, while she herself enjoyed retirement as the founder. After hearing grandmother's account, the others finally understood the Reaper department's history. Pio also finally understood why Kojima was attacking the base to find Michan. Director, I want to ask, where is Michan imprisoned? Hearing the question, grandmother became unusually serious. Even if you knew, what would you want to do? Do you want to hurt him? Pio indicated he had no such intention. Don't do unnecessary things that might backfire. Keeping him locked up where no one can find him is the best solution for everyone. But if we leave it alone, Kojima will continue attacking various bases, and eventually the Reaper department will be destroyed. At this moment, Ox spoke up, I'll take him. Grandmother was also stunned. Nan questioned, you want to personally eliminate your brother? No, I'll destroy his ability. Previously, I restored those golden bugs that used humans as hosts. If I can find the original bug in my brother's body, I can definitely save him. Meanwhile, outside the base, Red complained, how long do we have to stay here? That guy won't be tortured, will he? Yojin Lee gave him a look. Can't you hope for something good? Besides, he seemed so confident he should be fine. They continued watching the base entrance. Suddenly, a man appeared. Yojin Lee's eyes widened. The man muttered, So annoying, overtime again. Then he blew a bubble. It's that guy. Yojin Lee's words made Red perk up, the one who appeared at the club. At this moment, Gunil had blown dozens of bubbles which drifted slowly forward. The guard saw them dismissively, saying, "Soap bubbles? Hey mister, you can't let these things fly in. How old are you to still play with such things?" As he spoke, he was about to poke the bubbles, when the radio suddenly warned, "Don't touch them." The guard turned back in confusion, but the bubble at his fingertip burst, immediately causing a chain of explosions. Yojin Lee and Red finally arrived. Their faces were extremely grave. They finally stopped behind Gunil. Gunil turned to look at them. "Do you want to get off work?" At this moment, alarm sounded in the base. Base defenses have been breached. The enemy is currently in untransformed state. 2 unidentified individuals have also been discovered, cannot determine if they are enemies. Please move patients to the underground ward. All combat personnel report to the scene. AK indicated the blonde-haired girl and the red-haired man were his friends. "Mr. Pio, please take my grandmother to Michan first. I'll meet up with you later." At this moment, Guno was still chatting with Yojin Lee and Red. "Why are there only 2 of you? Last time I suggested you join the Apex Insects, how did you consider it?" Yojin Lee immediately refused. Red asked what he was doing here. "Do we need a reason to attack humans? But I do have a purpose. First, to retrieve that severed arm. Second, to determine if that test subject is here. Moreover, a word of advice. Besides me, all Apex Insects members in the entire region are at the base awaiting orders." Yojin Lee's eyes widened. "So you're going to start a war between humans and insectors?" At this time, combat personnel had arrived, but Gunil looked impatient. "I don't like overtime, that's why I rushed here. So don't get in my way." With that, he waved his hand, and many bubbles floated from his palm. Yojin Lee flew up to dodge. "Regardless, I can't let you in." Red relied on his speed to dodge each one. At the same time, he discovered the bubbles contained microbombs. Yojin Lee also noticed this and wanted to blow the bubbles away, but this still caused an explosion. Fortunately, Yojin Lee had already rushed out. In just this short time, the first batch of combat personnel had been eliminated. Yojin Lee and Red attacked simultaneously, but were both blocked by bubbles. They could only choose a tactical retreat. At this moment, Gunil had completed his transformation. "You two are too annoying, but with your abilities, you couldn't possibly break through my defensive bubbles." Red told Yojin Lee to step aside. He would handle this. The next instant, Gunil appeared in front of him. "Though it's troublesome, I should eliminate you first." Red was somewhat alarmed. He couldn't sense the unique frequency when insectors moved. "Don't underestimate me." As he spoke, he threw a punch. Just as his fist swung out, Gunil appeared behind him. Surprised? "I'm different from ordinary insectors." Red was about to turn around when he was kneed and sent flying. Yojin Lee in the air watched with concern. Red could only take passive beatings, while Junil leisurely explained, "The more primitive the appearance, the less rational they are. The more savage and mindless they become." They all repeat one phrase quietly. "That is their own name." Red kept swinging his fists, finally landing one punch on Gunil's face. But it couldn't damage him at all. "Please don't interrupt my speech." With that, Gunil kicked him in the abdomen, then leisurely walked over. "You should be the same, right? Looking at you, you're a red ladybug. And that one in the sky should be a silkworm. My form doesn't have a name yet. I also want to give myself an intuitive name. What should I call it? I can blow bubbles, so what about bubble? But besides blowing bubbles, I have other special skills, so this name doesn't seem that good." With that, he vanished. Red shouted, "Watch out." At this moment, Gunil had already appeared above Yojin Lee. "This super jumping is also my ability," and whip kicks with tremendous power. Yojin Lee couldn't dodge at all. She was slammed to the ground by his kick. Red could only rage helplessly. All this time, to become stronger, I kept challenging, but I was thrown further and further behind. Invincible? Maybe it really is because of this. It's cumbersome and fragile as paper shell. This isn't my style at all. I'm a fighter. At this moment, Yojin Lee lay unconscious on the ground. Gunil raised his right leg, not intending to show mercy. Time to end this. As he stomped down, lightning suddenly filled the area under his foot. When the lightning cleared, there was no one under his foot. Suddenly, 2 small ladybugs struck him from left and right. The damage was minimal, but the insult was extreme. Gunil sighed. "It looks like I'll be working very late today." Red set Yojin Lee down. "No, you won't." The next instant, he appeared not far from Gunil. "I'll finish you off quickly." Red's form was no longer round and bulky, but more suited to his style as a boxer. Red could also feel his body had become much lighter, as if he had limitless energy. Seeing this, Gunil also admired. Impressive. With that, he charged toward Red. The two engaged in intense hand-to-hand combat, and Red, who had just been dominated, wasn't falling behind. Yojin Lee was awakened by the sounds of battle. She looked at the shocking scene in disbelief. "Is that Red? How did he become like this?" The current Red used a boxer's rhythm to easily dodge most of Gunil's attacks. The small ladybugs floating around him could also help him defend. He seized the opportunity and threw a punch. Gunil dodged in time, but another fist came crashing down. His body flew backward, finally landing on a tree trunk, then shot toward the other side at amazing speed. Red sprouted a pair of phantom wings from his back. In the blink of an eye, he was above Gunil. "Where are you going? Trying to escape?" With that, he punched Gunil toward the ground. Gunil shot out from the smoke again. He didn't forget to talk tough. "Don't get cocky, you bastard. Even if you've had a molt, you're no match for me." With that, he unleashed a flurry of kicks. Countless leg shadows shot out. Red didn't dodge or avoid. The small ladybugs in front of him blocked all the attacks. Soon he himself reached the ground. Gunil ground his teeth in hatred. He immediately launched a sneak attack. but Red caught it steadily. I feel like even dodging your attacks would be unnecessary. Now it's my turn. Gunil sensed danger and quickly retreated. Red pursued relentlessly from behind. His fist rapidly accumulated energy. Die! Gunil hurriedly spat out bubbles, but against such overwhelming power they were completely useless. The fist punched straight through his body, but blood-colored bubbles emerged around the wound. Gunil became extremely fierce. Then he roared. A massive explosion occurred instantly. When the smoke cleared, Red still held his fist up. Soon he returned to human form. Seeing this, Yojin Lee also relaxed. At this moment, Aik finally arrived. Yojin Lee teased, "Why are you only coming now? The battle's over." That apex insector was taken down by Red. But Aik's expression was extremely grave. "Yojin Lee, get up quickly, they're coming." His words made Yojin Lee's heart tremble. Figures began appearing before them. Soon, countless enemies were floating in the air. At this moment, facing AK and Yojin Lee, Red hadn't noticed yet that the recent battle had exhausted him. He was looking smug. "Why are you only coming now? I already defeated him." Suddenly, there was a sharp pain in his back. A golden needle pierced his lower back. A sultry female voice came from behind. "Congratulations on your successful molt, and long time no see, our champion." It turned out Red and Hannah had known each other for a long time. Back then, they worked together in the lawless land. Red was very confused. "Eating this disgusting thing can really make you stronger?" Hannah directly handed over the larva. "Do you want to try it too?" Those guys in the lawless land all ate them. Although Red wanted to become stronger, he didn't want to rely on external forces. Seeing this, Hannah stopped teasing him. "That time will come soon. And these larvae have no desire as a medium, they can only temporarily boost combat power. When you desperately crave power, then you'll undergo molting. This is the second awakening." Yojin Lee looked at the dense swarm of flying insects ahead, asking AK in a daze, "Are those also Apex Insects members?" AK told her the origin of these flying insects. At this moment, artillery shells came flying. The shells struck the flying insect army. Reaper Department combat members also came out to defend. They had to hold out until internal personnel evacuated. Meanwhile, other bases encountered the same situation, so no support could be provided in the short term. Tae and Sam also prepared for battle. Tae told his partners that the three people in front were allies, and to distinguish between friend and foe during combat. Then the Reaper Department launched their attack. Yojin Lee urgently told Aik, "Let's go, we've done what we needed to do." Gunil was also taken down by Red. "Red, get up quickly, don't just lie there." But Aik refused because his grandmother was still inside. Hearing this, Yojin Lee said no more, just cold sweat appeared on her face. Aik said, "Please." At this moment, the flying insect army dove toward the ground. Yojin Lee warned everyone to be careful, then pulled up blue silk threads. The flying insects crashed into the blue defensive net, but many insects still sacrificed limbs to break through. They fell to the ground and pounced on Yojin Lee. A cute little ant quickly crawled up, instantly transforming into a black ant. It bit the flying insect in front of Yojin Lee. Aik's shadow right hand had already been summoned. He raised his shadow right hand and shouted, "Assemble!" Countless ants gathered around him. Black ant shadow giants emerged to bite the flying insects. However, even so, many flying insects broke through the defense, and Reaper Department combat personnel gradually suffered losses. At this moment, Arajo was evacuating with medical staff. Jin and the others were also leaving in an orderly fashion. Just before leaving, he curiously glanced at Arajo. After walking for a long stretch, Arajo curiously asked, "Where are we going now?" The medical staff didn't answer until they reached the third research lab. Arajo was still somewhat uneasy. "I saw everyone else going that way." The door opened, green light shone out from inside. The researchers inside were frantically moving research materials, including that severed arm. At this moment, they also noticed the door had opened, but before they could speak, they felt their eyelids becoming very heavy. It was the medical staff member who brought Arajo who had knocked them out. She completely ignored the shocked Arajo, talking to herself, "I got it. A car will appear at the back door later, follow behind the car." As she spoke, the medical staff member's body twisted and writhed. Arajo was full of shock. Then tears flowed down her cheeks. The medical staff member grew beautiful wings. Her appearance was clearly Sejin Bang. At the same time, a black private car drove out from the back door. Inside sat grandmother and the others. Hannah followed the car in the air. She praised Sejin Bang with infatuation, "Truly my most excellent child, so we'll be together forever." Sejin Bang wanted Arajo to come with her, to become the same existence as her. This way they could be together forever. But only she knew she had evolved from an ugly caterpillar, and out of 100,000 caterpillars, only one or two could successfully evolve. Sejin Bang spoke various sweet words, and quietly activated her ability, trying to hypnotize Arajo. Just as she was about to succeed, an IV stand quickly flew over. Sejin Bang had to dodge, stopping her hypnosis of Arajo. The stand happened to shatter the storage tank containing the severed arm. Arajo regained consciousness due to the impact. Sejin Bang looked in the direction the stand came from. She saw a one-armed, one-legged man hopping toward them, cursing as he came. "You little bug, how dare you break in here and deceive the little girl." Sejin Bang flapped her wings and shot wind arrows, but Jin deflected the attack with one slash, and left a wound on her body. She quickly turned and fired back. They immediately began fighting. Even now, Sejin Bang didn't know who this person was, that he could beat her with just one hand and one foot. But Jin didn't want to waste words with her. He wanted to directly kill the insect before him, but Arajo suddenly rushed over to stop him. Jin was afraid of hurting the child in front of him and didn't dare continue attacking. Arajo turned to Sejin Bang and told her to leave quickly. Sejin Bang hesitated for just 2 seconds, then grabbed Kijima's severed arm and quickly left. She couldn't help but look back. Arajo had already fainted from the earlier impact. Meanwhile, outside the base, the Reaper department and flying insects were still fighting each other. Ordinary combat members were no match for the flying insects. Fortunately, Tae's combat ability was decent. He could fight while also looking out for his teammates. But he felt something was very wrong. These flying insects wouldn't die even when their heads were smashed and deformed. Another combat member said he didn't know either. At this moment, Aik passed in front of him, and 3 flying insects instantly died. Aik now had 3 small insects in his hand. He played with the insects and said, "Get the larvae out of their throats, then give the larvae to me." With that, Aik swallowed those 3 larvae. Tae felt nauseated seeing this, but he immediately issued the order. Notify all members the flying insects' main bodies are the larvae in their throats. Extract them and give them to Black Ant. After finding the weakness, the flying insects were no longer invincible. But Yojin Lee was already barely holding on. There were still countless flying insects outside the blockade net. If more got in, the already difficult battle inside would become even more hopeless. Aik couldn't think of a solution for the moment, but Yojin Lee couldn't hold on any longer. Without the blockade net's interception, the flying insect army all flew toward the battlefield. The next moment, straight blue light beams pierced through them. They were fixed in midair like skewered meat. It was Yojin Lee who had awakened her second form just in time. After an unknown amount of time, Grandmother's group finally reached their destination. Everyone was puzzled. There was clearly just a residential building in front of them. Grandmother explained this was her home. The neighbors in the plaza all greeted Grandmother. Grandmother waved back to each of them. Then she said, "Thank you all for your hard work during this time. You can get off work now." These neighbors first looked stunned. Then they bowed to Grandmother. "We'll be going then." Only then did the others realize these were actors arranged by Grandmother. After the crowd left, Grandmother climbed onto the circular platform in the center of the plaza. Then she and Mr. Kim each took out a button. They placed the buttons into 2 grooves in the platform. The platform slowly opened from the middle, revealing a secret passage leading underground. Only then did Grandmother lead the way down. At this moment, in a certain prison cell, a bound white-haired youth suddenly said, "It seems we have visitors today." On the other side, Sejin Bang brought the severed arm back to the Apex Insect's secret base. Every time she came here, she felt uneasy. After all, the insectors here even ate their own kind. She knelt on one knee before Kojima, then carefully said, "I've safely brought back your left arm." Kojima approached, and blue substance connected the break to the arm. The next moment, his arm was restored. Then he placed his hand on Sejin Bang's head, which terrified her, plus the chewing sounds from behind. It must the insectors were devouring their own kind, making her even more afraid. However, Kojima said to go to where he was confined. At this moment on AK's side, Yojin Lee had eliminated the remaining flying insects with one move. Then she extracted all the larvae from the flying insects. Ake's clones immediately dealt with them one by one, then all converged back into Ake. What followed was his heart-wrenching screams. Inside his body, the power his mother left behind was awakening. So Ake's armor became different, with black and red cleverly combined. There was even a small braid behind his head. Suddenly he said, "Thank you, Yojin Lee, follow me." After saying this, he disappeared from his spot. The next instant he appeared 10 meters away. Yojin Lee watched him leave helplessly. She could only hang on to Red and follow behind. The combat members left behind could only sigh where they stood. They also noticed that the flying insects were molting and returning to human form. At the same time, on the other side, Pio and Nan couldn't imagine there was such a hidden passage here. Grandmother said she was also entering for the first time. After the research base was destroyed that year, they built these buildings. This was where she and Aik lived together, and also where Mishin was confined. Several people came to the elevator door. Mr. Kim told Grandmother and the others to go down first. He would wait here for Aik. The elevator opened, and they saw Dr. Sishol's former assistant, who had become today's mushroom-cut man. Grandmother immediately went up to express her apologies. The assistant comforted Grandmother that it was fine. Thanks to her, he lived better here than anyone. Then he brought Grandmother to a door. Grandmother still felt too ashamed to face her grandson. The figure in the darkness gradually became clear. Mishin was tightly bound to a chair. "Mishin!" Grandmother cried out excitedly. Mishin slowly raised his head. "Grandma, I've missed you so much. Why are you coming here now?" Hearing this, Grandmother was also at a loss for words. "I'm sorry. Every time I reached the door, I didn't dare come down." Pio and Nan exclaimed from behind, "Is this Mi-chan? He looks exactly like Aik." Mi-chan's gaze turned sharp. "Guests have arrived. Are they here to kill me?" Everyone was shocked by Mi-chan's words. Grandmother hurriedly explained, "No, they're all company employees. They're not here to harm you." Mi-chan remained cold. "Then what for? You're coming to find me now. What's your purpose?" "Aik will come later too. He might be able to cure you." Hearing this, Michin froze for a moment. Then he laughed maniacally. "Grandma, have you gone senile? I haven't heard that name in ages. What can someone who only raises ants in his body do? No matter what you do, my ability won't disappear. Even if he could do it, I would refuse. I won't accept help from a successful creation. Grandmother wanted to continue persuading him. Suddenly, an explosion occurred behind them. Mr. Kim was thrown directly inside. Grandmother wanted to go forward but was blocked. Finally found you. Both the assistant and Michan were incredulous. Kijima raised his hand, gathering power. Pio immediately rushed forward. Protect the director! Kijima's hand swept lightly. A purple light blade slashed through. An explosion occurred somewhere. Pio was instantly covered in blood. Nan shouted, "Director!" Grandmother lay on the ground, her life or death unknown. Even from a distance, 8 could sense a powerful force, and grandmother whose life was hanging by a thread, so he accelerated once again. But the situation was still far from optimistic. Pio was no match for Kijima at all. Kijima pretended to attack him, but actually wanted to break open the prison. At this moment, 2 mechanical arms clamped onto Kijima. The assistant urged them to attack quickly, so Nan and Pio both used their special moves. Electric current ran wild across Kijima's body. The assistant told them to take the director and leave. As for Michan, the system malfunction prevents opening the door. Anyway, leave the rest to me, you go quickly. Hearing this, Nan and Pio quickly left with grandmother. The assistant muttered to himself, I didn't expect this would work. Michan, staying inside, at least they won't kill you. I hope you won't resent others. With that, he was about to press the button, but his hand suddenly stopped, unable to move down even a fraction. Hannah's figure slowly appeared. You can't blow this place up. Michan had already stood up. I won't be deceived by anyone again. It turned out Hannah had already freed Michan from his restraints. No one can stop me anymore. Thank you for these 10 years, Mr. Failure. With that, Michan raised his hand. The assistant was enveloped in a yellow glow. Soon he transformed into an insector. Hannah was also astonished. Then Michan walked to Kijima. This is why they don't accept me. At this point, Pio and the others had just reached outside. Nan still wanted to stay behind to cover their retreat. Hannah had already flown over them. Michan's voice rang out from behind. It's been so long since I've seen the sky. I thought I'd be locked down there until death. Thanks for this time, Mr. Failure. By the way, I was actually buried under this residential area for 10 years. How ridiculous. Although Nan couldn't understand what he was saying, he seemed quite cheerful. Michan suddenly approached. How is Grandma? Nan replied. As you can see, severe blood loss. Suddenly Michan raised his hand. Since you have not much time left anyway, so why don't you enjoy a new life? With that, he activated his ability. Nan and Pyo took Grandma and Mr. Kim to dodge in time, but the pigeon passing behind them suffered. The pigeon transformed into an insector larger than human. It was the first time they'd seen such an ability. Michan also found it fascinating. He hadn't expected it could work this way. The giant insector suddenly attacked Nan and the others. They couldn't dodge in time and were cut. Grandmother was also thrown out. The giant insector attacked grandmother again. Suddenly, the insector's head disappeared. Ake arrived just in time. Michan also noticed something was wrong. That's Mom's color. Ake ignored them and knelt beside grandmother. Nan said grandmother was badly injured. Ake told him to escort grandmother away from here. As for himself, he would stay to deal with Michan. Michan commanded Kijima to attack first. Ake easily blocked his attack. However, Kijima spoke at this moment. Number 1, it's been so long, but Ake couldn't be bothered with him, so they continued fighting. They fought from the ground to the sky. Kijima appeared effortless, while Ake could hardly touch him. With just one slash, he could cut through an entire building, so Ake used the Red Ant's ability. He instantly reached Kijima and launched an attack, but only scraped off a bit of Kijima's surface. Is this all you've got? I'm really disappointed. With that, he grabbed Ake by the throat, then delivered a heavy punch. Ake crashed through several buildings in succession. Kijima followed closely behind. He threw another punch. Layer after layer of floors were easily pierced like paper. AK finally crashed to the ground. You know, I greatly admired Senior Mijin and I hoped to become a hero like her, but I couldn't become a hero. Ake replied, because this world doesn't need heroes who kill innocent people, then go die. With that, Kijima's handblade came down. The figure before him was cut open. However, Ake appeared behind him. Kijima turned and threw a punch. Are you toying with me? But the blade had already pierced through his abdomen. Ake shouted, devour him! Figures emerged from Ake's body. They surged toward Kijima. Kijima's surface armor began to decompose. Ake panted heavily. Suddenly a voice came, don't be foolish. Ake looked up, staring blankly at the person showing half their face. 2 voices spoke simultaneously, I died long ago. At this moment, Kijima's left hand suddenly struck down, but Ake couldn't move. Stop, I haven't had a proper talk with Big Brother yet. Come back. With that, the substance on Kijima's surface flowed toward Michan. Mr. Failure, thank you. You'll always be my hero. By the way, this is the hero blade you made for me when we were little, brother. Ake was puzzled by his words. Michan's expression suddenly turned cold. Ever since the lab explosion, Mr. Failure has been under my control. With that, Michan's blade pierced into Ake's body. During my absence as the successful creation, you were happy, weren't you? But I'm very annoyed, and you monopolized Mom's power. Previously, it was your turn to be happy, now it's my turn. Give it to me, all of it. With that, Michan activated his ability. The shell on Ake's body immediately crumbled. Both of them screamed in agony. Only then did Yojin Lee arrive belatedly. Where exactly is Ake? The silk ends here. Suddenly she saw light blazing ahead. Then a massive explosion occurred there. After an unknown amount of time, Ake slowly awakened in the hospital. He learned that Yojin Lee had saved him. Ake looked around. Where's Grandma? Pio sighed deeply. Director disappeared after the explosion. Ake anxiously tried to get up, but the wounds on his body tore with searing pain. All personnel were deployed, but we still couldn't find the director. I'm truly sorry. At this moment, the TV broadcast news. Recently, insectors have appeared globally. Civil Reaper departments have now received official authorization. Please be careful when going out. PYO also spoke up. You can see the current situation. We need your abilities. Although the black ant is no longer in your body, we still need you. Ate quickly pulled himself together. As long as I can kill them, I'll do anything. What no one knew was, a red ant in the hole in Ake's neck was stirring restlessly. After Mishen regained his freedom, the number of insectors worldwide skyrocketed. 2 years passed, and Country H had become insector territory. They lorded over humans, becoming the apex of the food chain, while humans became playthings at their mercy, and some humans even became one of them. They didn't hesitate to capture their own kind and offer them to those insectors. The bald man before them was just such a person. He tied 10 humans before an insector, then reached out to the purple insector on the platform. The people are all gathered. According to our agreement, give me the medicine, black ant. The purple insector silently counted, stopping before the last man. You only have 9.7 people here, the bald man protested. You never said you needed a complete 10 people. Hurry up and give me the stuff. With that, he was about to draw his weapon. The insector raised his hand and flicked lightly. The bald man's hand flew off. The purple insector said flatly, now it's enough. The bald man cursed continuously. I should never have trusted you damn bugs. The purple insector told him not to worry, then took out a blue crystal. Inside the crystal seemed to be an insect egg. I am black ant. I will keep my promise. With that, he threw the blue crystal beside the bald man. Enjoy the pleasure of gaining power. The bald man immediately showed a greedy expression, ignoring the pain of his severed arm. The other insectors stared at the captured people. Then let's also start enjoying our feast. Moments earlier, several figures were flying toward this church. Just as the bald man was about to swallow the crystal in one gulp, the window glass was suddenly shattered. Blue threads wrapped around the bound people. Then both they and the bald man flew into the air. Yojin Lee said, blue crystal discovered along with 3 insectors. Now the extermination operation begins. Those insectors weren't panicked at all. Hey, isn't this a bug reaper? Another figure burst through the window, transforming his hand into a gun. Without a word, he fired 2 shots, directly blowing up one of the bugs. The newcomer was actually Sehui, the dragonfly man who had taken Arajo away. Idiots, were Dark Reaper. The purple insector remained silent. The surviving insector shouted, you traitors, launching a sneak attack. I'll tear you apart. With that, he charged at Sehui, but was suddenly split in half by someone who appeared. This person was Zigna, who had also been recruited into the Dark Reaper. By the way, do we really have to bring this ugly thing? It feels so embarrassing. Yojin Lee put the blue crystal into a bottle. If you feel constrained, take it off. I'm begging you to take it off quickly. Then they started their daily bickering. Sehui also came down to tease. Seems like being restricted to 20% still isn't enough. You still have so much energy. While they were arguing, the purple insector had already charged up. The 3 quickly dodged. With just 1 slash, it left a significant groove in the wall. Yojin Lee accused, we've been cooperating for half a year, and there's still no coordination at all? Sehui also said, that attack just now was too fast. At this moment he noticed, Zigna had already engaged the purple insector, forgot while arguing with you that our target is still here. Trash, you dare call yourself Black Ant? The purple insector mocked instead. I heard you were bitten by Black Ant until you cried for mommy and daddy, you worthless traitor. With that, he sent Zigna flying with 1 strike. Zigna slid several meters before stopping. He hadn't expected the opponent to be so strong. Before he could prepare, the purple insector had already assumed an attack stance. The next instant, he pierced right through Zigna. Zigna screamed continuously. At this moment, 2 bullets shot over. Sehui kicked to separate the purple insector and Zigna. The purple insector had just noticed, but found himself already bound. It's not because you're impersonating my friend that I'm saying this, but you really don't deserve the name Black Ant, Zigna suddenly cried out. His face contorted. I can tolerate everything else, but I can't stand being bitten by ants. While he was speaking, the purple insector used his blade to cut through the silk threads. Seeing Zigna charging at him, he also rushed forward without hesitation. Suddenly, a man in black deflected both their attacks. Before Zigna could ask questions, he spoke first. Change of plans. This time we need to capture this guy alive. The purple insector's pupils also contracted upon seeing him. Ake had already activated the current on his sword. In an instant, he was behind the purple insector. A gap appeared in the purple insector's waist. He was also electrocuted until his whole body convulsed. But he was still muttering, he was right, everything is according to his. Before finishing speaking, he collapsed unconscious. Only then did Ake explain the situation. It turned out Dr. Man wanted to use the purple insector for research, and he now had to rush to the next location. Yojin Lee was still complaining, finally get to come out once. She heard Zigna threaten Ake through gritted teeth. Next time you interfere again, I'll finish you off. Akis dismissively brushed it off. With that, he turned and left. Yojin Lee spoke up for AK. Do you think he's showing off his strength? Look at yourself just now. Your power usage almost exceeded 20%. If he had come any later, you would have been electrocuted unconscious. This made Zigna even more furious, and for a moment, the restrictor crackled. Ake acted as if he heard nothing. At this time, Sehui came over to call them. There's something strange in that room. Hearing this, several people entered the room to observe, but no one knew what the cocoon-like thing on the ground was. Ake had just become alert. That thing started shaking non-stop. Initially, no one took it seriously until Ake said, "It is also an insector." Everyone immediately took attack positions. Ake added, "I feel it's different from other insectors. The aura inside feels somewhat familiar." Just as he finished speaking, the cocoon cracked open. Zigna shouted that as soon as it jumped out, they'd finish it off. However, blinding blue light shone from inside the cocoon. Everyone was blinded by the flash. As soon as the thing inside the cocoon showed its head, Ake panicked and ran forward. Yojin Lee wanted to stop him, but seeing the scene before her, she was also dumbfounded. At this moment, Ake had already embraced that insector. He looked at the person in his arms, speechless. Sehui came to Yojin Lee's side asking what happened, while Yojin Lee looked incredulous. Because the person in Ake's arms was unmistakably their classmate Arajo. A moment later, she opened her eyes and saw Ake, calling out his name. Ake wanted to say something. Suddenly Arajo bit him on the neck. After a while, the helicopter to pick them up arrived. Ake was helped onto the rooftop while Arajo was bound tightly. Yojin Lee looked worried. "Are you sure you don't need treatment first?" Ake said he was fine. The most important thing now was to confirm Arajo's condition. At this moment, a voice came from ahead. "It's been a long time." The person was PYO, now serving as the director of Bug Reaper Department. Ake walked 2 steps in front of him. PO wanted to exchange pleasantries, but AK punched him in the face. This action was unexpected to everyone. AK grabbed PYO and shouted angrily, "You promised me! You said you'd help me find Grandma and protect Ara, but you didn't accomplish anything." Before PO could speak, the accompanying guards pointed their guns at AK. The bald man shouted, "Stand back!" At this moment, a sharp blade appeared before him. "Put away that junk before I make my move." So he also aimed at another guard. Only when Pio spoke did they lower their gun barrels. In the end, Pio could only say sorry. Ake ignored him. A moment later, Pio casually got up. They returned to base and immediately went to Dr. Man's laboratory. After analysis, Dr. Man speculated that Arajo must have had problems during incubation. This caused her current memory loss. According to him, it's like insect metamorphosis. Humans are placed in cocoons and slowly mutate, finally becoming members of the insectors, possibly retaining some memories. This was Dr. Man's first time seeing such a situation, so there was currently no solution. Although Yojin Lee had worked in the insector department, she had never heard of such a thing. At this moment, Arajo went berserk again, loudly shouting Ake's name. Dr. Man said meaningfully, "Your name has become her call. She calls your name but can't recognize you. How ironic." After hearing this, Ake also felt heartbroken. Soon after, he returned to his residence. Seeing grandmother's photo made his heart even heavier. At this moment, Yojin Lee burst in. "Look what this is. You probably haven't eaten anything these past 2 days, right? Although you don't need to consume large amounts of food like before, you still need to eat." AK agreed with her assessment. "But why did you bring so much? Are others coming over?" Yojin Lee immediately protected all 4 bowls of instant noodles. "Nonsense, these are all mine." Ake didn't say much more. Soon after they finished eating, Ake's mood became much more depressed. "It's been half a year since I saw Ara. When Ara lost her parents and her brother, she applied to take the Bug Reaper department. It's gotten even worse like this now. It's all my fault. I couldn't protect her." Yojin Lee immediately refuted. "How can you blame yourself? You've already worked very hard. There will be a way." Hearing this, Ake's gaze became sharp. "We must find Mishan. As long as we find that guy, we can definitely solve all problems." Yojin Lee comforted, "We'll definitely find him. That's why we formed this team, isn't it? I'll go first then. See you tomorrow." After saying goodbye, Yojin Lee didn't leave immediately. She knew Ake was having a hard time, so she came to check on him. At this time, in the laboratory, Dr. Man was showing a sinister smile. "Don't be so angry, it's just a genetic check. You're currently in an incompletely awakened state, so we can't determine what species you are. I'm really looking forward to what kind of results we'll get." Soon after, Dr. Man stared at the screen in astonishment. "This is really beyond my expectations." At the same time, in a certain forest, an ordinary bug reaper was desperately fleeing. 2 spider insectors were closely following behind him, but 2 legs definitely can't outrun 8 legs. Seeing no way to escape, the bug reaper fought back with his gun. He never expected those 2 spider insectors to be so fragile. Seeing this, he could no longer suppress his inner excitement. "Look, you little bugs, you're nothing." Suddenly, something appeared behind him. He immediately reacted, but found his companions, one by one wrapped up like dumplings and hung up. He was scared stiff, not even noticing another spider insector approaching from behind. When he looked up, the spider insector threw a punch down. He closed his eyes tightly. After a long time, he realized the opponent had only hit the ground. Then both the spider insector and his teammates had vanished without a trace. He regretfully pounded the ground. Why hadn't he acted to save them just now? At this moment, a sharp horn emerged from underground. Immediately after, a giant insector broke through the earth-wielding pincers. All that awaited this bug reaper was a dead end. The next morning, Ake came to the interrogation room again. Dr. Man told him the purple insector refused to say anything, but he said he would only talk to you alone. Hearing this, Ake directly asked the purple insector, "I heard you have something to say to me. You don't need to speak, I'll ask, you answer. So where is Michin? And how are those blue pills made?" The purple insector let out a mocking laugh. "Did you receive the gift? That girl, Ake punched through the glass. His killing intent was unmistakable. What exactly did you do to her? The purple insector still spoke unhurriedly. I'm just conveying that person's message. Without the ant's power, you are nothing. Don't make futile struggles. There are no heroes now. Soon after, the alarm sounded. Yojin Lee rushed into AK's room. AK, there's a mission. The Pyongyang mountain team lost contact. We need to leave now. AK prepared to depart immediately, but Dr. Man asked him to wait a bit longer. More than 10 minutes later, several people flew over Pyongyang mountain. Sehui flew ahead to scout. He saw the mountain filled with spiderweb-like things. Sehui struck first. He blasted open a passage with several shots, but in less than 2 seconds, those spider webs had restored themselves. He wanted to use even more fierce attacks, but was suddenly entangled by spider silk that caught his feet and mechanical arms. Spider insectors had appeared below at some point. Under their pulling, Sehui couldn't move. Zigna mocked with a smile. How pathetic, actually caught by a few bugs. With that, he dropped directly from the helicopter, instantly shredding the webs in those spider insectors. He didn't forget to look back at Sehui. Look at you, what would you do without me? Seeing this, they landed on the ground. Sehui didn't mind Zigna's words. Ake was about to suggest splitting up to search for the missing personnel. Zigna interrupted, no need, because those people should all be hanging here. In that case, let's rescue them. Sehui, you're on watch duty. At this moment, a half-dead spider insector desperately pounded the ground. Zigna was confused. Ake was the first to be alert. Something seems to be coming. Everyone hide quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, a giant insector burst from the earth. Everyone drew their weapons and opened their abilities to 20% of the maximum. Yojin Lee struck first. She restricted that insector's movement. Zigna immediately followed up with a slash. After finishing, he called out, Dragonfly Man, your turn. Sehui was already prepared. A big cannon had finished charging. It hit the giant insector right on target. Zigna smiled proudly, then saw a giant tail sweeping toward them. Sehui had just shouted. A large pincer came before him, but it was too late to flap his wings now. Fortunately, Ake deflected the giant pincer in time. Zigna and Yojin Lee weren't injured either. They looked shocked. What exactly is this thing? Our attacks have no effect at all. The insector before them also mocked. Shrimp like little bugs, your attacks are completely painless. With that, he struck an obscene pose. I am the death crab, praised as a cadre of the apex insects, also given the perfect body personally crafted by that lord. So I didn't know there were such things. Not a trace of human form visible. Zigna indicated they maintained more of their insect appearance. Ak also said, I've encountered several guys like this before. Mikan might have even stronger beings than that guy. Absolute nonsense. I am the strongest in this world. Zigna leaped into the air saying, fool who only knows brute force, speed is our strong point. As soon as he finished speaking, the insector's tail swept before them. Both were hit, falling powerlessly to the ground. The insector mocked, what did you just say? Zigna was very unconvinced. If I could use 100% of my power, I wouldn't need to be so constrained. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The insector let out a strange laugh. Forgot to tell you, even being grazed will poison you, just as he was about to attack. Clanging sounds came from his back. Sehui's attacks had no effect at all, but still drew the insector's attention. At this moment, Yojin Lee and Zigna grabbed him again. Zigna shouted, now! Lightning flashed. Ake had reached the insector, green current danced, but his sword shattered directly in the critical moment. Sehui blocked in front of Ake. The two rolled more than 10 meters before stopping. When Ake raised his head, Sehui was already lying motionless. Yojin Lee and Zigna's situation was also terrible. Ake cursed inwardly. Without the ant, am I really nothing? At this moment, he spotted a backpack not far away. The insector had already walked to Yojin Lee and Zigna. Truly foolish traitors. Offering you up, I can become one of the 6 pillars. At the critical moment, Ake's figure flashed past. Purple blade light erupted from the giant insector. The next instant, the insector was torn to pieces. The insector was shocked and angry. You bastard, what did you do to me? Ake slowly landed, holding 2 blood-red broken blades never seen before. I'm going to tear you apart. Ake made another simple slash. The insector's other pincer was also severed. Now he could only use his tail to attack AK. But the previously indestructible tail was cut into segments by Ake in the blink of an eye. Then AK pressed the insector to the ground, first giving him 2 slashes with the short blades, then stabbing one of them into his chest. Listen carefully. No matter how strong you become, we will definitely win, so tell me where Mishan is. The insector let out a strange laugh. Even if you know where he is, what can you do? No matter what, you can't even get close to him. Don't think you're so great. Suddenly, the ground collapsed and a huge face emerged. Ake was also shocked, but he couldn't do anything now. At the critical moment, Sehui flashed past, rescuing AK from the giant insector's mouth. He had also transferred the others to safety just now. After the relief, Ake felt another wave of powerlessness. The deep pit before them was not something humans could create. That evening, the trio gathered together. They began discussing the afternoon's battle. Zigna indicated that Ake had delayed bringing out that weapon, clearly holding back on them. Yojin Lee strongly defended AK. If it weren't for him, we'd all be dead. Zigna irritably pulled at the restrictor on his neck. If it weren't for this thing, I could have handled that big guy alone. We work for them, but it results in being controlled. Sehui comforted, this is because we're dangerous. Zigna immediately turned around dissatisfied. Dragonfly Man, do you also think our being controlled is justified? Don't think that just because you've worked with humans for a few days, you can become human again. don't forget why you were sent here. I heard what you did was much worse than me. Not only killed a busload of students, but also slaughtered an entire battalion. Hearing these words, Sehui's whole demeanor changed. Yojin Lee angrily scolded Zigna, but Zigna remained stubborn. Am I wrong? Maybe we're being controlled because of him. At this moment, a voice from the doorway interrupted them. You seem very active, truly worthy of being bugs recovering so fast. The newcomer was one, now serving as the captain of the Dark Reaper, also an insect gene carrier. Zigna immediately said, dissatisfied, look at this guy, doesn't know where he wanders off to every day, now coming back to pose as captain here. One immediately showed fierce eyes. Such an arrogant little guy. Not seeing the captain for so long and daring to be so rude. Today let me properly educate you. As he spoke, he had already half transformed. However, Yojin Lee and the others looked completely calm. Stop putting on airs. After being exposed, one wasn't angry either. Do you know what I just went to do? They restrict your abilities and I also think it's wrong. So I went to propose lifting the restrictions. Pretty great, right? But the results aren't certain yet. All squad leader level and above personnel need to attend a meeting. So where did your squad leader go? After returning, Ake had been crouching outside Aura Joe's containment room. She had eaten her fill and fallen asleep, but she was still murmuring Ock's name. This made Ake feel terrible. Dr. Man also walked over. Pretty impressive, right? Such a small thing actually ate an entire pig. Ake ignored his words. He also saw the Blood Fiend twin blades on the ground. So, did you come to return the weapons to me? But Ake gripped the blades tightly. No. To find that guy, I need more power. At the same time, in a certain secret chamber, Michan was experiencing the incomparable power in his body. He had now fused with multiple insects. Outside the secret chamber was the base of the apex insects. At this moment, a small yellow-gray bug appeared with tiny steps. As it looked around, 6 human shadows emerged one by one on the stone pillars. Seeing this, the little yellow bug opened its mouth and shouted, 6 pillars, assemble! A cold light flashed. Its voice came to an abrupt halt. The black-haired man on one of the stone pillars spoke first. I clearly heard 6 pillars assemble, but why is there something worthless mixed in? Sejin just glanced at him. At that moment, a blood-colored fist shadow came crashing down. It was easily deflected by Jogang. He glared angrily at the attacker. Songta, you're asking for death. 5th pillar Songta Ra roared back instead. This is Lord Kojima's choice. You must accept it. So the two began cursing at each other. Then a weak voice spoke up again. This place is truly terrifying, so terrifying that I can't feel the sweetness of my brain juice at all. The person drinking while talking was a subordinate of the 3rd pillar, John Lee. By the way, can I ask a question? Suddenly a light orb flew past from in front. It directly took away both his hands. 2nd pillar Siono Na looked at him mockingly. If you're that bored, let's have a fight. John got a bit flustered. I don't have a death wish, although I might have stood a chance against. Suddenly a spike shot out, shaving off some of his flesh. He stopped talking. Instead, Siono pressed aggressively. Say that again. What about Gyunil? With that, he leaped onto John's stone pillar. John's tone became much weaker. He was killed by a ladybug who is very strong. 3 years ago, I saw him fighting at the 6th shot. I never thought Gyunil would lose to such trash. If it were me, I definitely could have beaten him. Sionho delivered another knee strike to his abdomen. How many times have I told? Do you think all the 6 pillars are worthless like you? Listen well. The 6 pillars are Lord Kojima's strongest generals. Anyone who dares to mess with the 6 pillars, I'll personally kill that bastard. With that, Sionho walked back to his own pillar. At this time, the fight between Jogang and Sungta hadn't ended yet, but there was an old man crying at the scene. Just as the two were about to grapple again, the old man suddenly opened his mouth wide. An invisible sound wave attacked the two men. They immediately vanished from their positions. Everyone present covered their ears tightly. Sionho shouted loudly, "Old man, don't just open your mouth randomly." Hearing this, the old man immediately covered his mouth. He weakly apologized, and he was indeed the 1st pillar of the 6 pillars. Nogu, so everyone stop fighting, Sejin, you too. Sionho felt the situation was very bad. He turned back and said, "Hey you, come clean up the battlefield." But he suddenly widened his eyes. Even John himself looked confused. When did this half of my face and arm heal? The wounds on Sungta and Jogang had also healed. At this time, the little yellow bug was shouting like nothing happened. 6 pillars, assemble! The black shadow beside Jogang finally spoke. You guys are really careless, falling for my hypnosis so easily. Jogang was also full of shock. When did it start? But Sionho let out a hearty laugh. How embarrassing we were played around by a junior. Only Nogu remained calm. At this moment, all 6 people shuddered together. A terrifyingly strong pressure suddenly appeared at the scene. A voice came from far to near. Seeing your performance, I'm very disappointed. I'm starting to doubt your abilities. As he spoke, Mishan approached step by step riding his mount. Either way, the war has begun. Calling it a war is too generous. After all, they're just food. Remember, we are the hunters. Now, the hunting time begins. On the other side, the Reaper Department meeting began. This meeting was hosted by Tay. According to him, the restriction collars were specifically developed to target insectors, and all 3 members of Dark Reaper were insectors. Now one served as team leader. Ake served as squad leader. Tay emphasized that these 3 people had all caused harm to humans, big or small. First, Yojin Lee had teamed up with AK against enemies in the last battle. Her actions were recognized by the organization, so she joined the Reaper department. But she also personally admitted that she had previously participated in kidnapping humans, so the organization put a restrictor on her. Through observation during this period, she possessed stronger social skills than squad leader AK. She was also the only Dark Reaper member the organization considered positive. Next came the problem. Zigna, no explanation needed, was undeniably evil. He previously ran the 6th Club, also participated in making and selling golden worm pills, harming countless people. He had fought the Reapers many times. The main reason for joining the Reaper department was just wanting revenge against apex insects. No one could guarantee he wouldn't turn his guns on humans again in the future. Juan explains somewhat guiltily, but he hasn't caused any trouble since joining. At least we can raise his restrictions a bit. Speaking of which, knowing Zigna is this kind of person, AK, why did you let him join the team initially? AK said, because we were short-handed. One was somewhat puzzled. Wasn't there a ladybug insector with you guys before? To this, AK didn't answer. Actually, he had invited Red to join back then. He really needed Red's help. But Red decisively refused. You know, I am a fighter, and my fists are not heavy fists that bear others' fate. They exist to defeat strong opponents. So I will only enjoy my own battles. I will keep winning too. Someday we'll meet again. Don't forget me when that time comes. While Ak was distracted, Tae had already moved on to talking about Sehui, who caused hundreds of deaths in 2 days. He was severely injured by Nan at the time, sent for treatment and then imprisoned. But as soon as he entered the base, it was attacked by apex insects. He took the opportunity to break out of his cell, and evacuation was happening there at the time, when the flying bugs broke into the building. He killed those flying bugs instead, protecting the humans. Then he was recruited by AK. Now he lived in the city with his parents. Their situations have been explained. The question is whether to raise their restrictions. Please give your opinions. A man didn't even blink, directly saying opposed. He was science group leader Min. Even with restrictors, I think they're already strong enough. Right now is just right. We can't let mad dogs that might bite at any time go out without muzzles. Hearing this, AK got a bit angry. Security group leader Yun yawned heavily. I think the analogy is wrong. Dogs at least obey, but they're bugs. One hadn't expected Yun's attitude to be like this too. He brought up opinions about the last battle, stating that the kids had already been opened to maximum capacity, but still couldn't match one of the opponent's insectors. The man across spoke up, indeed we need power, but the targets shouldn't be the Dark Reaper trio. This was Tactics Group Leader Joe, who lost 2 branch leaders in the war 2 years ago and barely survived. I think their brutal power still can't be trusted. One was simply speechless. Then AK spoke up, so are you afraid? Afraid of being betrayed by Dark Reaper, but at least that's something to worry about after destroying apex insects. The whole room fell silent. After a moment, Pio spoke to break the silence. That's enough for today. This was just a discussion. Everyone can go back and think about directions for improvement. At this time, Sehui had already said goodbye to his parents and was preparing to go out, although his parents desperately wanted to keep him. Sehui didn't know when he might need to go on missions. But shortly after flying out, he realized he forgot his hat, so he turned back, but saw his parents carrying bags toward the city wall. Then they moved grass piles aside, revealing a hidden hole entrance. Sehui was very confused, but just watched them crawl out through the hole. Meanwhile, Ake had just returned to his room when he heard a voice from in front. Looking at you, the meeting results probably weren't good. Anyway, thanks for your hard work. But Ake asked her why she was always showering in his room. Yojin Lee acted indifferent because my room has low water pressure. By the way, do those squad leaders all hate me? Ake was also a bit disappointed. They are too stubborn. I even said a few words to them, don't know if I made things worse. Suddenly his cheek was pinched. Don't take it too hard. Even though the results weren't ideal, you tried your best, didn't you? And now 20% ability is stronger than all our previous powers, so don't worry too much. With that, she forced a smile for AK, but where did the others go? Zigna should be sleeping. As for Sehui, he went home for dinner and hasn't come back yet. They didn't know that Sehui was currently crawling through the tunnel. He had no idea there was a tunnel under the city wall leading directly outside. He should have stopped them loudly just now, but his mind was too confused and he missed the chance. Sehui could only hurry to catch up with his parents to figure out why they left. Suddenly, he wondered if it was because of himself. After all, his parents were both excellent doctors. They never expected their child to be a killer, but at the time they thought he was also a victim. So they accepted him without hesitation. Now they wouldn't have learned the truth and want to leave, would they? Either way, he had to find them first. However, their figures had already disappeared. Fortunately, footprints were left on the ground, and the footprints extended all the way to the forest area. Sehui immediately flew there at high speed. Soon he saw his parents' figures. There was also a red-haired woman sitting in front of them. That person seemed to sense something. Sehui was so scared he quickly hid behind a tree. He observed what happened next with extreme anxiety. He saw the woman's expression was very painful. Sehui looked closely. Only then did he discover the wound on her leg was infected. Fortunately, his parents were both doctors. They quickly treated the wound. Seeing this, Sehui breathed a sigh of relief, so they just came out to help civilians outside, and he actually suspected them. Sehui cried with shame. Suddenly, he became alert. An insector was approaching. I didn't expect there to be humans in this place. Now I can feast. Sehui's father stood in front of the 2 women, just as the longhorn beetle insector was about to attack. Sehui kicked it away with 1 foot. The red-haired woman was also a bit surprised. She saw the logo on Sehui's clothes. The longhorn beetle insector was extremely angry. Dead dragonfly buzzing around, so annoying. With that, it was about to throw a punch, but was immediately taken down by Sehui. Sehui stepped on it, making it unable to move, and Sehui's parents finally saw their child's figure clearly. At this moment, a cannon barrel was already pressed against the longhorn beetle insector's mouth. Sehui's face was fierce, and the restrictor on his neck kept beeping warnings. "Damn bastard, how dare you touch my family?" With that, he fired a shot. The longhorn beetle insector was pierced through and lay motionless on the ground. Sehui had just turned around, but saw another longhorn beetle insector grabbing his father. Sehui was very angry but didn't dare act rashly. The longhorn beetle insector let out a strange laugh. "Go ahead and shoot if you dare." Sehui's father kept telling everyone to run, but none of the three took a step, and the red-haired woman observed Sehui. Just as the longhorn beetle insector was about to put Sehui's father to its mouth, Sehui's father quickly told everyone to close their eyes. Sehui's mother couldn't bear to watch. Sehui could only cry out in anguish. Suddenly, over a dozen spikes shot towards Sehui's father and the longhorn beetle insector. The longhorn beetle insector had no time for its next move, and was pierced through by the spikes. The spikes withdrew, and both Sehui's father and the longhorn beetle insector fell to the ground. Sehui's mother quickly went forward. Fortunately, those spikes had avoided Sehui's father, and Sehui looked in shock at the woman beside him who released the spikes. "You're also an insector?" That woman remained silent, just looked at Sehui with strange eyes. Not knowing the situation, Sehui directly pointed his gun at her, but that woman remained unmoved. Instead, Sehui's father stood in front. "Sehui, she isn't a bad insector, she's a good child like you." Seeing this, Junie also cancelled her transformation. Sehui still didn't dare relax, "Dad, so you knew her identity all along." It turned out that earlier, Sehui's parents were still wandering outside. They encountered the injured Junie on the way. At that time, an insector suddenly appeared. It was Junie who took action and solved it. From then on, Junie traveled with them. It was also thanks to Junie that Sehui's parents could safely reach the shelter. She had to stay outside because of her identity, so rest assured she means no harm to us. Sehui shouted angrily, "Even so, you can't run out." Suddenly he realized he was losing emotional control, and his parents also looked apologetic. "Sorry, it seems we really caused trouble. So it was you that dug through the wall?" His parents were greatly shocked. "How is that possible? That's a 5-meter thick wall. We just happened to discover this whole entrance at the time, and were worried about Junie, so we didn't report it." Hearing this, Sehui's expression became even worse. If it wasn't done by them, then the defense system might have been tampered with. "So how have you been keeping in contact with her?" Hearing this, Sehui's father guiltily took out a small device. This was originally a device he and Sehui's mother used to communicate, given to Junie before parting. Sehui snatched the device away. "Let's go, time to go back." His parents put down their backpacks, signaling him to wait. Then they took out various daily necessities from the bags to give to Junie. They were a bit reluctant to part before leaving. Junie also bowed to bid them farewell. The next day, Sehui returned to base and sparred with Yojin Lee. But after just a few moves, he was knocked down by Yojin Lee. Yojin Lee said jokingly, "You look tired." Sehui replied, "You've been training too hard lately, I really can't beat you." Hearing this, Yojin Lee was somewhat pleased. Indeed, training can also enhance our strength. After getting Sehui's confirmation, she flew up happily. On the other side, Aik was also sparring with Zigna. Unlike Zigna's relaxed ease, Aik was very serious. After his sweep was dodged, he was immediately subdued by Zigna, who even mocked him. "Your technique really sucks. Try harder, you're no longer that black ant who could win with strength." AK thrust backward to force him to retreat. Zigna also stopped attacking. Instead, he sheathed his blade. "Let's stop here, I'm afraid continuing will kill you." But AK assumed an attacking stance. "Shut up, continue." At this time, the blade in his hand emitted wisps of black mist. The black mist actually drilled into Aik's body. Aik quickly released his twin blades. The black mist from the blades slowly dissipated. Zigna launched a merciless taunt. "What are you doing? Don't tell me you don't even have the strength to hold a blade." Aik ignored him. He didn't know what kind of feeling this was now. Suddenly, a strange sound rang out. Everyone didn't know where it came from. Soon Aik sensed something. He immediately picked up his blades. This feeling, it's an insector. But in this kind of place, how is it possible? Meanwhile, outside the base, 3 large birds were approaching, each with a person standing on its back, and their claws were also gripping a jar. And AK's sensation became clearer and clearer. He ran while reminding, "Quickly prepare for battle, enemies are approaching." At this time, John, who was leading on the bird's back, took a big gulp of liquid from the jar, then sprayed the liquid toward the shelter's defense net in one breath. Immediately, sparks flew everywhere, and a hole was blasted in the city wall. John looked at his handiwork with interest. "What a nice shot." The security group quickly discovered their whereabouts. Yun ordered her subordinates to magnify the image. She saw those people approaching menacingly. She immediately ordered laser cannons to intercept, before the laser cannons could fire. She saw the insector on the opposite side take a big gulp of liquid, and spray it toward the shelter from far away. The shelter city wall was directly blasted with a gap. Yun's expression was extremely grave. "Sound the level 1 alarm immediately. Shoot them down right now, absolutely cannot let them break into the shelter." The laser cannons all aimed at the incoming enemies. Among them, 2 cannons fired without hesitation, but John and Juum remained unmoved. only Sion materialized armored arms. He actively met the incoming lasers. The lasers scattered as soon as they touched his armored arms. More laser cannons fired, but Sion could easily neutralize them all. The laser cannons were directly destroyed in his path of advance. John had expected this. It looks like Sion will steal the credit this time, worthy of being the man the boss appreciates. But Juim was very unconvinced. What a joke. The greatest contributor to conquering the shelter this time can only be me. Fire another shot like just now. I don't want to go through those troublesome defense nets. John felt somewhat apologetic because he had just thrown away the straw. Juim still wanted him to go pick up the straw, but Sion's dissatisfied voice came over. Stop being childish, just charge in directly. This level of defense, I can easily block it. Juim didn't continue to argue. Seeing this, Sion said they should move forward, but suddenly it went dark overhead. A big foot came crashing down on his head. It was a robot similar to Transformers. Juim and John were also seeing this kind of thing for the first time, and technology group leader Min was sitting in the robot's control room. According to reports, this machine was developed to eliminate insectors called the Insector Killer. John also remembered Jongjin mentioning that he had seen similar things in the Great Battle 2 years ago. Juim beside him was already trembling all over. She immediately jumped up from the air. I'm going to kill him in the name of love. Just as she finished speaking and before landing, a fist the size of a sandbag smashed into her face. It was Tactics Group Leader Joe. Juim slid face first along the ground for a long distance. Joe was also indignantly saying, "You harmful bugs, what right do you have to speak of love?" On the other side, the Insector Killer's foot was slowly lifted. "Scrap metal, how dare you put your foot on me?" With that, he punched the Insector Killer, making it stagger. At this time, Sion's surface was shining brightly. That shell looked invincible, because when in full state, not only was his defense amazing, his attack power was also unmatched. Wisps of smoke actually rose from the distant battlefield. Joe knew the enemy wouldn't be defeated so easily. A sudden wave of nausea came over him. He quickly covered his nose. Where is this pungent stench coming from? Juim across from him had already transformed. How could a lady have a stench? You can't even tell the difference between fragrance and stench. I absolutely won't forgive you. And John was leisurely drinking juice on the flying bird. Although very relaxed, he felt somewhat ignored. If I just pass through the defense net like this, I feel empty inside. So, my enemy, please appear quickly. With that, someone behind him greeted him. I'm here. John turned around in delight at the words. One introduced himself with a smile. Your opponent is me. As he spoke, he transformed, his hands into claws, and swatted John off the flying bird. John crashed down heavily, and one had completed his transformation. Now let's start warming up. John taunted, in my view, you look more like a monster than us. Just like an insect version of a chimera. One told him to stop talking if you don't want to be cut into pieces. But John was nonchalant. He put on diving goggles and said confidently, let me show you my strong body. He had just laughed when a voice came from behind. I'm looking forward to it. John was startled. You are so fast, when did? The next moment, a big foot kicked him in the face. John, who steadied himself, continued taunting. Hey, that's not fair, I wasn't ready yet. But one had already flashed in front of him. So, do you think I'll give you time to transform? With that, he swung his arm. A light blade directly slashed toward John, taking away a piece of his flesh. Before he could react, one had already pierced through his body. John was powerless to resist, not even having time to transform. He could only call for hummingbird support. The hummingbird in the air shot several poisonous needles. Seeing this, John smiled strangely. One quickly dodged. But after the smoke cleared, John's figure had disappeared. One turned to attack the hummingbird instead. The two little things were no match for him at all. The water tank they were carrying suddenly fell to the ground, just filling the pit that had been blasted earlier. One still couldn't find John's whereabouts. Just looking at the bubbles coming from the water pond, he guessed John was hiding in the water. He stood by the water sneering, is this how you talk tough? Can't win so you hide in the water. With that, he slashed light blade after light blade toward the pond. After a fierce attack, the pond returned to calm. One looked at his handiwork with satisfaction. Hiding in water is still a dead end. Suddenly, a foul stench hit him. He followed the direction of the smell and cursed, who's taking a dump on the battlefield? What a classless bastard. Just as he finished speaking, a pincer grabbed him. One was dragged into the water without warning, and the person in the water had obviously been waiting for a long time. On the other battlefield, Joe was crouching on the ground, retching continuously. This stench actually made him vomit blood. Jim spoke proudly. How about it? Is my fragrance deadly? Joe suddenly launched a fierce attack. You truly stinking woman. June didn't expect that after smelling this scent he could still be so energetic. Caught off guard, she was punched in the jaw. Joe roared, do you know how I've spent these 2 years? I've been surviving in this world relying on my bronchial tubes. Loneliness, isolation, and the grief of losing comrades torture me constantly. As he spoke, he punched Juim in the abdomen with both fists. Juim flew backward like a skipping stone, just as Joe was about to deliver a fatal blow. The weapon in Juim's hand emitted red light. The weapon just lightly touched Joe's fist, and Joe's entire body burst into flames. Joe was extremely shocked in the flames. Juim expressed that she didn't know why this happened either. People who inhaled her poison gas would catch fire when they touched this glowing weapon. Anyway, just consider it magic. On the other battlefield, the Insector Killer mech crashed heavily to the ground. and Sion was carrying one of its arms, approaching with big steps. Min in the control room was completely dejected, alarm sounds continuously blaring. He looked at the shattered lollipop, not knowing what he was thinking, and Sion had already walked to his feet. He revealed his claws that could tear anything apart, then leaped onto the insector killer. In just a few breaths, he had torn the insector killer mech to pieces. The situation after Won was dragged into the water was also not optimistic. He saw John's transformed state, giant water bug, in water, this was his home field. Then, a long needle pierced into Won's chest. He not only felt piercing pain but also felt the power in his body rapidly draining. The water bug struck fiercely, punching Won away, muttering, "Really tastes bad." Won was smashed to the lake bottom, but he still laughed out loud. How does it feel to eat junk food? Suddenly, he was hit in the face again. More attacks followed, one after another. Won raised his arms to resist with all his might. Not only did he have to block attacks, now he also had to hold his breath, so his situation was very dangerous. But John became more energetic as the fight went on. Suddenly, a spike came at his head. Won was very clear that if he was stabbed, he would definitely die. He slipped to one side. He was also very clear that fighting this guy in water was suicide. The oxygen in his lungs was getting less and less. Now he regretted it. He should have injected aquatic insect genes. He had refused the doctor's suggestion at the time. Now the only way was to quickly escape to the surface. At this time, two spikes crossed in front of him. John mocked, "Where are you going? Didn't you say you'd take responsibility for me? Although you taste terrible, it's somewhat addictive. I need to try again." With that, he stabbed toward Won. One could only curse him as a big pervert. Suddenly, his needle stopped in front of Won's neck because he felt itchy all over. Soon, strange things grew on his head, very much like various parts of Won after transformation. Won knew his special blood had taken effect. Now was the best chance to surface. Thinking this, he kicked the John's belly with both feet and shot out like a cannonball. He successfully burst through the water surface, taking big gulps of fresh air, while thinking, would that pervert die directly? At this time, John also burst through the water, his face still grotesquely deformed. "Where do you want to go?" And Won retracted the enhancements on various parts of his body, then materialized a giant sword. He flashed to John's side, then John was dismembered. Hearing the sound of falling water behind him, Won muttered, "Remember, eating junk food carelessly will make you sick." At the same time, Joe had been burned by fire for 2 minutes. Juim was approaching step by step. "Don't worry, I'll let you die without any pain." But Joe began muttering, "Do you know how much pain I was in then? This burning of flames is not even 1/10,000th of that time." He suddenly turned around, startling Juim. She immediately struck, hitting Joe on the head. However, Joe didn't budge at all. Just as she was shocked, Joe had already raised his fist. The next moment, Juim's weapon fell to the ground, and Joe's consciousness completely faded, finally dying together with the enemy. On the other battlefield, Sion had already torn the mech into segments. "I didn't expect Bug Reaper to be so weak. I should have come to tear this place down earlier." Just as he finished speaking, the mech parts he had torn off flew up one by one, finally forming 5 small segments surrounding Sion. This was the Insector Killer Mech's special mode. Sion was still disdainful. "No matter what tricks you pull, you cannot break through my defense." And Min in the control room had already bitten open a new lollipop. "Don't talk big yet, you'll know how you'll die soon." Fire! With that, the floating parts all shot blue energy. Sion blocked them all with his hard armor. He roared, "Useless things!" The energy was shaken away. Those parts all fell to the ground. "Stop making meaningless struggles." As he spoke, he stepped forward, but his foot broke off without warning. Sion fell forward, face full of disbelief. Then his body fell apart like it was disassembled. Actually, the previous attack was just a feint. The purpose was to let those nanoparticles successfully drill into his joints, thus destroying from inside out. Bugs are still bugs. They still can't escape being destroyed by modern technology. And high in the sky, there was still a hummingbird carrying a jar. After seeing all parties defeated, only then did it drop the large jar toward the ground. The jar shattered, but no liquid splashed out from inside. A tall figure slowly appeared, and not far from him, someone had been waiting for a long time. It was Ake and his companions. "So is he the real threat you mentioned?" AK told them to be more alert. He was no ordinary person. Zigna expressed that he had also heard of this person. He was the 3rd pillar of apex insects, Zhangzhan. Sehoui was intimidated by his powerful aura. Zigna complained, "Don't act like a country bumpkin who's never seen the world. It's just the 6 pillars. Last time that little ladybug solved one of them." Yojin Lee immediately refuted, "Are you calling Red a little ladybug? Last time in the arena, weren't you also beaten down by him? But as you said, this isn't our first time facing the 6 pillars. We can definitely win, because we've released the restrictions." As he spoke, the 3 transformed together. 100% ability fully activated. It turned out that before they came out, PYO and Dr. Man had blocked their path. Initially, they didn't know what PYO wanted to do either. If they delayed any longer, the insectors outside would break into the shelter. PYO also told them that 3 group leaders had already deployed, and 2 group leaders refused their help. Everyone was baffled that they could be this arrogant. Ak also stated clearly that there was a very powerful guy hiding in the dark among the enemies. PO gave no face at all. "With your usual strength, even if you went, it would be useless. With that, he had Dr. Man bring out the thing. Everyone felt it was something very ominous at first glance. As Dr. Man decisively pressed the button, they heard the restrictors on their necks all beep simultaneously. Everyone was very confused, until Dr. Man told them the restrictions were lifted. PYO also apologized to them. "I heard Ake say a lot at the last meeting. I also think we did wrong. The enemies outside were counting on you." Hearing this, they were all stunned, then ran outside to join the fight. Zigna also patted Pio on the back. "Straighten up, Four Eyes. Don't worry, I'll kill them all." Meanwhile, Dr. Man called Ake aside privately. He handed something to Ake. "Take it. It might come in handy later." Fast forward to now, Jangjin let out a tremendous roar at them. The newly transformed fighters were about to charge forward, but suddenly stopped in their tracks, because Ake had already reached Jangjin, his blade sliding toward Jangjin's neck. But Ake was suddenly startled. A rapidly growing shell blocked his blade. Ake then thrust toward his head, but the head was similarly encased, without even leaving a scratch on the surface. Before Ake could make his next move, Jangjin had already thrown a punch. The tremendous force sent Ake flying backward. Fortunately, Zigna caught him. Zigna asked why he was so hasty. Ake shook off his hand and said he wanted to kill Jangjin before the transformation, but now he was out of options. The twin blades that could easily slice through the previous insector were now completely useless. Meanwhile, Sehui had launched his attack. He fired several shots at Jangyun's body, while Yojin Lee used the elasticity of her threads to amplify her strength and kicked him in the chest. But Jangjin remained unmoved. As Sehui continued his assault, he asked Yojin Lee, "Don't you find it suspicious? That guy is like a monster that only knows how to roar without thinking." Just as he finished speaking, two energy blasts shot out from the smoke, instantly reaching Yojin Lee and Sehui. Two explosions followed, with considerable destructive power. Ake shouted in panic. The next instant, two figures darted out from the smoke. Yojin Lee felt a wave of relief. Thank goodness her speed had improved. In the past, she would have been dead for sure. Zigna approached Ake. "What was that subtle expression just now? Don't tell me you don't trust their abilities. Is that why you were so eager earlier?" Ake cut him off. "Stop talking nonsense." Hearing this, Zigna sneered and walked forward. "Leave the rest to us. Just sit back and watch, because in the upcoming battle you'll be useless." Ake's heart tightened at these words. Meanwhile, Jangjin had completed his transformation. His entire body was encased in golden armor. It was unclear what kind of insect he had become. After finishing his transformation, Jangjin channeled energy into his hands. Immediately after, dozens of energy projectiles shot toward the sky. One barely grazed past Yojin Lee. Seeing this, Sehui told her to stay behind him. As he spoke, his outer skin kept peeling off, while Yojin Lee used a rope to lasso his foot and follow closely. Suddenly, the green exterior in Sehui completely disintegrated. The red dragonfly warrior made his reappearance. Sehui immediately raised the handheld cannon in his hands, his triceps bulging prominently. A dragonfly projectile fired out. Jangjin's incoming energy blasts were all destroyed, but facing such a fierce attack, Jangjin still didn't dodge. The attack landed, stirring up a cloud of smoke. The next moment, Jangjin suddenly burst through. He opened his mouth wide, and in the instant he passed through Sehui, he bit off the cannon barrel. Meanwhile, Yojin Lee had assumed her second form and appeared before Jangjin, with her large cleaver slashing down. Jangjin had one leg severed, but the next moment, Yojin Lee was shocked, because Jangjin actually managed to exert force a second time in midair and bit down on her waist. Sehui quickly rushed over, while Jangjin landed on the ground. Strangely, his leg was completely intact. Yojin Lee was also stunned. Before she could react, Jangjin was already in front of them again. With one hand, he grabbed both Yojin Lee and Sehui and charged straight toward the shelter's defensive grid. Just as they were about to be electrocuted, he threw them out. Yojin Lee and Sehui screamed continuously from the electric shock. Yojin Lee immediately stabbed her hair toward Jangjin. The electric current flowed through her hair to his body, but he appeared completely unaffected. Seeing this, Sehui raised his half-destroyed arm and was somehow still able to fire projectiles. Countless dragonfly shells pushed Jangjin away and finally knocked him into the water. Before long, Jangjin surfaced. Just as he was about to leave, he heard someone speaking behind him. "Where do you think you're going? If you leave like this, I'll be very hurt. Good thing some maniac created a water pool here earlier. This has now become my home turf. Now round 2 begins." With that, 4 legs appeared behind Zigna. Meanwhile, Yojin Lee and Sehui finally landed. Ake hurried over to them. He also looked worried at this point. Sehui said he was fine, but Yojin Lee was in bad shape. Then Yojin Lee spoke up and asked Ake, "What are you doing?" Ake didn't quite understand. He watched as she struggled to sit up. "Logistics shouldn't be your job. You should be fighting. The enemy is still alive and only you can kill him." Ake lacked confidence. "I am now." Before he could finish, Yojin Lee raised her hand. She grabbed Ake's face and comforted him. "I believe in you. If it's you, you can definitely do it." Only then did Ake agree. He then charged toward the battlefield without hesitation. Sehui was somewhat puzzled. "Is he really okay? You know, even with our restrictions lifted, the two of us together couldn't gain the upper hand." Yojin Lee expressed her faith in Ake. No matter how difficult the path ahead, he will overcome it. That's just the kind of person he is. At this moment, Dr. Man's voice came through Ake's earpiece. He told Ake to take out what he had just given him. It was a small black device. Dr. Man smiled mysteriously. "Next, I'll tell you how to use it." Dr. Man also told him that this research had never been tested, so safety couldn't be guaranteed. But Ake couldn't worry about that now. He suddenly stopped. he witnessed an incredible scene. At this moment, Zigna was stepping on Jangjin. His foot transformed into a blade, piercing through his body without resistance. He said to Ache with displeasure, "What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to stay over there? But since you're here, it doesn't matter. Look, I've got this big guy now. The third pillar, nothing but trash. Or maybe I've just become too powerful now?" As he spoke, he leisurely walked toward Ache. "It's been so long since I had such a comfortable warm-up. Come on, friend, let's head back to base." Ache's expression turned cold. Without a word, he slashed out with his blade, then quickly retreated, maintaining a combat stance, but he only left a shallow wound on Zigna's neck. Zigna frowned. "What are you doing?" Ache looked at him with a stern expression. "Who exactly are you? When did I become your friend?" Zigna fell silent. A moment later, something crawled out from the wound. "Your words are really hurtful. His brain tells me that he really considers you his friend. Isn't that right?" The voice came from a small worm emerging from the wound, while Zigna was also responding to him. "That's exactly what I think." The little worm grew longer and longer. Ache looked incredulous. "Who are you? Why have you become like this?" The small worm let out a mocking laugh. "Can't you understand even now? Are you really stupid or just pretending? I am the true form of the third pillar of apex insects, you fool." Ache immediately charged forward and slashed at the worm's body, producing a metallic collision sound. Jangjin mocked, "Don't waste your energy. My body is very hard." With that, the worm bit Ache's side at incredible speed. Then he circled around Ache. "Why are you covering the wound? Are you afraid I'll parasitize you?" Another strike hit Ache in the face. "Don't worry, I'm not interested in fragile human bodies. What attracts me are the bodies of powerful insectors. I thought that previous guy was strong enough, but he still lost to this one. I'm quite satisfied with this body. Not only is it powerful, but it's also hot-tempered and somewhat despicable, just like me." As he spoke, he retreated back into Zigna's body. "Now let me use this body to kill you all." Second awakening. The water spider form manifested. He stabbed at Ache's side with one leg, though not hitting his body directly. He suddenly roared angrily, "You should have just stayed hidden in the corner. Why did you have to come out?" Then he paused in confusion. He patted his own head. "Those words just now were spoken by him, not by me. Seems like the brain isn't quite clear yet." Ache silently sheathed his blade. "I don't want to hide, and I don't want to fall behind you all." Ache tore off the bandage on his neck and took out what Dr. Man had given him. Then he thrust the device into the hole in his neck. The surrounding blood vessels immediately swelled, and energy transmitted throughout his body. Ache cried out in agony from the pain. Actually, Dr. Man had asked Ache earlier if there was anything special when using the twin blades. Ache had honestly said that during previous training, some strange power from within the blades had entered his body. Dr. Man explained that after Ake and the others fought the giant insector, they discovered bullet ant DNA in his body. From this, it could be inferred that when Mishan absorbed Ake's abilities last time, Ake had also been blessed in disguise and gained part of his brother's abilities. This small device stored tremendous energy, and using it might be able to trigger Ake's awakening. Ake's body continuously changed. Realizing something was wrong, Jangjin immediately attacked Ake, but the continuously spreading energy not only blocked his advance, but also repelled him. After a moment, Ake finally stopped changing. Jangjin couldn't tell if he was human or insector now. Ake paid him no attention. His current form was vastly different from before. Jangjin clicked his tongue. "You don't look like much." With that, he raised both feet and stabbed toward Ake. A metallic clang rang out. Jangjin was shocked, because Ake had blocked his attack with just one hand. Ake clenched his other hand into a fist. "Now it's my turn." He then threw a punch. Jangjin blocked with both blades but still flew backward. Ake himself felt this new power was quite formidable. He charged at Jangjin again, while Jangjin also rushed toward him. Their positions crossed, but neither was injured. After turning around, they collided again. Their attacks created streaking afterimages, but the stalemate didn't last long. Ake severed one of Jangjin's legs with a single punch. Seeing this, Jangjin immediately retreated. He moved onto the water to gather power, and slashed out a blue energy wave toward Ake. Ake simply split it with a hand chop. Jangjin thought he was being far too arrogant, but the next moment, one of his blades flew out of his grasp. Jangjin was incredulous that his shell was actually this hard. Moreover, in Zigna's memory, this guy shouldn't be this powerful. He roared and thrust out another blade. Ake also gathered power for a punch, specifically aiming at the blade tip. The blade visibly bent, and even Zigna's body couldn't help but retreat. But Jangjin already had another idea, which was to take over Ake's body. While he was contemplating, Ake had already swung his fist. Jangjin, unable to dodge in time, had another leg knocked off. Ake charged forward again, but several tentacles had already surrounded him. These tentacles all extended from Zigna's back. Jangjin lurked in Zigna's mouth. "I must have you." At this point, the tentacles had bound Ake's arms, but couldn't stop Ake's movements at all. He casually tore the tentacles apart, and in the blink of an eye was already in front of Zigna. He was about to punch Jangjin in the face when he heard Zigna's voice struggling to speak. "Watch out behind you." At some point, Jangjin had already emerged from Zigna's body and lurked behind Ake. He gave Ake no time to react. He suddenly surged toward Ake's back. Zigna collapsed while Ake seemed like a monster with tentacles. Jangjin clung to his back, with some tissue already penetrating into Ake's body, and rapidly spreading throughout Ake's system. His one eye had already been controlled. Jangjin felt the matter was settled, but Ake grabbed one end of Jangjin and yanked hard, pulling the entire parasite out of his body. Jangjin was grinding his teeth in hatred, but Aik punched him into the ground. Punch after punch, Aik cracked the ground with his strikes. Jangjin roared in pain. "You fool, do you think this kind of attack can kill me?" At this moment, Aik's fist transformed into a spike. One slash and Jangjin was cut into several pieces, but he remained defiant. "You absolutely cannot kill me." Before he could finish speaking, 4 bloody marks appeared on his head. The next instant, he was split into 4 parts. His body was also cut to shreds. AK stood waiting for a while, still seeing no reaction from Jonggun's corpse. Only then did he remove his armor and return to his original form. Sehui and Yojin Lee struggled to make their way over. No one paid attention to Zigna lying unconscious on the other side. Yojin Lee asked with concern if Ak was alright. Aik said, "Yojin Lee, I met Mom." Meanwhile, at the base, Ara Jo suddenly convulsed. Then she opened her eyes. She looked around, murmuring Aik's name. Back to the moment during the battle when Aik was parasitized, Aik found himself in a strange place. He saw an insector sealed in blue crystal. This was his newly acquired power, and Aik could sense there was Michin's aura inside. It seemed those blue pills were all created using Michin's abilities. At this moment, a white worm appeared beside him, instantly coiling around Aik's arm. Aik was restrained and unable to move. Aik realized he had ultimately been parasitized. At the critical moment, a red figure suddenly appeared and snapped Jangjin in half with its pincers. Jangjin was extremely shocked that there was actually such a terrifying presence within AK's body. Aik himself wasn't clear who it was either. As the red ant's massive body slowly dissipated, a hand supported Aik's about to collapse body. The familiar figure fully appeared before AK. AK's spirits lifted. He stared blankly at the person whose shell was slowly fading before him. It was his long-missed mother. He choked out, "Mom." Unable to suppress his longing any longer, he embraced her. Only now did he understand that all along it had been his mother protecting him. A thank you sounded in his ear. Aik looked up in confusion. He saw his mother gently stroking his hair, tears silently sliding from her eyes. The next moment, his mother's body transformed into small red ants. The little ants burrowed into Aik's neck. When he woke from his slumber, his mother's figure was gone. Sehui's voice came from nearby. "Yojin Lee, Aik's awake." Soon after, Yojin Lee walked into the hospital room carrying 2 flowers. She anxiously asked how Aik's body was. Aik said he was fine, but why was he in a hospital bed? According to Yojin Lee, he had been lying here for 3 days. Sehui also mentioned that Yojin Lee had been very worried about him. AK took the flowers and thanked them. Yojin Lee felt a bit proud. Suddenly, the curtain was pulled back, and someone with green hair dramatically shouted, "Boys, you're making me very sad like this." Yojin Lee and Sehui were used to this, but Aik looked completely bewildered. The green-haired person flashed his big white teeth. "You should take care of me too." Only then did AK realize this was the chief team leader of Dark Reaper. He ignored him and turned to talk with Yojin Lee instead. Aik said he was hungry. Sehui immediately ran to get food. Meanwhile, Zigna stood outside in the hallway. Sehui said Aik was awake and asked if he wanted to visit. Zigna scoffed, "He just slept for a while, what's there to see?" But Sehui teased, "Since you're friends, of course you should go see him." Zigna immediately became embarrassed and angry. "What nonsense are you spouting, you dragonfly?" Sehui said he had heard Zigna talking in his sleep, saying things like, "Screw you, damn ant, why can't you be my friend?" Zigna flew into a rage, grabbing his crutch to chase after Sehui. As Sehui ran, he wondered, wasn't his leg broken? Meanwhile, in the laboratory, no matter how Dr. Man calculated, he couldn't determine the result of AK's final transformation. However, he could guess that changes had occurred within AK's body. He would have to wait for him to wake up to ask about it. Just then, a phone call came, reporting that Aik had awakened. Suddenly, his expression darkened as he looked behind him. A figure stood behind the glass. "Hello, where is this? Please let me out." Dr. Man was very conflicted about whether to tell Aik about the situation. Meanwhile, outside the city, logistics personnel were still cleaning up insector corpses. A middle-aged man stretched and complained, "Why do we have to collect these guys' bodies? If you hadn't joined, I probably couldn't have kept this job up. But what's your name?" The person in front removed his hood. He revealed an innocent smile and answered, "I'm called Su-young. No, they call me Four Eyes." Back in the hospital room, Aik immediately began eating heartily upon waking. One watched them from the doorway like a father. After eating his fill, Aik got out of bed saying he wanted to go see Dr. Man. Hearing this, Sehui said he wanted to go together. When they reached the door, they discovered that Dr. Man, who never took leave, was not at the research facility now. Sehui thought he might be at one particular place, so they went to the logistics department. The logistics personnel hadn't finished decomposing the insector bodies yet. However, they didn't see Dr. Man here either. Aik asked Sehui if being in this kind of place made him uncomfortable. After all, he was also an insector. Sehui said he was fine. At this moment, someone nearby called out, "Move these 2 remains inside, that's enough for today." The middle-aged man was pleased with this, while Suyong looked grimly at the remains on the cart. The middle-aged man turned and urged, "Suyong, hurry up." Hearing this, Aik's pupils suddenly contracted. Suyong sheepishly turned and answered, "Okay, he happened to meet Aik's murderous gaze, so we also sensed something was wrong." Aik walked toward Suyong step by step. He immediately felt his heart tighten. Aik gave him no time to react. He reached out and grabbed him directly, then lifted him up entirely. Suyong was still blaming Aik, but AK roared even more furiously, "How dare you come in here!" The middle-aged man urgently shouted for Aik to stop. Sehui also told him to calm down and put the person down first. Suyong snarled unwillingly. He grabbed Aik's wrist, which instead triggered Aik's stress response. He He immediately punched him, sending him flying. The force was so great that Soo-young rolled on the ground several times. AK wanted to pursue, but was blocked by Sehui, who had sprouted wings. But AK still looked fierce. "Don't stop me, I'm going to kill that guy." Sehui shouted, "He's human!" At this moment, blood flowed from Soo-young's nose and mouth. Aik was stunned. He hadn't expected Soo-young's blood to be red. He had personally witnessed him swallow 50 pills and become a hideous crawler. But why was his blood red? Seeing he was out of it, Sehui told him to return to the dormitory first, saying he would stay to handle this matter. With that, he ran to check on Soo-young's injuries, only to be scolded by the middle-aged man. Soo-young said he was fine, but AK still looked deeply troubled. Later that evening, the middle-aged man complained to Soo-young. "How could there be such a person? By the way, do you know that guy who hit you?" Soo-young said he didn't know him. Regarding past memories, I don't remember clearly. The middle-aged man comforted him a bit more before saying goodbye and leaving. After he left, Soo-young muttered to himself, "Why single me out? What the hell did I do to anyone?" As he spoke, the blood vessels on his body pulsed violently, and his body rapidly enlarged. On the apex insect side, June barely managed to escape back to headquarters, but was so frightened she dared not even breathe, because Michan's oppressive presence was too strong. But she still reported the situation. Even the well-traveled Six Pillars changed expression upon hearing that Jangjin had been killed. Michan remained silent until he heard that Jangjin was killed by his own brother. He burst into maniacal laughter. "Brother, you really are remarkable. It looks like you've mastered new power. You really are unkillable." With that, he summoned ant duplicates. The duplicates surrounded Juim completely. "Since you managed to escape and bring back intelligence, I'll reward you. To become part of my body. Devour her." As his hand swept down, those ant duplicates all pounced on Juim. Juim froze on the spot. A loud crash followed. A severed arm fell nearby. Michan, filled with killing intent, looked aside and questioned, "What are you doing, Sixth Pillar?" Sijin Bang was holding Juim, having moved away from the original spot, her right arm already gone. Everyone thought she had gone mad, actually daring to defy the leader. Sijin Bang said with difficulty, "Sorry, my lord. This child is my only subordinate. I hope my arm can take her place in suffering." Hearing this, Michan smiled with amusement. Interesting idea, but the ants don't seem too satisfied. Sijin Bang could only ask him to give her one more chance. If she failed, she would voluntarily offer her body. Michan let out a cold laugh. Suddenly, he controlled the ant swarm to strike directly at Juim's neck. Sijin Bang shouted in desperation. Before long, Juim went still. Only then did Michan reveal his true purpose. "If I were you, I wouldn't come back after leaving. You can choose not to return now too, as long as you don't care about her life or death." Meanwhile, ever since discovering Soo-young's existence, Ak had been observing his every move. Later, he asked Yon about it, and learned that Soo-young had moved into the shelter soon after its completion. She also assured him that all members who passed the security system couldn't be in sectors. However, there was one unusual point in the hospital records from 2 years ago, namely that Soo-young had what appeared to be extensive burn-like injuries on his body. In any case, A couldn't see any problems now. Moreover, Soo-young's personality didn't seem as detestable as before. At this moment, he heard a voice nearby. This must be a very powerful insector. Ake didn't respond, but instead asked where he had been during this time. Dr. Man only said he had taken leave for personal matters. "By the way, how is your evolution going?" AK honestly said that a red ant had protected his body, though the feeling was hard to describe. Dr. Man didn't dwell on it too much. Instead, he had Ak follow him to an underground location. The place was empty, like a huge cell. As soon as AK stepped inside, the iron door immediately closed. Before Ake could ask questions, Dr. Man said, "Sorry, I want to see your evolution with my own eyes." Suddenly, Ake seemed to sense something. He turned his head toward the depths of the cell. There must be an extremely powerful insector lurking there. Moments later, a long claw came into view. Ake could now see it clearly. The creature looked utterly bizarre. Dr. Man let out a sinister laugh, saying, "You must be eager to show off as well." This only puzzled Ake, who asked why it had to be here. Dr. Man simply said the combat effectiveness would be better. Hearing this, Ake pressed further, asking what exactly that thing was. Dr. Man smiled smugly and proudly declared, "I call it a Disha. It's one of the most powerful insect species, a centipede, though using it for testing is somewhat wasteful." When Ake wanted to ask why it appeared here, Dr. Man quickly warned him to be careful. The attack had already reached behind AK. Immediately, the sound of metal clashing rang out. Adisha was also momentarily stunned. Dr. Man watched with great interest. "So this is evolution. The new form of Ake is truly impressive." Thinking this, he revealed a crazed expression. He told AK to go all out. Ake easily knocked away the opponent's giant claw. Right after, another massive claw struck. The giant claw grazed Ake's mask, producing a harsh scraping sound. Then it smashed a large hole in the wall behind him. AK charged toward Adisha as if nothing had happened. Seeing the opponent swing its giant claw again, AK took the hit head-on without dodging. The massive claw trembled violently. Then a crack appeared in the middle. The next moment, Ake burst through from within. Adisha screamed in pain, immediately pulling away from Ake, who had now figured out Adisha's pattern. It's strong, no doubt about it, but its movements seem very unnatural. Then let's end this battle in one go. His spike was less than a few centimeters from Odysseus' face. That's when he heard Odysseus hoarsely shout, "Ache," which caused AK to deflect his attack slightly. Dr. Man was completely baffled. Because he hadn't heard the sound Arajo just made, he had no idea that AK had already recognized her. AK gathered energy in his hand again. The attack slashed toward Dr. Man's direction, but it couldn't penetrate the iron bars made of special materials. Only then did Dr. Man hear Arajo loudly shouting Ake's name. He immediately broke out in a cold sweat. While Ake glared at him furiously, "You scum who's worse than an insect, what exactly did you do to Ara?" Just as he finished speaking, he was sent flying by one of Ara's claws. Seeing Ake sitting powerlessly on the ground, Arajo continued charging at him, also continuously shouting his name. But AK didn't continue to resist. Ara's claw directly shattered the insect armor on his head. Rain like attacks fell on his body, yet AK remained completely unmoved. Instead, it was Dr. Man who became extremely anxious. He loudly questioned whether Ake didn't want to live anymore, but seeing his eyes, it was as if he wanted to use death to punish Dr. Man's shameless behavior. Dr. Man also knew he was an indispensable fighting force for the Bug Reaper, and his most important test subject, so he couldn't just watch Ake die. Then he pressed the remote control. Arajo's movements came to an abrupt halt when Ake looked up. Just as the insect armor crumbled away, Ara inside had already become a tearful mess. Afterwards, Yojin Lee found it quite miraculous. She never expected Ake would actually spare Dr. Man, merely locking him up. AK explained that he was indeed talent they needed right now. At this time, the interrogation room was conducting tests on Arajo, asking her what she liked to eat most and who she most wanted to see, among other things. Her answers showed no major problems. Yojin Lee also asked Ake if he wanted to bring Arajo into Dark Reaper. Ake said Ara still couldn't control her emotions at will, and if she saw Sejin Bang and Sooyoung, it might set her off. Speaking of which, I just went to check on Sooyoung earlier. I pretended to accidentally bump into him, just exposed a shoulder, didn't expect that guy to actually get shy. It looks like he really can't recognize me. But what you're concerned about should be how he recovered to human form, right? I think we should just capture him and slice him up for research. Meanwhile, in the logistics department, Sooyoung looked at the insector corpse, unconsciously swallowing saliva. Just as he was about to reach out and grab it, the middle-aged man called out to him from behind. He had no choice but to cover up his previous behavior. The middle-aged man didn't suspect anything either, just wanted to invite him to dinner together. So he went with the middle-aged man to a restaurant, downing 10 bowls of rice. After eating his fill, he bid farewell to the middle-aged man. He walked onto the deserted street. The next moment, he sprinted madly in one direction. He just couldn't bear it anymore. Even 10 bowls of rice couldn't solve the problem. Then he came to a wall, parting the grass by the wall. Below was clearly the hole that Sehui had discovered before. Next, Sooyoung came to the outside of the shelter, feasting heartily on the insector remains. While eating, he kept exclaiming how delicious it was. He had no idea when he'd become addicted. Actually, he could normally endure it during work, until this morning when Yojin Lee came over and deliberately bumped into him. Everyone thought he was blushing from shyness. Only he himself knew it was craving for delicious food. One insector was quickly devoured by him until only scraps remained. Sooyoung lay on the ground, feeling absolutely satisfied. It was so good to be alive. At this moment, a female voice reached his ears. "Was it you who hollowed out the shelter's wall? Are you an insector?" Sooyoung quickly explained, "I'm human. That hole wasn't made by me either. I was just tired from work and fell asleep here." Junie revealed that she herself was an insector. Sooyoung never expected to encounter a living insector outside. He thought to himself, "I'm dead for sure now." He suddenly threw a punch. Actually, he didn't know why he did that either, but his enlarged fist was easily blocked by Junie. Sooyoung was too scared to move. Then he was sent flying backward. He desperately tried to control his arm that wanted to punch, while saying he didn't mean it and begging Junie to spare his life. Junie instantly flew into a rage. "I already said I wouldn't eat you." Sooyoung told her to retract her hair first. Junie did as he said, explaining she just wanted to find the person who dug the hole and thank him in person. Sooyoung didn't understand why she wanted to thank anyone. Then heard Junie ask if he was a member of Dark Reaper, because a member would be coming soon, and she wondered if Sooyoung was with them. However, when she looked up, Sooyoung had already vanished without a trace. At this point, Sehui finally arrived late. He got straight to the point, asking Junie if she had made up her mind. Junie said she wanted to join Dark Reaper. Hearing this, Sehui felt delighted. Behind the wall, Sooyoung witnessed all of this, thinking Sehui was just out on a date. Just then, blue light spots fell into his palm. When he looked up, he saw a giant butterfly flying overhead, and those dots of blue light were falling from her body. At the same time, chaos erupted inside the shelter. Humans' eyes would see insector figures. Some people were fleeing for their lives. More people were shouting, muttering things about bugs. A bug reaper aimed his gun at passers-by. Fortunately, Zigna intervened in time, questioning why that bug reaper was doing this. The bug reaper asked him what he was doing instead. Couldn't he see the insector standing behind him? Zigna turned around and saw only an innocent-looking woman. Seeing this, he had no choice but to knock out the bug reaper. Looking at the scene before him, he sighed helplessly. Have all these people gone mad? The base's monitoring room also saw these images. Yun suspected it was the blue powder drifting from the sky causing the trouble, while restricting residents from going outside. They dispatched Yojin Lee and Min to investigate. Payo's expression was extremely grave. The insector's methods were becoming more numerous by the day, leaving him overwhelmed. At this time, So-wei still didn't know what was happening inside the shelter, still briefing Junie on the details of joining Dark Reaper. Then he heard the city's alarm sound, just as he wanted to bid Junie farewell and enter the city. The ground suddenly shook violently. Then he saw dust clouds rolling in the distance, as if some massive creature was heading their way. Soon, Sehui and Min had reached mid-air, but they discovered no anomalies. Min suddenly spotted two figures through thermal imaging. He reported this to Yojin Lee. Then they flew toward the direction they had seen. Seeing them approach, Hannah told Sejin Bang to leave first. She would handle things here. Upon hearing this, Sejin Bang bid her farewell. "Thank you, sister, not only for healing my arm, but also for bringing me here." Hannah solemnly told her to hurry away while the invisibility effect was still active, and never let herself get injured again. Their split action was immediately noticed by Min. Min was operating his machine about to pursue the escaping Sejin Bang. When it seemed like something pierced through, the robot exploded on the spot. Yojin Lee heard the warning in the explosion sound. "Touch my child and I won't let you get away with it." Only then did she clearly see Hannah's form, and remembered the scene from 2 years ago when she took her away. At this time, inside the shelter, Zigna easily knocked people unconscious, while AK tied them up with rope. Seeing Zigna pass by nonchalantly, AK handed him a mask. "Better put this on. I heard inhaling too much of this stuff can cause hallucinations." Seeing he still wouldn't stop, AK had to say, "Don't tell me you want to be controlled again." This had an immediate effect. Zigna didn't want to embarrass himself again. AK continued, "No need for thanks, after all, we're friends." Zigna instantly erupted in anger, saying that was all the parasite's nonsense, and that he was 3 years older than AK, he was the big brother. After saying this, he walked into an alley, still complaining non-stop, when he saw a figure appear before him. In an instant, blade light flashed. AK came over teasingly, "Let's walk together, friend." When he turned around, Zigna had already been struck down. He knelt powerlessly on the ground. That person cast a disdainful look. What a useless thing. On the other side, due to the blue powder's effects, So-ying felt restless and agitated all day, running frantically through the shelter. Scenes of being treated as a monster by his classmates flashed through his mind, and the accomplices who watched coldly from the sidelines, as well as the heinous culprit who caused him to become a monster. He could no longer suppress his anger. His entire body rapidly swelled beyond human proportions. On the other side, Zigna was actually struck down by Jogang with one blow. Seeing this, AK quickly drew his own weapon. However, his attack was also easily blocked. Through the attack method, Jogang identified them as Dark Reaper members. Just as AK was stunned, the blade's gleam had already reached his face. He narrowly avoided it, and pulled back to create distance. The mask on his face had already been split in half. Only then did he realize Jogang was no ordinary opponent, very likely one of the 6 pillars, so he immediately began evolving. Unexpectedly, Jogang had no intention of stepping forward to intervene. He said AK indeed looked very much like their leader, while his left hand had already transformed into a scythe-like weapon. The still-living Zigna caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye, and saw that mantis-like shadow. Before A could complete his transformation, a blade light swept across his cheek, then countless blade lights swept in all directions. The narrow alley instantly became a wide-open space. On the other side, Jogang had transformed into a mantis insector, boasting that he would deliver Ake's head to their leader. He could also sense that although Ake looked no different from an insector, there was always something discordant about him. The next moment, Ake made the first move. He instantly reached Jogang's front. However, his usually unstoppable spike was easily blocked, and he was swept away by Jogang's horizontal strike. He barely managed to steady himself. Jogang's attack immediately followed. Ak responded at once. Their weapons collided. The tremendous force instantly shattered the surrounding buildings. The two were locked in a stalemate for quite a while. Jogang also got a sense of Ake's strength. However, Ake didn't waste words with him, thrusting with his spike. Though blocked again, he immediately channeled his power, even though Jogang dodged by moving aside, causing Ake's attack to miss its mark. Jogang was also surprised by this force. Suddenly, a golden scythe extended from his wrist. The scythe spun rapidly, forming a large windmill that could both attack and defend. Jogang approached Ake while wielding the large windmill. Ake could only retreat to avoid its sharp edge. At this moment, a giant foot appeared. A large hand suddenly grabbed Ake's head. It was the maddened Su-yong. He grabbed AK and charged forward desperately, finally running away with AK right in front of Jogang. Only then did Jogang react. There was another person. Then he too disappeared from the spot. Soon after, a loud crash came from a tall building. The insect armor on Ake's head was completely smashed. He had just struggled to stand up when Su-yong grabbed him with one hand again, lifting him up like a little chick. Only then did Ake notice Su-yong's appearance. However, Su-yong screamed madly, "Don't look at me with those eyes!" Jogang had also followed, thinking the newly appeared insector was AK's companion. Now it seemed that wasn't the case, and that insector also made him feel very uncomfortable, so this time he planned to deal with both of them together. At this moment, a sharp blade flew over, easily deflected by Jogang. Zigna slowly approached him. "Don't disturb their date. Come play with me instead." Jogang immediately recognized the two blades on Zigna's back. They were made from the two horns of the golden giant beetle. Zigna no longer hid anything, transforming and drawing his blades in one fluid motion. On the other side, outside the base, chaos had erupted, with the blue powder continuing to take effect. Soon after, Sejin Bang's form became visible. It seemed the invisibility effect had worn off. Several security guards immediately came out to attack her. Sejin Bang spread her wings, radiating brilliant red light. Those security guards actually ignored her and instead charged at innocent crowds. At this time, Pio was still worrying about the current situation. Soon he heard gunshots. Two guards inexplicably fired at each other. Sejin Bang calmly walked through the door. A scythe was immediately placed before her. Pio put on a gas mask before daring to speak. "So it's you, the culprit behind this chaos. So why did you come here?" As he spoke, the scythe had already cut Sejin Bang's skin. But Sejin Bang remained calm, saying, "Before that, please listen to my story first." The red light from her wing suddenly activated. Pio was momentarily dazed and found himself in an illusion. The mask on his face was like a mere decoration. Sejin Bang spoke again. "From now on, everything about you will be under my control." At this moment in the sky, Yojin Lee was being tightly entangled by Hannah and was even at a disadvantage. Hannah noticed the blue powder had stopped spreading. Sejin Bang must have succeeded. Yojin Lee then asked if that person just now was Sejin Bang. Hannah no longer concealed it, openly stating she'd already become one of the 6 pillars. While speaking, she didn't forget to launch a sneak attack, but it was blocked by Yojin Lee's threads and firmly grasped one of her weapons. Yojin Lee demanded angrily, "What exactly did you do to her?" Hannah calmly replied, "We didn't need to do anything. That child grew up on her own. Now get these troublesome things away." Yojin Lee was absolutely furious. She kicked Hannah in the right side of her face, while the threads prevented her from breaking free. Just when she didn't know what to do, her entire body was suddenly pulled forward again. Yojin Lee had already prepared to deliver a fatal blow. "We can turn back into humans." The sudden words made Yojin Lee halt her attack. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Hannah said she came precisely for this reason. Yojin Lee still didn't believe it, thinking she was just making things up to save her life. But Hannah still clearly stated, "There's a key here that can turn us back into humans." After hearing Hannah's words, Yojin Lee immediately thought of Suyong. Hannah also made it clear he's the best proof that insectors can turn back into humans. Little did she know that Suyong had now completely lost his mind. Even the evolved ache was being held in his grasp. Zigna had finally caught up, holding 2 new weapons in his hands. These weapons were made from the giant horns of the insector that had been parasitized by Jangyun. With these things, Zigna boasted he would definitely cut Jogang in half. Jogang scoffed at this. He said he had seen humans use their comrades' bodies as weapons, but never expected to see such a thing among his own kind one day. He questioned Zigna, "Don't you feel any guilt?" Actually, when Sehui first gave this thing to Zigna, Zigna completely didn't want it. However, Sehui said if he didn't use this, he might die the next time he encountered a powerful opponent. This made Zigna so angry that he immediately kicked him flying, but the weapon was still left in his room. He never thought he'd use it so soon, yet he still stubbornly said Jogang talked too much. The next instant, he crossed blades and reached Jogang's front. Jogang's reaction speed was also extremely fast. He raised his blade to block it. The blade energy went straight in that direction and slashed Suyong's back, but it could only tear his clothes, while Zigna and Jogang were locked in combat. He questioned Jogang about why he abandoned Six Shot if he cared so much about his kind, but Jogang asked him what Six Shot was. Zigna was speechless, then flew into a rage. "You forgot so quickly? That was where I lived." Saying this, he raised both swords to attack Jogang. Jogang also responded in kind by spinning his large windmill, saying such an existence didn't even need to be known about. The twofold attack crashed together, with powerful airflow spreading outward from their center. Meanwhile, Aik was still staring at Suyong before him. Unexpectedly, Suyong suddenly exploded with rage. "Don't look at me with those eyes!" The prepared Aik just lifted his hand slightly to neutralize his attack. He scolded Suyong to let go, but Suyong remained unmoved. So he grabbed Suyong's arm and directly stabbed his other hand into his arm. Suyong immediately cried out in pain. Furious, he directly flung Aik away. Aik used a pillar to stop his momentum, borrowing the force to instantly reach Suyong's front and gave him a punch. Rain like a tax fell on his body. Suyong was beaten without any ability to fight back. He strangely tilted his head backward. The next moment, he suddenly opened his mouth wide toward Aik. Aik sensed danger, avoiding his sneak attack, then cleanly severed his tentacles. Now Suyong couldn't even cry out. Aik said flatly, "It should end now." He immediately delivered a horizontal slash but struck empty air. Only then did he discover Suyong was already kneeling on the ground, returning to human form. Just as he hesitated whether to continue attacking, he saw tears sliding down Suyong's face, making broken sobbing sounds. "Sorry, my friends." Before Aik could make his next move, a loud crash came from behind. When he turned to look, Zigna and Jogang had already separated. Jogang's weapon was in tatters. Large amounts of blood splattered from his body. The next moment he was seen falling to his knees. Zigna was breathing heavily. Then he showed a forced smile and said proudly, "The 6 pillars still lost to me." Right after saying this, he collapsed powerlessly to his knees. Aik slowly walked over, asking if he needed help. Zigna told him not to interrupt his enjoyment of victory, but he also found it hard to believe, complaining that he never expected this level of strength was only the 4th pillar, if it weren't for having this thing. However, before he could finish speaking, Jogang's voice rang out again. "The battle isn't over yet, did you forget? This is just my first form." After saying this, A terrifying aura burst from his body. Ake and Zigna immediately prepared for battle. When Jogang unleashed his second form, the Sword Emperor form, both Zigna and Ake were frozen by his overwhelming pressure. Meanwhile, Soyoung had been watching the battle from nearby. His entire body screamed in pain, and he was too broken to even attempt escape. Then a hand clamped over his mouth. Hannah had slipped in without anyone noticing. Without drawing a single eye, she vanished with Soyoung. Back on the battlefield, Zigna was still talking tough. A transformation? That's all you've got? After saying that, he charged forward without hesitation. More legs erupted from his body. He also showed off his second form. Like you're the only one who can make it. His all 6 legs drove at Jogang at once, but not a single strike could touch him. Zigna raised both blades and brought them down hard, only for Jogang to block them effortlessly with his cape. Don't compare yourself to me, Jogang sneered. You'll get yourself killed. With that, he swung horizontally. Zigna had no time to dodge. Fortunately, a hand grabbed him by the hair and yanked him back just in time, saving him from the blade by the narrowest margin. But Jogang was already closing in again. Ake shouted, "He's coming, block him!" Their combined strike finally met Jogang's blade head-on, but the moment they made contact, they knew something was wrong. As expected, the next moment they were sent flying. They realized with horror that Jogang's current power was on a completely different level than before. Before they could recover, Jogang was already standing over them. "I didn't expect you still have breath to spare. Let me start with you." He swung his blade straight at AK. Suspended in midair with nothing to push off, Ake had no way to evade. Luckily, Zigna knocked him clear with the hilt of his blade just in time. But when Ake steadied himself, Zigna had already taken a direct hit. Ake launched himself at Jogang in a blind rage, but his every strike was blocked and he couldn't even get close. What's worse, his spikes were also shattered to pieces. With Jogang bearing down on him, Ake looked like he had given up. Then his eyes caught Zigna's fallen blade. He snatched it up and drove it towards Jogang's neck. Jogang halted for a moment, but Ake saw that he was completely unharmed. "Your swordsmanship is disappointing," Jogang said mockingly. Suddenly, another blade came down on the other side of his neck. Zigna roared, "You bastard, that slash of yours really hurt? So tell me, how is my swordsmanship?" Blood trickled from Jogang's neck, yet he remained completely calm. "A little better than his." Zigna let out a furious roar. "Then it's time for you to die." Ake pushed in at the same moment. The blade sank slowly into Jogang's skin. At this moment, 2 ferocious waves of blade energy erupted and swept straight through them. The force ripped the entire building apart. When it was finally settled, only Jogang remained standing. His blade had chipped from the battle. Not far away, Zigna lay motionless on the ground. Ake was in no better shape beside him. Seeing this, Jogang moved in to finish them off. Ake slowly pushed himself up. He couldn't use the bullet ant anymore, so he had to find another way out. He then grabbed a fragment from Jogang's broken weapon. Zigna also had gotten back to his feet at some point. He called out to Jogang, "Hey, the fight is not over. Bring it on." The moment Jogang turned, Ake was already at his side. Jogang swung instinctively, but Ake ducked under the blade. Jogang reacted instantly, driving the hilt downward. Zigna appeared from nowhere and locked his arms. A grin of victory spread across Zigna's face. At the same time, Ake drove the blade fragment into Jogang's abdomen. Jogang scoffed. A tiny shard like that couldn't do him any real damage, but AK called out his technique. Green Cyclone! His arm transformed, a miniature cyclone whipped up around them, and the fragment drove straight through Jogang. Before Jogang could process what had happened, a hand was pressed against his face. Ake said coldly, "Everything you are, I'm taking it." Jogang was struck with pure terror, but in the next instant he felt everything within him rushing toward his face and flowing into that hand. Then it hit him, the unsettling familiarity. He had felt it before. This was the same ability as his lord. Within seconds, not even a trace of Jogang remained. Even Zigna felt a chill run down his spine at the sight. He had no idea how Ake had pulled it off. With Jogang gone, another presence had taken up residence in the crystal within AK. Together with the bullet ant from before, there were now 2. When Ake returned to normal, Zigna finally let it out. "If you had that kind of power, why didn't you use it sooner? You let us get beaten half to death. But seriously, how did you do that?" AK simply reached out a hand, and Zigna flinched. Ake explained that it had been a gamble. He had always absorbed power through fragments of insectors before. This time, he just tried something different, and it actually worked. He had absorbed the mantis insector whole. His answer made Zigna even less eager to get close to him. Then Ake suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. He struggled to explain that the mantis insector was still thrashing violently inside him. Seeing the state he was in, Zigna's expression filled with concern. Then Ake smiled, which sent a chill straight through Zigna. At this time, the wail of sirens reached them from the shelter. They were about to head over, when a figure appeared behind them. "I'd advise you not to." They turned to see who it was, and froze in disbelief. Standing there was Red, who had been missing for 2 years. Meanwhile, the shelter had descended into total chaos. Most of the Bug Reaper members had fallen under an illusion. They were calling everyone they saw an insector. Only a handful of familiar faces had stayed clear-headed, desperately trying to hold the others back. Outside the city, Sahui and Junie were dealing with a massive insector of their own. Arajo was still locked in her cell, She could hear the uproar outside. She banged on the door, trying to find out what was happening. The door opened from outside. Arajo was about to protest. She wasn't supposed to be let out, not while she still couldn't control the power inside her. But the man just muttered to himself, "Insector spotted." Arajo admitted she was an insector, but before she could finish, the man had already raised his laser gun, murmuring, "Eliminate immediately." Arajo was about to transform when a cane cracked the man over the head with a loud thud. Dr. Man bellowed, "Don't you dare touch my precious test subject!" He waved for Arajo to follow him. But after what had happened before, Arajo didn't fully trust Dr. Man. Dr. Man immediately grew flustered. At that same time, Pio, the director, was still trapped inside the illusion world. Sejin Bang told him that destroying the shelter and staging the collapse of humanity was the only way left to protect humans. Therefore, the Bug Reaper department had to be the first to go. But Pio wasn't buying a word of it. He bit down hard on the tip of his tongue, forcing himself to focus. That broke him free from her illusion world. He grabbed his scythe and drove it straight at Sejin Bang. She reacted instantly and leapt out of the way. Then she activated her strange ability again. Pio felt his mind begin to blur. He bit his tongue again and snapped himself back. Barely a pause, and he was charging at her again. Sejin Bang hadn't expected him to be this relentless. She twisted her body to the side, but she wasn't fast enough. One of her wings was sliced off. Pio pressed on like he had no intention of stopping. Sejin Bang fired light orbs from the eyes on her wings, but Pio batted them aside with ease. A moment later, her other wing was torn to pieces. Arajo, walking behind Dr. Man, suddenly felt something. Dr. Man was rambling ahead of her, apologizing to her for what he had done before. But when he turned around, Arajo was gone. She had already made her way toward the room where the battle had just taken place. By the time she got there, the fight was over. Pio leaned against the wall, exhausted. He drew out a cigarette and pressed the tip against a screen. The screen flickered with a pale green glow and chimed, "Protocol activated." He murmured softly, "I'm sorry everyone. Everything has gone as planned. You had better keep your promise." Sejin Bang gave a quiet reply. The next second, her tentacle drove straight through his head. On the other side, Ak and Zigna watched the shelter erupt into flames. Moments later, Sejin Bang appeared, carrying Arajo. Pio was dangling from a wasp, his condition unknown. Before Ak could move to help, Sejin Bang set Arajo down a short distance in front of them. Ak rushed forward to take Arajo and demanded to know what Sejin Bang had done with Pyo. Sejin Bang only said that when the time came they would understand. With that, she took Pio and left. Ak turned to Red and asked him to explain everything. Just then, a massive insect swooped in from the side. Red told Ak to follow him first. Soon after, Arajo woke up on an insect's back and said she had dreamed about meeting Sejin Bang. Ak said nothing to correct her. Ahead of them stretched a row of barren mountains. Strange insectors of all shapes were watching the approaching insect with curiosity. The insect dove into an opening and flew inside the mountain. Moments later it touched down. Red was the first to land and told the others to relax. Zigna couldn't understand why Red had brought them to a damp place like this. It was clearly a nest of insectors. Was this a new lawless land? Ak and Arajo landed as well. He told her to be careful. There were plenty of humans here, but just as many insectors. Arajo told him not to worry. She was technically an insector herself now. Then Yojin Lee's voice rang out nearby. "You're late!" Not having seen her for 2 years, Red greeted her with a grin. "Long time no see." Yojin Lee kicked him without a word. "Long time no see? You wouldn't answer my calls. You even ignored every message I sent." As she pinned Red down, Ak asked how she had gotten there first and what had happened to the shelter residents. Yojin Lee said the residents had been handed over to Sahui and that she had followed someone here. Zigna stared ahead in disbelief. "Don't tell me you followed her here." Hannah was walking over, pulling someone along with her. The moment Ak saw her, his anger flared up in an instant. He grabbed Hannah and demanded to know what she was doing there. Hannah remained completely calm. The next moment, several insectors surrounded Ak. "Step back, or we will act." Zigna moved to help, but Red stopped him. Red told both of them to calm down. Ak turned on Red instead. "What are you doing?" Then a voice came, familiar yet strange. "Enough, let me explain." Ak jolted at the sound. The one speaking was the assistant who had transformed into an insector 2 years ago and hadn't been heard from since. "We want to become human again. We want to live alongside humans. This place is called Unity Base and our goal is to eliminate your brother Mishan. That is why we have gathered here." On the other side, Sejin Bang had returned to the apex insects. The other pillars were eager to hear how her mission had gone. She knelt before Mishan and reported respectfully, "As you commanded, we have destroyed the shelter along with the Bug Reaper department. This man is the current director of the Bug Reaper department." Mikan clearly recognized Pyo. He demanded to know where Pyo had hidden his grandmother. Then he burst into laughter. "Right, there's no way that old woman survived the blast." He went on to praise Sejin Bang. "I didn't think you'd actually pull it off. Interesting. Jogang I sent to keep an eye on you never came back." Sejin Bang claimed she had done everything she could and had only wanted to rescue her subordinate. Mishan already knew her real intention. He said flatly, "Come out." Sejin Bang's pupils contracted. She should never have let herself hope, because what remained of Juim was nothing but a hollow soul, being toyed with in Mishan's hands. She had already been completely absorbed. Sejin Bang erupted in fury. Mishan slammed her to the ground with one hand. "How dare you play me? Did you really think your little tricks would fool me?" Sejin Bang screamed back, Kill him, now." Her words left Mikan momentarily confused. The next moment, Pio erupted into motion, sword raised, and was at Michan's throat in an instant. But even with everything he had behind that strike, the blade couldn't even graze Michan's skin. Seeing this scene, the fifth pillar, Sungta, charged in, but was stopped halfway by the blue mist. He covered his mouth and nose, desperate not to breathe it in. Behind him came the voice of Seonho, the second pillar. He told Sungta not to bother. Small fry like those couldn't touch their lord. True to his words, Mikan lifted his hand from Sejin Bang and drove his fist straight into Pio's body. He told them flatly that nothing they were doing could kill him. Pio opened his mouth just slightly, and a stream of brown toxic smoke poured out toward Mikan. Michan instinctively inhaled. Then he hurled Pio away. Pio crashed hard into the stone wall. The impact forced his mouth open, revealing a small purple hidden weapon concealed inside. Michan was coughing up blood. The wound sent his rage through the roof. Bugs began crawling out from beneath his skin as he demanded to know what Pio had done to him. It was Sejin Bang who answered. She told him the smoke had been formulated from the venom of every insector who had ever risen up against him. The plan had been set in motion long ago, from the moment Michan had turned her friend into an insector. Everything they had done had been leading to this. To kill him. Michan trembled with rage. Black ants began taking shape at his side at terrifying speed. He let out a furious roar and launched himself at Sejin Bang. He moved so fast she had no chance to escape, but a large hand shoved her out of the way. Pio, who had pushed her clear, had half his body torn through in an instant. Sejin Bang was on the verge of breaking down. Pio gathered every last bit of strength he had to comfort her. You have to finish what we agreed. It turned out they had worked it all out back in the illusion world. Sejin Bang had originally planned to sacrifice herself to release the toxic smoke, but Pio had taken it from her. He told her that a device shaped like a cigarette holder was meant to be used by him. He wasn't about to let someone as young as her throw her life away. Even if they appeared to be enemies, Sejin Bang was humanity's future. He wanted her to live. At that moment, the black ants had already devoured Pio entirely. When the swarm parted, not even his bones remained. On the ground lay only his shattered glasses, and a scattering of ants belly up around them. Only then did Michan realize that Pio's own body had been laced with toxin, before he could summon the ants again. Sejin Bang was already charging with Pio's sword. She drove it straight through his body, but Michan seemed to feel nothing. He reached back and grabbed her by the head. Sejin Bang could only stare at him in despair, whispering over and over, "I will kill you." What Michan said next crushed the last of her hope. He had known all along about their plan to become human again, and he had always known that none of their methods could truly threaten his life. He had played along with their scheme just to let them see with their own eyes how foolish it all was. With that, he absorbed Sejin Bang into himself. The power radiating from him had grown even more overwhelming. Sungta rushed over, asking anxiously if he was all right. Michan suddenly burst into laughter, dripping with contempt. What a bunch of fools. Then he called Sungta back and told him to follow his ants to a location. Sungta assumed it was to destroy the enemy's base and was ready to agree on the spot, but Michan gave a strange smile and shook his head. That place, he said, he would visit himself. Back at the base, no one yet knew that the assassination had failed. Hannah was quietly praying that Sejin Bang was safe. Zigna walked in. He exchanged a few words with Hannah, then asked where she had gone after Six Shot was destroyed. Hannah didn't hide it. She said she had taken Su Young, who had consumed 50 larvae. Then she turned and asked Zigna, between our human form and our transformed form, which do you think is our true form? Zigna answered without hesitation. Our transformed form, obviously. We're insectors. The human form is just a convenience, a way to blend in with humans. Hannah agreed, but then she raised a question. What if someday you can no longer take a human form? Zigna admitted that would be inconvenient. In his insector form, every sense was heightened, and he could never fully settle anywhere. Hannah neither agreed nor pushed back. She explained that in Unity Base, many insectors had already lost the ability to take human form. The stem cells that enabled the human transformation had been consumed by their insector cells, and this was a problem every insector would eventually face. In other words, as time passed, they would have no choice but to live permanently in their transformed form. Hannah was researching how to restore insectors to humans, and she was also conducting her studies on this problem. Right now, the most significant result of both lines of research was Su Young. Ake heard all of this from the assistant as well. He learned for the first time that it had been Hannah who had helped the assistant, keeping him from losing himself entirely to his insector nature. But fully returning to human form was no longer possible for him. Even so, the assistant blamed himself, saying it was natural for Michan to harbor resentment after being under his watch for 10 years. Ake told him it wasn't his fault. His brother Michan was simply evil, and that was what had brought everything to this point. Shortly after, Hannah gathered everyone and told them there was a mission that needed to be done. Red's first question was how much it paid. Yojin Lee shut him down immediately. Hannah assured them they would be compensated fairly. The mission was to go to her former lab and get the results of her experiments. Her assistant Mint would lead them there. Aik wanted Arajo to stay behind, but she refused flat out. She also wanted to help. Aik didn't push further, they set off immediately. What they didn't know was that Sungta had already been to Hannah's lab, and he was holding exactly what they had come to retrieve. Sungta asked Black Ant at his side, "It looks like a few people are heading this way. Do we take them out before we head back?" Meanwhile, Aik and the others were making their way to the lab. Since Arajo wasn't much of a speed walker, Aik dropped back to stay with her. She told him not to worry about her. Two beetles suddenly blocked their path. Before they could strike, two arrows punched straight through their heads. Mint had already handled them in an instant. The group pressed on. Yojin Lee noticed for the first time that Mint was no ordinary assistant. Red told her that Mint was one of the strongest fighters in the entire base. Soon, Mint told them that the lab was just ahead, but AK suddenly tensed. He called everyone to a halt and said there was an insector nearby. The others assumed it was another pair of small fry like before, but Red's expression was also grave. He could feel it too. This one was different. They looked toward the lab. The next moment, a massive hole was blown through the wall, and Sungta walked out alongside Black Ant. Sungta spotted the group outside and smiled with amusement. Ake's eyes stayed fixed on Black Ant. An arrow flew without warning. It was aimed at Sungta, but Black Ant blocked it. Sungta told Black Ant to head back first. Black Ant moved to leave by taking a side route. Yojin Lee attacked Sungta without a word. Sungta blocked her attack with both arms. Yojin Lee demanded to know how he had known about this place, but the words had barely left her mouth when her body spun out of control. Before she could react, a foot came down toward her head. At the last second, Red cut off Sungta's attack, but Sungta reacted quickly. He shifted his target instantly and kicked at Red. Red blocked the kick and commented that his foot technique was impressive. Then, his eyes suddenly burned with a manic fervor. On the other side, Mint had recognized Sungta as the fifth pillar of the apex insects. A cold sweat ran down her back. Suddenly, a figure charged toward them. Arajo immediately recognized it as Black Ant. Mint fired an arrow without hesitation. It passed straight through Black Ant's body, but what was hidden inside was now exposed. Mint called out that it was the medicine they had come for. The fact that Mishin had sent someone to retrieve it meant Sejin Bang's plan had worked. Arajo became serious in the moment she heard that. By then, Black Ant had slipped past both of them, but Ake stood in his way. Ake stood still as Black Ant barreled toward him. Black Ant threw a punch, but the fist dissolved before it could land. Then Black Ant's entire body scattered apart. Ake watched the ants drift past and still didn't move, until Black Ant reformed behind him. Ake turned and asked, "Why did you hold back? Are you holding on to something from before? Bring it on, devour me just like you used to." Black Ant let out a furious roar. Ake was about to transform when Black Ant turned and ran, but he barely made it a few steps before a single punch reduced him to nothing. It was Arajo. She told Ake that Black Ant couldn't be allowed to leave. Ake panicked and told her to get back, but before the words were out, countless ants were already swarming up her arm. Their bites made Arajo cry out in pain, but she refused to let go. In her hand was the medicine they had come for. Left with no other option, Black Ant scattered and retreated. Arajo wasn't sure if she had grabbed all of it. Meanwhile, inside the lab, Sungta was facing off against Red and Yojin Lee. Red hadn't expected Sungta to hold his own against both of them without transforming, and yet Sungta was actually gaining the upper hand. Sungta blasted them both back, then settled into an unusual stance. "Let me show you what I can do, just try not to die too quickly." With that, his transformation was complete. Red and Yojin Lee showed no fear. They told him that anyone could talk big, then they both underwent their second transformation. But the moment they finished, Mint seized the moment and fired an arrow at each of them, calling out, "I'm really sorry." After the sudden attack, Yojin Lee couldn't understand why Mint had turned on them. Red simply told Mint not to do anything unnecessary. Then he pulled the arrow out and tossed it aside. Yojin Lee then realized the arrow hadn't hurt at all. As it dissolved into her body, she felt a surge of power fill her. Red explained that this was Mint's support ability. It enhanced their physical performance. Then he asked Yojin Lee to step back and let him fight alone for now. Before he finished speaking, a massive energy orb grazed past Mint, and the shockwave sent her tumbling. Sungta was furious that Mint had interfered with his fight. He fired another energy blast. Falling through the air, Mint had no way to dodge, but the orb was split clean in two. Two holes exploded through the wall behind it. Mint was already cradled safely in Yojin Lee's arms. Yojin Lee just said to Sungta, "Stay focused." The next second, Sungta took a punch before he could react. Before he could recover, Red pressed the attack. Caught off guard, Sungta took another hit. He steadied himself immediately. The next second, an energy blast roared toward Red. A ladybug flew in front of Red. It took the full blast and was destroyed in the same moment. The next moment, Red was right in front of Sungta. Sungta met him with a straight punch. The two fists collided, neither giving ground. Red sent another ladybug at Sungta. The explosion rang out, and the ladybug was gone. Red stood unscathed, while Sungta was covered in blood. He snarled, "This duel isn't over." What Red said next was completely shameless. He said their one-on-one duel was over. What came next was a group fight. Even as he said it, his fist was trembling, lined with cracks. Then Yojin Lee and Ake appeared behind Sungta. Sungta didn't look worried at all. He said the more of them, the better. They were all welcome to come at once. Then he slammed a fist into the ground. The impact was so powerful that even Arajo could hear it from outside. A wave of anxiety washed over her. Moments later, the entire lab had been reduced to rubble. AK and the other two stood above what remained of a water pool, and they had all come to the same conclusion. Sungta was an amphibious insector. He had gone into the water, and he had probably escaped. Yojin Lee turned on Red. She couldn't understand why he had let Sungta get away when he clearly had the ability to finish him. Red said helplessly that he hadn't been as composed as he looked. By that point, he couldn't have launched another attack right away. And Sungta had the strongest offensive power of any insector he had ever faced, not even close to Gunil 2 years ago. Then AK told them to be careful. The water began to churn like it was boiling. A huge water orb burst up through the surface. with Sungta encased inside. "You haven't forgotten what I said, have you? Don't die too easily." He was already fully charged as he spoke. Over a dozen water orbs screamed toward the three of them. Red and Aik could barely dodge and deflect. Yojin Lee launched herself into the air. She unleashed her silk threads and cut through the orbs. They split apart, revealing Sungta inside, now in his second form. Yojin Lee sensed something wrong and spun to retreat, but Sungta had no intention of letting her go. A water lance launched forward, slicing into Yojin Lee in an instant, but she wasn't someone to be pushed around. She spun and countered, firing threads from all 5 fingers. Sungta blocked 4 of them, but the 5th pierced through his left shoulder. The thread immediately knotted tight and yanked him forward. Aik seized the moment and charged, but Sungta didn't retreat. He drove forward instead. AK landed a hit on his waist, but took a hit to his right arm at the same moment. The insect armor on Aik's right arm shattered. They both hit the ground at the same time, but Sungta's expression had grown heavier, because AK's right hand had changed. Sungta recognized it immediately. It was Jogang's ability. Aik didn't deny it. He just said this was the right moment to use it. As he spoke, his other hand closed around one of Min's arrows. He drove it into his own body, and his body began to shift. Sungta didn't look angry, he smiled. He said he had always wanted a chance to face Jogang, but their lord's orders had always gotten in the way. "Now, let me see what you've got." He charged at AK without waiting another second, and AK's transformation was complete. He raised his hand and caught Sungta's punch easily. In mere moments, they had already traded over 100 blows across the water. Sungta showed no grief over his fallen partner. Instead, he told AK not to tarnish Jogang's name. With that, he launched a barrage of water blasts straight at AK. Every single one was sliced clean in half. In one stride, AK closed the distance between them. Caught off guard, Sungta took a slash across his body, but instead of backing off, he surged forward and drove his fist into AK's jaw. A relentless flurry of punches followed. AK had no choice but to block each blow with both weapons. The moment they broke apart, Sungta fired off another round of water blasts. AK hurled both weapons forward. His plan was to shred the blasts and land a devastating hit on Sungta in the same motion, but the weapons flew wide on either side of him. Sungta fired one more water blast, then vanished and reappeared behind AK, locking him in place. The water blast hit them both head-on. Their bodies were launched into the air. Still holding AK in his grip, Sungta twisted mid-flight and drove AK, who was unable to move, straight down into the rocks below. Sungta, seizing the opportunity, leaped to the side. Without sparing AK another glance, he turned and beckoned to Red. Red stood still, then raised one hand and made a throat-slitting gesture. Sungta hadn't figured out what that meant yet, when AK's blade was already in his face. In haste, he barely managed to jerk his head aside. He kept his life but lost a chunk of his face. AK clenched a scythe between his teeth and unleashed several small objects in rapid succession. The next moment, Sungta let out a wild, furious roar. He slammed his fist into the water, and a surge of energy tore forward from beneath his feet. A massive energy wave erupted from the water and swallowed AK whole. As the rule of no smoke, no damage, AK walked out just fine. Somehow, a massive scythe had appeared in his hand, and it had absorbed the brunt of the blast. AK advanced, swinging the scythe. In one swift motion, Sungta's head left his shoulders. AK caught the severed head in his grip. With a single thought, he devoured him. The body didn't escape either. Nearby, Yojin Lee regrouped with Red. Yojin Lee asked Red what he thought of AK's new power. Red answered truthfully that he had seen it before, but he hadn't expected it to be this terrifying. Still, AK hadn't come out unscathed. His injuries were bad enough that he had to lean on Yojin Lee just to walk, but their mission was a success. Mint said that she had grabbed the centrifuge during the chaos. Meanwhile, back at Unity Base, Zigna had barely finished a yawn when the collar around his neck suddenly fell off. He was about to ask if Hannah had done it when he caught Hannah on the phone saying, "You ran into a 6-pillar?" Hearing this, Zigna yelled out. He was disappointed that he had missed out on the action. Hannah ignored him. All she cared about was cooking a big meal for when everyone returned. But the moment they stepped out of the stone chamber, they noticed the sky had turned completely black. It shouldn't have been night yet. The residents were gripped by panic. One red insector volunteered to fly up and investigate. As he got closer, he found the entrance was somehow blocked. But before he could finish his sentence, his voice faded away. His body dropped from the sky, tiny black specks drifting all around him. His companion moved to catch him, but the assistant yanked him back. Only then did they see it clearly. The red insector's body was dissolving. There was nothing left inside. No blood, no flesh. Zigna and Hannah went pale. Zigna immediately pushed everyone to get out. At the entrance above, a white-haired figure dropped down, and with him came a swarm of black ants, countless in number. Michan's voice rang through the entire base. "So this is where you scum were hiding." As the black ants poured in from above, 2 well-meaning insectors moved to hold them off, but before they could even attack, their bodies were torn apart. Ordinary insectors stood no chance against the black ants' consumption. Of course, Unity Base had its share of powerful fighters. 3 insectors, each with their own unique abilities, activated their powers and pushed through the black ants, cutting a path straight to Michan. Michan didn't flinch. Their movements were already under his control. At this moment, Black Ant flew from the entrance toward Michan, and he stood there with a vial of antidote clenched between his teeth. A twisted grin spread across his face. The moment Black Ant merged with him, all 3 insectors were each met with an enormous fist and sent flying. Mishin watched their broken bodies with sick curiosity, and coldly uttered, "Devour." At the same time, Soo-young's shackles were unlocked. He couldn't understand why Hannah would free him now, of all times. Hannah told him that Sejin Bang had already been devoured by Mishan, which meant Mishan now knew everything, including their plan to use Soo-young to create a cure to turn insectors back into humans. So she told Soo-young to run. While they spoke, Mishan's black ants were already hunting down a child and a flying insector. At the critical moment, the assistant stepped in front of them, ordering all non-combatants to evacuate immediately. Then a voice from right in front of him turned his blood cold. "Long time no see. Are these the combatants you're talking about?" Before the assistant could answer, Mishan ordered them to attack. The assistant could only scream Mishan's name in rage. The next moment, a hand was right in his face. Mishan's voice was ice cold. "What exactly have you all been scheming here? Were you trying to destroy someone like me?" The assistant gave an affirmative answer, stating that Mishan was a disaster who had to be eliminated. Hearing this, Mishan's eyes went colder. "You brought this on yourselves, so come inside me. Watch firsthand how I destroy this world." At that critical moment, Zigna's blade came down. A thin line of blood seeped from Mishan's arm. Zigna realized his cut was still too shallow. He complained, "It's all those ants' fault." Mishan turned to him with cold indifference. "What are you?" Zigna's gaze turned serious. "First time meeting, I'm Zigna, the one the apex insects betrayed." He leveled his blade at Mishan. "And right now, I'm your brother's friend. Honestly, I've always wondered what you looked like. It turns out you're just like your brother. You look like even worse than AK." Mishan didn't get angry. He smiled. "Looks like my brother made a bad choice in friends." Zigna said nothing more. His twin blades rang out as they clashed. Michin had already summoned a swarm of black ant clones around him. Meanwhile, Ake and the others were rushing back to base. Ak had passed out on Red's back. He was dreaming of Michin again, a young Michin holding a tiger sword he had made himself, while he watched Michin with nothing but fondness. In the dream, Michin asked to play Tigerman again, but this time, he wanted Ake to be the hero, and cast himself as the monster who destroys the world. Ake jolted awake. Red asked if he was alright. Ake warned with a grim expression, "We need to hurry. Something's wrong, I can feel it." They reached the top of Unity Base not long after, but the moment they stopped, what greeted them was a ground littered with bodies. None of them knew what had happened, but Ake's face went dark. He had seen the black ants crawling over the remains. Mint knelt down to check on one of them. The arm snapped off the moment she touched it, hollow inside, completely empty. Ake was already moving past her, and threw himself alone into the cavern below. He began his transformation on the way down. When he hit the ground, his eyes went wide at what he saw. It was Zigna standing before him, battered, clothes torn to shreds. He slowly turned at the sound and forced out the words, "You're finally back, the rest is up to you." Ake lunged toward him with a roar. "No!" But Zigna's body had already begun to twist and collapse inward. In an instant, he was devoured into Michin. Michin's face curled into a sneer. Ake's eyes turned blood red. He screamed Michin's name and charged. Michin came right back at him. For the first time in 2 years, the brothers clashed. The moment their hands made contact, both unleashed their devour ability at full force. Their power was perfectly matched, and for a moment, the battlefield fell completely still. Then Michin swung first. Ake answered right back, fists flying in every direction. AK took a hit square in the face, and Michin caught one on the jaw. Neither backed down, and they still refused to let go, furiously pounding each other with their free hands. The sound of the blows echoed through the hollow base. Half a minute later, they were sent flying backward at the same time. Mishan recovered first. He sent his black ants straight at AK. They were on Ake in an instant, but strangely, the two clones just stood there and did nothing. Mishan's fury exploded. "I am your master! Attack him now!" Only upon hearing the command did the black ants attack AK again, catching him off guard and striking him. Ake came flying out of the swarm moments later, and he hadn't taken much damage. After all, he had spent 2 years being eaten alive by black ants. He shifted into his full mantis form. Seeing that the black ants weren't enough, Mishan drew on the abilities of his absorbed insectors and launched a new assault. AK raised his weapon without a hint of urgency, and in the next instant the attack was split in two. Then he shot forward. Mishan had no time to defend. 2 deep gashes appeared across his chest, but it was no more than a light wound. When AK turned around, he froze. Mishan had transformed into a black ant form, almost identical to Ake's own. Ake couldn't believe what he was seeing. Mishan introduced himself as Ant Castle Project Test Subject Number 3. Meanwhile, above the base, Yojin Lee and the others were still staring down at the blocked entrance. They all wanted to go down and help, but getting through the black ants sealing the entrance was another matter entirely. They hadn't spent years being eaten alive like Ake had. Just then, Soo-young came sprinting past them. Ara-jo was the first to spot him. She morphed a centipede arm and blocked his path. Soo-young was startled to see it was Ara-jo. Ara-jo was cold and flat. "Where do you think you're going?" The 3 others nearby didn't move. They trusted Ara-jo could handle him alone. Before Soo-young could say anything, Ara-jo said it herself, "You are trying to run away." Her expression turned colder by the second. She despised him who had indirectly led to Sejin's death, but she held herself back and demanded he tell her what had just happened down there, and more importantly, which way he had come up from. Soo-young didn't try to hide it. He pointed in a direction and said plainly that if they went down there they were dead. Ara-jo's reply was simple, "That's none of your concern." Then she ordered him to lead the way. Soo-young knew escaping was no longer an option. He led them to a hidden passage. Even Mint, a member of Unity Base, had never known this passage existed. Soyoung told them Hana had shown it to him, but he refused to go any further. He told Arajo the stairs would take them straight to the base. Arajo gave him no choice, ordering him to continue leading them down. Soyoung hesitated, but he knew what refusing would cost him. He had no choice but to agree. At that moment, Yojin Lee gave Red a shove, telling him to keep up. Red had just turned to tell her to stop pushing, when his eyes sharpened. A stranger was already launching a sneak attack on Yojin Lee from behind. He stepped forward to shield her without hesitation, and was sent flying by a massive impact. Yojin Lee called out to check on Red, but Red told her to run. What neither of them noticed was that Seonho, who had just launched that attack, suddenly clapped his hands over his own ears. Then a cough came from nearby. Yojin Lee turned toward it, and saw a scruffy old man open his mouth wide and unleash a devastating sonic wave. In an instant, rocks and earth exploded in every direction for 100 meters. Only Red, far enough away, escaped the blast. Yojin Lee was knocked unconscious from the shockwave alone. The old man stood over her with a strange laugh. This was Nogu, the first pillar of the apex insects. Then he dropped to his knees beside her, tears streaming down his face, the picture of grief. He scooped her up in his arms and lamented what a shame it was, such a beautiful girl gone, before he'd even had the chance to introduce himself. The next second, he tipped his head back and screamed at the sky like a man who had lost his mind. At that moment, a crack split across Yojin Lee's shoulder, and her entire body unraveled into streams of colorful silk thread. Nogu didn't have time to process what was happening. His mouth was stitched shut. A powerful force slammed him toward the ground, just as a burst of light erupted from below. Nogu strained to lift his head, just in time for Yojin Lee's foot to connect with his jaw. Yojin Lee was furious, because that scream had nearly burst her eardrums. Elsewhere, Mint had just come to. She turned to check on the others behind her, but the passageway was gone. All that remained on the ground was Arajo's severed arm. Before she could process that, another terrifying sonic wave erupted nearby. Nogu had shifted into his cicada insector form and was hammering Yojin Lee with sonic waves. Luckily, sound takes time to travel, so Yojin Lee could dodge by flexibly changing positions. She found his opening and flung a silk thread net, catching Nogu's face dead on. The next instant, she had already flashed to Nogu's side, preparing to attack, but Nogu raised his arm suddenly. The cannon built into his arm had finished charging. Yojin Lee had nowhere to go. The blast hit her clean. The force was enough to send her crashing through 2 entire mountains, and she was still falling. But Nogu didn't give chase. Instead, he called after her, asking if she had heard him weeping for her. On the other side, Seonho, the second pillar, was demanding to know if Red was the one who had killed Gunil. Red just smiled and didn't answer. Instead, he asked if Seonho wanted his autograph. Seonho said something like that would look better carved on Red's gravestone. Red got to his feet and said he'd be happy to add Seonho's name to it too. The tension between them surged. The next second, both transformed and launched attacks at each other. At the same time, Soyoung was just regaining consciousness. He opened his eyes to find the entrance above was sealed. He checked himself and found that he wasn't injured. Then he heard something and turned. He was stunned at the sight of Arajo standing with her back to him with her right arm gone. It came back to him then. In the split second before the sonic blast, it had been Arajo who had pulled him out of the way and shielded him with her own arm. It made him think back to 2 years ago when he had been desperate to survive and had shoved Sejin Bang behind him as a shield. He only felt sick with himself now. He couldn't understand why Arajo would save someone as despicable as himself. Arajo didn't answer right away. After a long moment, she let out a deep breath. She said she didn't know why she had done it either, even though she hated him with everything she had. Meanwhile, Aik stared at Mission's new form in disbelief. Mission just smiled and said he'd show Aik the right way to use black ants. Then Aik watched, as black ants began drifting out of the wreckage all around them. Every one of them were under the control of Michin. With a single curl of his finger, the black ants on the ground formed into a black blade and drove straight through Aik's waist. Aik grabbed the black blade with his bare hand. He let out a furious roar and shifted into Sungta's form, charging at Mishin without a word. But his fist never reached Mishin. It shattered into fragments in the next instant. Then black blades came from every direction, tearing into him. His screams filled the entire base. 10 seconds later, there was silence. AK lay motionless. Alive or dead, no one could tell. Every insector Aik had ever devoured was ripped out of him by Michin in one sweep. Suddenly, Michin flinched. A surge of overwhelming power ran through his entire body, and a trickle of blood ran from his mouth. He hadn't expected that his worthless brother had endured suffering on this scale just to gain power. All of it, just to come after him. Michan reached down toward AK, ready to devour him too. But AK's body vanished. Before Michan could figure out what had happened, a massive fist came out of nowhere and slammed into his back. He tried to turn and see what hit him, but another blow came down on top of his head, and then a relentless storm of hits rained down on him. He couldn't understand what was happening. He had heard no sound at all, and his ants had shown no reaction. So how had the enemy managed to sneak up on him without him noticing? When he finally turned, there was nothing but a faint silhouette. As it turned out, a few minutes earlier, Arajo and Suyong had continued down through the passage. They soon ran into Hannah and the assistant coming the other way, who tried to stop Arajo from going further, but Arajo refused. She wasn't about to let Aik fight alone. Seeing how determined she was, Hannah decided to go with her, but she told the assistant and Soo-young to stay behind. After all, neither of them were fighters. Hannah laid out the plan to Arajo that she would use her invisibility ability to bring Arajo in undetected, and they would strike when Mishin's guard was down. And it worked exactly as planned. Mishin couldn't block, couldn't defend, couldn't even find his attacker. Eventually, through his ants, he caught a glimpse of Arajo, but that final punch had landed with such force that it knocked the armor plating clean off his abdomen. Arajo didn't press the attack, she simply said, "Now." Hannah didn't miss her window. She drove a needle into Michan's side. Michan still hadn't figured out what was happening until Hannah's figure slowly appeared before him. He opened his mouth to speak something, but coughed up blood instead. Only then did Hannah tell him that the toxin she had used this time was 10 times stronger than before. As she spoke, she kept injecting, pouring more poison into him. Michan let out a shriek that tore through the air. The sound was so intense that even his own ants scattered. Up at the entrance, the assistant was trying to move the stones blocking the way in. Something felt off. He turned to check on Soo-young and found him holding a small device. Soo-young said he had smuggled it out. Then he asked if his blood actually did something for the experiment. The assistant had barely said the experiment wasn't finished when Soo-young bit into his own arm and let the blood drip onto the device. The assistant was stunned. Soo-young held it out and asked if that was enough. The assistant took it. Then Soo-young said he was going down too. Before the assistant could respond, Soo-young was already running. When he reached the base below, he couldn't believe what he was looking at. Hannah was muttering to herself that she had done it, and she had finally avenged Sejin Bang. Arajo beside her was saying she had done well. However, Soo-young's voice cut through it all. "Hannah, what are you doing? Why did you stab her?" Only then did Hannah regain clarity, and to her horror she realized that the one she had been injecting with poison was Arajo, not Michan. Then a slow, mocking clap came from the side. Another Arajo stood there, applauding. Hannah didn't need to look twice that it was fake. She had been completely played. Michan continued his mockery. "So that girl only has one arm." On the other side, Soo-young caught Arajo before she could fall. He tried to rouse her, but she was barely conscious, only murmuring something. He didn't know what she was asking, but he did exactly as she said, and placed her beside Aik. Arajo glanced at Aik, then slowly reached for his hand, and laced her fingers through his. At the same moment, Hannah finally realized that Michan had used Sejin Bang's ability. She charged at him in a rage, but now that she was visible, and she was too slow for Michan. Michan raised his hand and pressed it down on her head. In an instant, she was devoured completely. But before he could lower his hand, something suddenly struck, and his arm was severed. When he came to his senses and looked beside him, he found AK standing not far away, who was in a form he had never seen before. Across the battlefield, Yojin Lee had fallen unconscious from her injuries, but Nogu wasn't finished with her. He blinked to her side, ready to kill her. At the last possible moment, a figure swept Yojin Lee away, whose movement was so fast it left after images trailing behind them. They finally disappeared into a forest of stone pillars. Nogu reacted immediately and prepared to unleash a wide-range sonic wave to level the area, when a cold glint lit up behind him and an arrow drove straight through his body. Before he could process where it had come from, a fist appeared right in front of his face. Nogu had no time to dodge. He was driven hard into a boulder. The one who had struck was Mint, shifted into her first form. She wasted no words and fired 2 more arrows, pinning both of Nogu's arms to the rock. Nogu finally realized what was happening, but then came a dense rain of arrow. He used the sonic waves from his head to knock most of them down, but many arrows found their mark on his body. His sonic wave expanded outward and closed in on Mint. She was forced to break off and swiftly vacate her spot, and even the sonic wave couldn't keep up with her. Nogu was stunned. He hadn't expected her to be faster than sound itself. The next second, he unleashed sonic waves from every part of his body, shattering the mountain behind him. This was his second form. Every cavity across his body was a source of sonic waves. It would not be an exaggeration to say it was a full 360-degree field of destruction with no blind spots. Meanwhile, Mint had reached Yojin Lee's hiding spot. She didn't know what to do, for Yojin Lee was in terrible shape. Her right eye and eardrums were ruptured. Her fur had absorbed some of the damage, but her muscles had sustained severe damage. Suddenly, a flash of yellow light pulsed beside Mint. She drove the yellow arrow into Yojin Lee's body, and the arrow had been forged from her own life energy, which can be used to a way to enhance the life energy of others. It was the most Mint could give. What happened next was up to Yojin Lee. Outside, the rumbling wouldn't stop. In his second form, Nogu commanded his sonic waves with greater ease. Every clap of his hands brought down another section of the mountainside, and all of it just to find Mint and Yojin Lee. Mint could feel the sound closing in. She knew they couldn't stay here any longer. She hadn't awakened to second form, but she was going out there anyway. At that moment, Yojin Lee's hand touched her arm. Mint looked at her in confusion. Yojin Lee forced out the words, "Give me all your arrows." Outside, Nogu was reveling and flooding the area with sonic waves. The surrounding mountains were collapsing in massive chunks. As he demolished one particular stretch, Mint came flying out from behind him. He quickly reacted and clapped his hands together, aimed right at her. The crack of the impact rang out, but Mint kept flying, completely unaffected. And around Nogu, silk threads had formed a dense, unbroken wall. They wrapped around him and sealed him inside a sound barrier. Then a voice came from behind him. "Can you hear me? You've been way too loud, so I built you a soundproof room. Go ahead and sing all you want in there." Nogu didn't take Yojin Lee seriously. Sure enough, the silk threads began to buckle and warp. It wasn't long before they snapped apart strand by strand. Nogu picked the remaining threads off himself with contempt. "You thought this would stop me? Now, my concert is officially starting." But the moment he said it, he sensed something was off. It turned out the threads also carried a sticky residue, preventing him from shaking them off easily. But he dismissed it as Yojin Lee's last desperate struggle. Such petty tricks were beneath his notice. Meanwhile, Yojin Lee now held an arrow in her hand. Whatever Nogu was saying, she dragged the arrowhead against the rock face, and sparks flew. With one hard swing, the arrow caught fire, burning with a deep yellow flame. She finally addressed him. "Your performance is over. What comes next is my bonfire feast." With that, she drove the burning arrow straight into her own body. The next moment, she erupted like a volcano. Nogu assumed she was self-destructing, but Yojin Lee's voice came through clearly. "I won't die until the flames on my body go out." Moments later, her figure emerged from the fire. She now stood like a queen of flame. This was her final form, Silk Moth Insector. Even Nogu was shaken. He had never heard of an insect that could wield fire, as fire was the natural enemy of every insect alive. Without further thought, he put distance between them immediately. Then he noticed that the silk threads still stuck to his body had caught fire. The flames spread across him in an instant, like gasoline igniting, consuming him completely. The pain ripped a scream out of him so powerful it brought the mountain beside him crashing down. When he finally steadied himself, he spread his hands wide toward Yojin Lee and slammed them together. The crack rang out, and the sonic wave surged straight toward Yojin Lee, but she didn't dodge. A flame whip materialized in her hand. Then she swung it down, and the sonic wave was instantly split in two. The whip scorched Nogu's hand black on contact. He stared at Yojin Lee in disbelief. He had never imagined anyone could cut through his sonic wave. Yojin Lee didn't bother to respond. She cracked the whip at him. Nogu raised his arm to block, but her second strike followed immediately. Then came a blur of afterimages. Every strike carried fire, and each one found him. Nogu knew he couldn't take much more. He forced himself through the pain and shot his legs out, hooking both of Yojin Lee's arms, then opened his mouth and unleashed the most powerful sonic wave he could produce. Yojin Lee was locked in place with nowhere to go. She took the full blast head on, but the next second, Nogu was stunned that Yojin Lee was still floating right in front of him, completely unharmed. She raised her arm toward him, and the wings behind her came alive. In an instant, they pinned every part of his body. Nogu found he couldn't move at all. Fear crawled through him. He screamed and begged her to spare him, offering to give her his title as the first pillar. But the answer he got was hopeless. "My ears are broken." Yojin Lee told him that she couldn't hear a word he was saying. No matter how much Nogu screamed, it was all swallowed by the explosion. And with that, Nogu, the first pillar of the apex insects, was killed. But the moment it was over, the flames on Yojin Lee's body went out all at once. She lost consciousness and fell freely through the air. Meanwhile, Red and Seonho were still locked in brutal close combat. Neither could gain a clear edge. Every hit they threw, the other felt it fully. But in raw power and defense, Red was clearly the weaker of the two. Even so, he noticed the sounds in the distance had gone quiet. His guess was that Yojin Lee and Mint had won. Seonho caught him distracted. He drove his knee up, and several sharp spikes hit Red square in the face. He taunted Red that whoever won over there once he finished Red off, he'd go clean up what was left. After taking hit after hit, Red headbutted him anyway. He made it clear that there was no way he was letting Seonho walk away from this. The impact pushed them apart. Red spoke first. He asked how long Seonho planned to keep this up. Seonho told him the form he was in right now was more than enough to handle someone like Red, and he was right. Red's second form was no match for him. But Red was completely calm. "I didn't want to use that form against you. After all, it wouldn't be fair to you." Seonho thought he had lost his mind. He said bluntly that this was Red's limit, but Red just said quietly, "Watch closely." And then Seonho watched as Red's entire form began to change. Red told him that this was his third awakened form. Once a human became an insector, most stayed locked in their first form for the rest of their lives. To reach the second form, they had to integrate their life experiences with their insect abilities. When that happened, their power would leap to a whole new level. But even so, the vast majority of insectors never made it past the second form. So even when Seonho witnessed Red break through into the third form with his own eyes, he still said, "Impossible." Moreover, an insector in third form looked no different from an ordinary human. Red made no attempt to hide the truth and told him straight, "Humans are born as human. Even if we gain the power of insects, that doesn't change the fact that we are human. Turning insect abilities back to nourish oneself, that is the final form of evolution." Seonho still refused to believe it, because the apex insects controlled countless insectors, and he had never seen a single one reach the third form. not even the Lord himself. Red had no patience for further explanation. He flashed forward and closed the distance in an instant. Then he threw a single punch. Seonho jerked his head to the side and dodged. Then he heard something behind him. He looked up and saw the clouds had been punched clean through. The reason Red had missed was he rarely used his third form and wasn't fully dialed in yet, but he was confident the next one would land. Seonho launched himself into the air. He wanted to show Red just how wide the gap between them really was. The next moment, he shifted into his second form. Red took one look and burst out laughing. He said Seonho looked like a giant hornet wrapped in a blanket. Seonho admitted that was exactly why he'd avoided using his second form. As he said it, he threw open his cape. A hornet streaked past Red's ear in an instant. Then came a swarm of hornets thick as a storm cloud. Red pulled back from the swarm. More hornets came straight at him. The next second, a pair of gauntlets materialized on his fists. The moment the gauntlets made contact with the hornets shattered to pieces. It wasn't just the ones up close. The hornets farther out met the same fate. Before they could reach Red, the shockwave from his fists had already locked onto them, and they were blasted to dust. But the next second, Seonho launched a surprise attack. Red blocked his kick with a fist, and mocked his hit had no bite to it at all. Then Red swung back with a punch, but a hornet intercepted it. Seonho used the opening to slip around behind him. Red tried to pull his fist back, and that's when he noticed something was wrong. The hornet he'd hit had turned into honey, sticky and clinging to his hand. In that split second of distraction, Seonho's arm had transformed into a diamond drill. It drove straight through Red's body. When Red turned to look, Seonho was already gone. He was up in the air, summoning a handful of hornets. More hornets poured out from beneath his cape. Then they swarmed onto Red with pinpoint precision. Red could only let out a cry of pain. Then he was stomped into the ground. Seonho looked down at him and said with contempt, "So what if you have a third form? Before me, you're still nothing." With that, he kicked Red's head clean off. Then he turned and walked away without a second glance. But just then, he heard a voice behind him and looked back. To his horror, the head lying on the ground was his own. Only then did he realize that everything he'd just seen had been his life flashing. From the very first moment they clashed, even before he'd even had the chance to summon a single hornet, Red had already landed a punch straight to his head. His head hadn't exploded, but it had been severed from his body. Red returned to his human form and said calmly, "Now do you see the gap between us?" Then he turned and walked away. Not long after, he ran into Mint carrying Yojin Lee on her back. Seeing Red in one piece, Mint let out a quiet breath of relief. Red, on the other hand, was more concerned about whether Yojin Lee was still alive. Yojin Lee opened her eyes and looked at him, but didn't say a word. Mint explained that Yojin Lee's eardrums had been blown out by the shockwave, so she couldn't hear anything. Then Yojin Lee raised her hand with a grin and mouthed, "Hey, bro." After a brief exchange, they noticed the ants near the cave entrance had started to stir. Meanwhile, deep inside the base, Ara Jo had sacrificed herself to Aik. She let him absorb her to take on a new form. With a single strike, Aik cost Michan an arm. Michan demanded to know when Aik was going to stop. "Why do you keep coming here to die?" The words had barely left his mouth when Aik's centipede arm was already in his face. Michan raised his palm. He summoned the fifth pillar, Sungta, to take the hit. Then he called out the fourth pillar, Jogang, and the bullet ant. Jogang's blade came down on Aik, and Aik didn't even try to dodge. He simply raised his hand and sent the weapon flying. Michan was somewhat taken aback, but he then summoned Zigna and taunted Aik, asking if he'd really bring himself to fight his own friend. Aik hesitated, just as Michan had counted on. And in that moment, Zigna's curved blade plunged into Aik's body without resistance. When Michan reached out to drain Aik's centipede ability, he was smacked away in an instant. When he was dazed, he was then kicked flying by Aik. Before he could regain his balance, the centipede had already latched onto him and slammed him into the ground. Aik leapt into the air and drove his knee straight into Mishan's abdomen. Mishan's screams echoed through the base, and Aik's roar, whether driven by instinct or reason, no one could tell. Then countless ants appeared, surrounding them both. Suyong watched from a distance, and the sight made his skin crawl. Mishan screamed at the top of his lungs, "Ants, tear him apart!" But the ants never got the chance. Aik wound up his fist and drove it straight into Mishan's face. Mishan was knocked unconscious and the ants went still. A moment later, Aik returned to his human form. He stood and watched in silence as something happened to Mishan. The insect armor covering Mishan's body began to dim. Then it broke apart, dissolving into individual ants. Mishan's body was left exposed. At the same time, the black ants nearby grew restless. They swarmed toward Aik. The bandages around Aik's neck unraveled on their own, and the black ants poured into the hollow in his neck. Then Mishan spoke. He said the ants were ungrateful wretches. He had fed them so many insectors, and in the end they still turned their backs on him. Then he suddenly turned to Aik. "Do you really think you can kill me?" He burst out laughing and fixed Aik with a look of pure contempt. As he spoke, he raised his palm. Under Aik's stunned gaze, he turned his palm toward himself and said this was the final battle. The moment Aik realized what he was about to do and moved to stop him, Mishan had already activated his ability. Meanwhile, above the base, Yojin Lee, Red, and Mint were still trying to figure out how to get down there and help. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. An enormous sandworm burst out from the cave entrance. It startled all three of them, but the sandworm didn't attack. it turned and fled into the distance. What they didn't know was that both Aik and Mishan were inside it, and Mishan was no longer lying on the ground. He had taken on a new form entirely. The sight of it made cold sweat run down Aik's back, and Mishan spoke in a strange, distorted voice. If there truly is a god in this world, I think it would look something like me. It turned out Mikan had used his own ability to absorb himself. Not only had he been fully restored, he had reached his ultimate form. He called this form a god by the insectors. Aik demanded to know why Mishan had done this. If Mishan had done this, there was no coming back. But Mishan was perfectly satisfied with his new form. He told Aik there was no way he could win against him now. With that, he raised his hand. Several blue sandworms coiled around each other and launched themselves at Aik. Aik barely had time to raise his arms in defense. He was knocked back hard. At the same time, he summoned Black Ant. In an instant, the ant armor encased his entire body. He leapt up and tore the sandworms apart with his bare hands. Even Michin was a little surprised. He hadn't expected AK to fight him in that form. AK tossed aside the severed worm heads. The next second, his fingers turned to claws. He slashed straight down at Michan's head. Michan barely dodged. Before he could counter, Aik had already reversed direction. His hand swung back behind him. In that same motion, his hand had grown to enormous size, and the blow landed squarely across Mishin's face. Seizing the opportunity, Mishin threw up his scissor hands and summoned the giant stag beetle. Its pincers crushed Aik's oversized arm in one snap. Mishin kept moving backward. He planted his feet against the sandworm's inner wall and pushed off. Then he raised his left hand, the one made of pure energy. With one sweep, a blue energy blade slashed toward Aik. Aik threw up his arm to block, but the energy carved straight into his flesh. Even so, in the moment he summoned Black Ant. Black Ant bit down on the blue energy blade. Both Aik and the ant were blasted away together. No one knew how much time had passed when a faint green light flickered in the darkness. The next instant, it was right in front of Mishan. Mishan summoned a bug to intercept it. The bug was eaten through by a massive hole instantly. Through that hole, Mishan finally saw that Aik had summoned several black ant heads. Their energy cannons charged and aimed directly at him. At AK's command, the energy cannons fired all at once. Mikan didn't take it lightly. He immediately summoned his most powerful insect phantoms to shield himself. The attacks collided. Aik didn't hesitate. He charged forward. Mikan swung to meet him. Their fists never connected with each other. Instead, as if by agreement, each landed a punch square in the other's face. They both roared at the same time. The force of it stretched the sandworm's belly to its limit. Then came the explosion. Chunks of the sandworm rained down everywhere. When the smoke cleared, Aik was still standing, but his ant armor was in ruins. In front of him stood several tall buildings. Before he could figure out where he was, Michian's voice came from above. "Brother, I know this is the place you miss the most, so I brought you here. And the person you miss the most is here too." He glanced to the side as he said it. Aik followed his gaze. The next moment he froze, because standing there was the person he had thought about every single day. His grandma. He never could have imagined that grandma, who had been missing for 2 years, had finally appeared before him. But she was bound, a hostage in Mishin's hands. He called out to her loudly, but grandma didn't move. He rushed toward her, leapt to her side, and choked out, "Grandma, are you okay? It's me, okay?" At the sound of his voice, Grandma finally stirred. She was very weak, but she managed to force out a smile. But the next moment, the giant stag beetle lunged at AK. He was slammed hard into the ground. Before he could get up, the giant stag beetle was already looming over him. Its 2 massive pincers locked around him and held him fast. Aik demanded to know what Mishan was doing. Mishan answered in a mocking tone, "You miss Grandma so much, so I specially arranged this reunion for you, brother." Aik demanded furiously to know why Grandma was still here, just as she had been 2 years ago. Mishan said that didn't matter. What mattered was that she was still alive. He told Aik that Grandma had only survived by absorbing nutrients from the worms. If she were taken away from them, she could go at any moment. Aik wanted to demand an explanation, but what Mishan did next made his eyes go wide. Mishan was reaching toward Grandma. Energy began to gather in his palm. Aik screamed, "Stop!" But Mishan only flung the energy down to the ground. Something shot up from the earth like a spike breaking through the surface. It rose fast. In moments it had grown into a towering creature, 100 meters tall. Suyong, who had just arrived on the scene, saw it too. He knew something catastrophic was coming, and this time he had to be the one to stop it. Aik had no idea what it was either. Mishan was quick to explain. He called this creature the Divine Authority. Through it, he could infect every human being on Earth and turn them into insectors in an instant. Then he gave Aik a choice. "My hero brother, this is the moment that decides the fate of humanity. Do you choose to save all of humanity from becoming insectors, or do you choose to save Grandma?" Before the words had even finished leaving his mouth, Aik had already summoned a black ant clone. The clone's mouth was already charging energy, but Michin had seen it coming. With one casual slash, he split the black ant clone clean in 2, and caught Aik in the strike as well. With the ambush failed, Aik had no choice but to beg Mishin to stop. But how could Mikan possibly listen to him? He said, if you can't make the choice, then neither option gets to exist. And with that, his hand reached for Grandma's throat. Aik screamed in desperation, Michan, stop! That's our grandma! But Michan's eyes stayed cold, as if the person in front of him were a complete stranger. Aik was frantic, but he couldn't break free. The next second, countless blue beams shot out from the top of the Divine Authority. At the same moment, Michan made his move against Grandma. Aik strained with everything he had against the giant stag beetle's pincers, and the grip finally gave just a little, but it was already too late to stop either of them. The Divine Authority kept pouring out blue light waves without end. Suyong was struck by one of the waves and instantly went berserk. He pushed off the ground and launched himself toward the Divine Authority itself. He shouted to Aik to leave this one to him, but as he closed the distance, the blue energy tore into him from every angle. Even so, he gritted his teeth and kept going. He landed on top of the Divine Authority. The blue light waves finally stopped. The top of the Divine Authority was also stained red with blood. At last, Aik broke free. He drove through the giant stag beetle's body, then launched himself straight at Michan. Michan's hand blade was already within centimeters of Grandma. As far as Michan was concerned, Aik had no way to stop him. But the next instant he found he couldn't move at all. The souls of Sejin Bang and Zigna broke free on their own and seized hold of him. At the same moment, a red ant landed in front of him. It took the shape of his mother and pulled him into an embrace. In that moment of stillness, Aik drove straight through him. Michan coughed up blood, then crumpled and fell hard to the ground. Aik landed and spun around immediately. But what he saw was Grandma's body turning blue, then dissolving into scattered light and fading into the air. Before he could make sense of it, Michan's voice came from behind him. He said he had never found Grandma either. Aik asked him why he had done all of this. Michan answered with a calm in his voice, like a weight had finally been lifted. Because this was the only way you'd be able to bring yourself to eliminate me. This is the ending I always wanted, brother. Aik roared, you turned the whole world in a mess just to die like this? You can't die. Give me back everything I lost. Michan said the plan to infect all of humanity had already fallen apart. The moment Suyong threw himself forward, Aik said nothing. His face went blank. Then he heard Michan use his last breath to say, Mom and Grandma are both waiting for me. That's great. With those words, Michan fell silent forever, and Aiki knelt beside him in silence, until Yojin Lee and Red found them. Yojin Lee moved to call out to AK, but Red stopped her. He could see that something was wrong with Aik. A moment later, Aik finally stirred, because Michan's body had begun to glow with white light. Then several streams of light broke free from his body. Most of them drifted away into the distance. Only a few circled in place. A red light broke free from Aik as well. He followed the direction the light was moving, and saw the red light take the shape of Arajo hovering in the air. Arajo smiled at Aik. At that moment, a hand reached out toward her. It was Sejin Bang along with Hannah and Juim. Arajo laughed joyfully. She took Sejin Bang's hand, and they were gone together. Aik lowered his head and sobbed. Suddenly, a yellow blade was held out in front of him. Zigna still looked as proud and unruly as ever, but there was something in his eyes that wasn't usually there. A quiet grief. Aik choked out his name. Zigna didn't respond. He only raised the blade and pointed it behind Aik. Aik turned to look. Standing there were Yojin Lee, Red, and Mint. Yojin Lee called out Zigna's name. Zigna gave her a small smile. Then he also faded from the world. Aik covered his face, trying to hold himself together. After a moment, he finally said, it's all over. But the tears streamed uncontrollably from his eyes, the last light of the setting. Sun filtered through the collapsed buildings and fell across them all. It was the last color Aik would ever see. After that, the Divine Authority dissolved into red light, and every insector who had survived returned to human form. But those who could not come back were left only with their names carved into cold stone. And the world in Aik's eyes held nothing but black and white, just like what lay inside him. One day, Yojin Lee told him she wanted to take him somewhere. On the way, she kept telling him about all kinds of funny things that had happened since the world got back to normal. Aiki didn't say a word the whole time. Before long, the car pulled up in front of a small house on the outskirts of the city. Someone was waiting outside. Aik recognized her immediately as Nan, from the Bug Reaper department. Nan apologized to them. I'm sorry it took so long. She was so weak, and it was only recently that she was able to move again. Go ahead. She's waiting for you. Those words hit him. Aik's pupils contracted sharply. He ran for the door as fast as he could and pushed it open. The light from inside made him shut his eyes. When he finally opened them again, he saw a deeply familiar figure walking toward him. His grandma's voice, just as he remembered it, rang out. Welcome home, my little Aik. Tears welled up and spilled over. Aik bit down on his lip, fighting to hold back the sobs. Then he choked out the words he hadn't been able to say for 2 long years. I'm home, Grandma.